Good, how are you?
I thought I saw it. Exciting. Quite a scene. Do you have a good
I haven't even been in there yet, and I don't know when safety
I haven't heard anything. Everybody's curious about that. Well, what have trying to find a place to camp out.
we only do get the public place but if you're welcome to get to move it out, get to move it out. What's that?
I'm trying to attend right now, but I'll do my best. for anything. Stuff I can run my house. I might refer to that. Copy, thank you. It's very important in the first hour or two to constitute the narrative. Democrats here and Republicans are
Thank you for your patience.
Thank you. All this go. All right, guys, we need to figure out what to do a little more.
Friggity frickin' zoo.
Hi. How are you? Good. I already have a request. So the second question they're going to ask me is, what are the central questions they're trying to answer? I don't know how they end up cutting down the graphic. Can you have them send it to you and then Sharpie it onto something? A card or actually something like that. Or even just paper like that. Thank you very much.
Have you reestablished ISP?
It's about the truth, and it's about the Constitution.
These people are looking for anything they can get because they know they're going to lose the election.
What is the impeachable offense?
What is at stake in all of this is nothing less than our democracy.
A day for the history books. The first public hearing in the impeachment inquiry into President Trump begins shortly at 10 o'clock Eastern Time. You're looking at a live image now of a hearing room in House Office Building in Longworth. This is where the House Intelligence Committee will be gathering shortly. They'll hear from two witnesses today. William Taylor, the acting ambassador to Ukraine, and George Kent, who works on Ukraine issues at the State Department. This is live coverage from the Washington Post. I'm Libby Casey. We'll bring you the hearing live and uninterrupted once it gets underway. I'm joined in our studio by two of our reporters, Shane Harris, who covers national security, Amber Phillips, reporter for The Fix. Thank you so much to both of you for being here to preview what really is a historic day. Shane, what are the stakes today?
They're huge. They're very big. I mean, today what you're going to see really is, first, Democrats trying to set the stage, not just for today's hearing, but really for the entire frame of how they want the public to think about this impeachment inquiry, which is going to go on in various forms probably for many weeks right now. So they have to get in there and very quickly say what this is about, to focus it on the president's alleged conduct with regards to Ukraine, on his policy, and then use their time with these two very key fact witnesses to bring out that narrative. The Republicans have to come in, obviously, and counter that. In the first 90 minutes or so, those sides are going to be set, and this is the first opportunity that most people will have had to have spent much time of any detail with what these witnesses have to say, and certainly the first time any of us have seen them talk publicly.
Amber, what do you want to add to that?
Yeah, Democrats want and need for these witnesses and their stories to jump off the page into real life in a way that is relatable to the average American. Where I'm watching whether the witnesses can do that is these guys are diplomats. They live in a bureaucratic world. They have for decades, and much of their testimony was about memos and cables and like stuff that was a little more internal to the federal government. And that's how they like shape their story of alleged wrongdoing from President Trump and his allies. So Democrats need to find a way to like have these stories jump off the page in a way that the average American watches it and goes, oh, okay, I now see why they think Trump should be impeached.
And one key aspect of this, of course, we know that Bill Taylor, for example, was a meticulous note taker, and so that may come into play here as he is able to construct a narrative. Well, for weeks on Capitol Hill, there's been deposition after deposition, but they've all been happening behind these heavy doors with big red signs that say restricted area. And all of that changes today with this first public hearing. My colleague Rhonda Colvin is on Capitol Hill. Rhonda, you've been camped out in front of those doors all these weeks. What's it been like?
Yeah, camped out is definitely the appropriate word there. We were there early in the morning when these witnesses came and stayed late at night. And I think that was one of the most striking things to me, that these depositions were hours and hours long. I don't remember many of them going less than 7 hours, including one that happened on a Saturday. That one went about 9 hours. So you could tell and sense that a lot was transpiring behind closed doors there. And we weren't able to get a lot of information from lawmakers as they left. They kind of stuck to talking points from both of their sides, and we really weren't able to get a lot of details in terms of what was going on inside. I do remember that there was a turning point week, I feel, where it was the week where Ambassador Bill Taylor spoke, and this was the deposition that was said to shock the whole room. There were gasps. Many people were saying that this was the most shocking deposition that they had ever heard, and it was because he was able to connect a quid pro quo timeline, alleged timeline, and that was very, very striking to most of the people in the room. So that occurred one day, and then the next day was the day the group of Republicans decided to stage a protest and try to storm the room, and many of them did not belong on the committee. So that was 1 week where you kind of sensed a shift where many members on both sides of the aisle said we need to sort of move this thing to the public phase, and here we are today.
Well, Rhonda, the format of today's hearing is a bit different, so tell us how they've set this up today.
Yeah, this is why that resolution vote 2 weeks ago, House Resolution 660, which detailed what the rules would be for the public phase of this, it determined who would be able to speak. And what we're going to see today is first, you're going to have Adam Schiff, who is the chairman, and Devin Nunes, who is the ranking member. Both of them are going to get 45 minutes each to ask questions from both of their sides, so a combined 90 minutes total. They will be the only ones to ask questions in this first set of questioning. They will be able to yield some of their time to committee lawyers. Both Republicans and Democrats on this committee have a set of lawyers, staff of lawyers, who will be asking questions much like they did in the closed-door deposition phase of this. So we're going to probably see people that are not household names or faces you might recognize ask some of the questions today. And then in the second round, you're going to see something that's a little bit more typical, which is each member of the committee is going to get about 5 minutes each to ask any follow-up questions or go over questions that they feel weren't touched on in the earlier phase. So this is going to be slightly different from what we've seen before, and I will be in that room and report back to you at our next break of what happens.
Rhonda Colvin, thank you so much. Okay, you know, we've talked about the stakes a little bit. Democrats and Republicans both have something they need to get out of this. And as Rhonda pointed out, the first 2 hours or so of this could really be make it or break it in terms of setting up the argument and laying the table. Shane, how significant is it to have this format change?
Well, it's very significant. We've seen in the past these hearings where the members sort of ping-pong back and forth between both sides of the aisle.
It's so frustrating for viewers trying to get a sense of what's going on. I'm sure it's frustrating for members as well.
Frustrating for members as well, because the witnesses who are skilled at this sometimes know that they can filibuster, ask them to repeat the question, and kind of take their time running out the clock, if you like. These 45-minute blocks give each side a sustained period to do an interrogation, and this is going to be put into the hands of some of these the lawyers for the committees, some of whom are former prosecutors themselves, who are very expert at drawing out witness testimony and telling a story. That's also going to be very helpful, I think, for people at home, because while each side arguably is going to try to paint their side of the argument, you're going to have 45 minutes of sustained questioning on one theme or a series of questions. That'll be a lot easier to follow, I think.
Republicans brought Jim Jordan onto this committee specifically to bring him into the fold, to give him a seat at the table, but also to get counsel that comes with him, that comes essentially attached to him, Amber.
Right, yeah. And I think it was significant to me when they made a last-minute change to their committees to put Jim Jordan here. And it signaled to me that House Republicans are standing with Trump by and large for the most part. And that's very important for President Trump right now, because to the extent that Republicans can frame this as a partisan exercise, he can too. He wants House Republicans to vote against impeachment. He does not want any defections, and that helps him go to the Senate and to the American people and say, look, this is just Democrats trying to get me out of office. Jim Jordan to me was a signal that there's absolutely no public questioning among Republicans that
because he's very loyal to
President
Trump, and he's been very attacking of Democrats and a forceful defender of President Trump.
Yes, and the attorneys that come with him as well, as you made a point.
Yeah, so he'll bring with him from the Oversight Committee Steve Castor, who can do some of the questioning.
That's right, yeah, and he has a background as well in some big high-profile House probes, including into Hurricane Katrina, the Fast and Furious operation, the Benghazi terrorist attacks, which of course were a hugely partisan investigation that got a lot of public attention. It's been interesting to read in the depositions that have been released. You see the extended Q&As that went on for hours, and you get a chance to see both Castor and Dan Goldman, who's on the Democrat side, doing the questioning. And they're very direct. In many cases, they're very level and they're very fair with the witnesses. I mean, you don't see the kind of sort of spectacular partisan brawling going on when it comes to these lawyers. What I'll be watching for is, now that they know that the cameras are on, and this is a political exercise in addition to the fact-finding exercise that went on behind closed doors, whether that changes at all, and frankly, whether they give more time to the members themselves to ask questions. Jim Jordan, in addition to being a loyal ally of President Trump, is a pretty fierce and skilled interrogator and knows how to work the room and work the camera at these kinds of events.
And to kind of, if I can jump in, muddy the waters, as we saw in some of these depositions, when the members got a chance to talk, they would ask about the origins of the Russia probe. They would ask about Hunter Biden. They even asked Marie Yovanovitch to try to question her loyalty to America because she might have Ukrainian roots. She doesn't. They were wrong about that.
And that's the former ambassador. She's testifying on Friday.
Thank you. And so I just feel like when the members get a chance to talk, and Jim Jordan especially, I expect to see Republicans have one tactic, which is to just question who's actually being investigated.
Sure, make it a circus.
Democrats have tried to create a lane for this with guardrails and to keep everybody inside those lanes. They did that, as Rhonda talked about, by setting up the impeachment vote in the House, something Republicans have been calling for. Once the vote happened, Republicans decried that process
Voted
as well.
against it.
But one useful part of it for Democrats was they could set up this format. They could give some ground rules. How is Adam Schiff, the chairman of this committee, trying to keep the focus narrow here today?
Well, one way he's doing it is by setting up these 45-minute blocks that we talked about. And obviously they have a very clear line of attack that they want to go down with these two witnesses, which is to talk about Rudy Giuliani, the president's personal lawyer, and efforts that he was making with other associates, business associates of his, to try and influence the president on foreign policy. They have a very clear strategy. The other thing that they've been able to do here is Democrats have control over who the Republicans get to call as witnesses. So we haven't seen that today so much because these two, I think, were probably key to the whole thing. But Republicans have put forward other people that they want to call. They want to call Hunter Biden. They want to call other people who have insights into the Russia. They want to call the whistleblower, et cetera.
Who is still anonymous.
Right, exactly. So Schiff has been able to maintain some control of that and ensure that essentially he has the final say-so on who these witnesses actually are, which is all part of the strategy, as Amber was saying, to keep the Republicans from taking this off the road and going in to Russia or Hunter Biden or the server in Ukraine, this conspiracy theory. Democrats are trying to structure this with the rules to keep it as much on track as possible, but Republicans have their time and they're going to be able to steer this thing where they want to go when they're up.
Schiff warned people on the committee in a memo, the witnesses you want to talk about, bring up later, the questions you want to ask today need to be focused on, did Trump abuse his power? Were they influencing Ukraine with a quid pro quo? What was Giuliani's role in this? But I don't know how he's going to legislate that in the moment.
So often in these hearings, the members are trying to have their moment. And you see this on all hearings on Capitol Hill, whether it's something that's a very parochial issue that they want to be able to send home to their local news stations and say, look, I was advocating for this with a witness, I was being tough or I was being friendly. But in high stakes hearings like this, high profile hearings, there's even more of an incentive perhaps to have that camera moment. So let's talk about who's on the committee and what we should be watching. This is not a big committee. I mean, we see House committees that take up multiple rows of the dais at times. And we've been seeing multiple committees get involved in this process. But here today, it's just the Intelligence Committee. So Shane, who are you going to be watching from this list?
Obviously, Adam Schiff will be leading this whole effort for the Democrats. I mean, he's the chairman of the committee and will probably be driving most of the questioning. On the Republican side, Jim Jordan, we've talked about. Devin Nunes, though, is the ranking member of the committee. Jordan has kind of come in sort of in as a kind of backing him up a little bit. Devin Nunes is going to take his time, and Devin Nunes is deeply interested in the origins of the Russia probe, and I would be looking for him to steer it in that direction as well. John Ratcliffe, another Republican member on here who people might remember, was briefly the president's nominee to be the director of national intelligence. That nomination flamed out very quickly. Interesting thought about how history may have changed. If he had been in that job when the whistleblower complaint was received, things might have been very different. But Ratcliffe, we've seen emerging in some of the testimony as well as being a pretty aggressive questioner. And Eric Swalwell, another who is, I think, probably on the Democrat side of the aisle too, ran for president. Had a short campaign there, and Jackie Speer. Those have been two people who I think have been pushing out a bit. We've seen in the depositions as well, and are two of the more high-profile members as well. So there are other Democrats who will be recognizable faces to people if they've been watching hearings off and on. Intel has done a lot of these kinds of hearings, but those are sort of some of the key standout people. And really, it'll be Schiff trying to set the tone for the entire committee. And when Republicans, and we've seen this in previous hearings, sort of get boisterous, Schiff tries to sort of be the adult and bring everybody back. He's very sort of stoic in that regard. So keep an eye on him to sort of see how he steers this through the day.
13 Democrats, 9 Republicans. That's the nature of elections. Democrats control the House, so they have more members here on this committee. Who else will you be watching, Amber?
I will be watching on the Republican side. I think for the most part, the Democrats are all in agreement on what they want to get out of this and how they're going to question it, and that's a testament to Schiff's leadership, as Shane has said. On the Republican side, I do not see any evidence of Republican defections, right? But if I were to watch two people in this committee who might possibly maybe think about sort of doing it, it would be Elise Stefanik. She's the only female on the Republican side who just has been more or less more moderate in her politics, not necessarily in this investigation though. And Will Hurd, he's retiring. He
has been critical of the president.
He has been critical of the president, you know, but he's also been out there recently echoing a lot of the president's talking points. But
Also a former CIA officer.
A former CIA officer, so he gets it. You're right, Shane, in a way that a lot of these other lawmakers, even though they aren't on in this committee, might not.
Right.
Yeah, Elise Stefanik from New York State is one of those representatives who definitely tries to take a more moderate stance on some issues, and we'll see how she presents today when it comes time to ask questions.
Yeah, she's been a leading critic, though, of Adam Schiff paraphrasing the transcript in that call in a hearing a couple months ago.
So what you're talking
right.
about was it all does run together. But you know what you're talking about is important because we talk about Adam Schiff setting a tone. In one of the prior hearings, he did this like Bugsy Malone sort of like make believe, like you were on the take. Here's what you were asking, and you almost couldn't tell, is he actually reading from something or is he making this up? And when Congresswoman Stefanik got up, she was like, that's just not. She was really critical of that, and when you talk about the adult in the room, she certainly seemed to have the more like adult tone in that moment.
Right.
So we'll see if Adam Schiff learned from that. And he was trying to be serious. He wasn't trying to be funny, but he was using hyperbole to try to make a point, and the hyperbole seemed to get lost in the moment.
Right.
I think
that's right. It got lost in the moment, and it also handed a talking point to Republicans who have picked it up
and
who have tried to say in the president that he literally read a false transcript when they know very well that he was
just
being ironic and he was trying to be hyperbolic. But that gives you a sense of how even a minor perceived perhaps misstep like that becomes something that the Republicans will turn and use against you. Both sides are really looking for anything that they can use against each other. This is combat, and for a lot of people who are paying attention to what the witnesses have to say, they're also going to be watching how Republicans and Democrats go at each other, and I think there's a real risk that people walk away from this and say this is just like every day in Washington. It's just more bipartisan gridlock. This is just a political fight. Democrats stand the most to lose from that.
You're so right, Shane. If I can think about how Democrats get out of that situation, because it is going to be a partisan fight most of the time. It's the performance of their witnesses who need to come across as serious, as responsible, as like no partisan axe to grind and say, I thought there was wrongdoing.
So let's talk about who we're going to hear from today. And this is the first public hearing. We'll also see another one on Friday. Chairman Schiff announced a slew of hearings also next week. But Democrats were intentional in who they chose to have this first moment in the spotlight. William Taylor, acting ambassador to Ukraine. Amber, what is significant about him?
He was the first official in these private depositions to say there was a quid pro quo. He didn't hear it directly. He heard it from people who were talking to Trump's appointees on Ukraine policy. But he documented what he heard in memos. He said he had a notebook with him at all times. He would like jot down phone calls he had. He talked to people in the National Security Office as high up as John Bolton, who he said were concerned as well. So I picture Taylor as this reporter who was like in these official lanes and unofficial lanes as well, hearing stuff behind the scenes of what Trump wanted and able to piece it. He was the first person who was able to piece this all together for the committee, what he saw.
He's done this for decades, Shane. I mean, he served for decades. He also is a military veteran who received the Bronze Star. He wrote in his opening statement, which he read during his deposition, there appeared to be two channels of U.S. policymaking and implementation, one regular and one highly irregular.
Right.
What was highly irregular in his mind?
The highly irregular channel was that this was an effort being led by the president's personal lawyer, Rudy Giuliani, who was in consultation with his own business associates and in some cases political appointees within the administration, running a separate channel of policy outside of the State Department that Taylor thought was not engineered towards achieving U.S. national security goals and the administration's foreign policy goals, but seemed designed to be trying to smear the ambassador, to push politically oriented investigations. This is really the first time we heard anybody in the testimony sort of very clearly delineate, right, between the regular and the irregular channels, he put it. And I think that was very helpful for members and the public as well, because Taylor can say, look, I'm part of that regular channel, and this other thing that was going on here was very confusing and very unorthodox, and we don't see things like this normally in the conduct of foreign policy.
The reason Taylor, I think, is so valuable is his access, as Shane pointed out, to the irregular channel as well. Let's remember how he got into this job. Giuliani helped Trump oust Marie Yovanovitch, an Obama-era ambassador, and Secretary of State Mike Pompeo said, hey, Bill Taylor, you have experience here, you're a former ambassador here, could you go in? And so when I read between the lines of Taylor's testimony, I see Trump's political appointees trusting Taylor in a way that they might not have with Marie Yovanovitch, and coming out of conversations in the rooms that matter and telling Taylor what was up.
Yeah, he sort of gets sucked into the irregular channel, doesn't he? Which
Right.
is interesting. Yeah, you're right. He sees both parts of it.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, so the next witness that we're going to hear from today, and they'll both be appearing together. Like, we weren't sure quite how this format will be, but we'll see them together, and so we'll see how it actually works in terms of questioning them and if they are able to mirror or confirm each other's accounts, because both of them referred to the other behind closed doors. The other person we're going to hear from today is George Kent. Who is George Kent?
So George Kent is currently the Deputy Assistant Secretary, so he's a fairly senior position in the State Department, who has the responsibility for policy in Ukraine. It's one of the countries in his portfolio. He served in a senior position as well in the embassy in Kiev some years ago. Like Taylor, career Foreign Service officer, diplomat, he talked in his opening statements in the closed committee about how he comes from a long line of public servants. He likes to say that for 60 years there's been a Kent sworn the oath to defend the Constitution. So somebody who really comes at this from a sort of point of view of trying to be a good public steward. Kent is going to be able to come in and amplify it, and I think to some degree, to a point, will be able to mirror a lot of what Taylor is saying about efforts to smear the ambassador, Yovanovitch, about Rudy Giuliani's efforts. These two people together kind of give us both a picture of that irregular and regular channel. Also, what he'll be able to do, and Taylor does this as well, is spell out what's at stake in terms of why we support Ukraine. We kind of gloss over sometimes when we talk about the impeachment debate. What is this all about? Why are we giving military aid to Ukraine? And what Kent will be able to do is say this is about an historic policy and a struggle, essentially, against the former Soviet Union. This goes back to the Cold War. When Ukraine became an independent state after the fall of the Soviet Union, we had a national policy, bipartisan has been for many years, of supporting them and helping foster democracy and rule of law in the country, but also being a physical bulwark to Russian expansion into Europe. Those are very, very high geopolitical stakes. That is something that Kent has been at the center of for much of his career, and I think he'll be able to compellingly discuss that.
Shane, you bring up such an important point. A lot of the conversation is understandably right now about, was this bribery, was this extortion, quid pro quo. Right. We'll talk about all those things in a moment. But you're a national security reporter. Another component of this is, can Democrats show that this was actually endangering national security because of the key role that Ukraine plays in international politics? Right.
And this is something that, that I think, again, has been lost in this, and it's a chance for Democrats to explain to people watching at home, why do we support this country? Because, President Trump has asked, frankly, some fair questions about foreign aid and where does this money go and why would we give it to countries that are corrupt? And we give a lot of aid, billions of dollars to countries that, frankly, their leaders are lining their pockets with it. The aid system has a lot of flaws to it. But what you have to talk about here, I think, if you're a Democrat, is why Ukraine matters vis-a-vis U.S. policy and Russia. And the more that they can, frankly, tie this sort of hostility that President Trump, or at least this ambivalence that he seemed to express towards Ukraine, if Democrats can tie that back to the kind of the affection he seems to show for Vladimir Putin and the way he often defers to Russian interests, which we've seen time and again throughout his presidency, that's going to help people, I think, understand where does Ukraine kind of fit into this bigger geopolitical picture of a president who, frankly, his attitude towards Russia is something that people understand. He's very clear about that.
I want to point out, you see the chairman, Adam Schiff, in the room now. Other Democrats we've seen go through, such as Jackie Speer and Eric Swalwell. I've seen other Republicans in this room who are not going to be sitting on the dais. I saw Louis Gohmert earlier, Mark Meadows. Gohmert's a good example of someone who sits on the Judiciary Committee. So they're planning to be in the room even if they don't have a seat at the table, so to speak. we expect this hearing to get underway at 10 o'clock. That's only in about 6 minutes or so, and we will be bringing it to you live and uninterrupted once it gets underway. If they take breaks, we'll fill those breaks with our reporters who can talk more about what you've seen, who can help you digest what's going on and point out the highlights to us. I want to mention you can also follow all of our live coverage at WashingtonPost.com because we have so many people all day working on this. Everyone has different assignments throughout the newsroom, what component they're focused on. I want to get to the heart of the question everyone's asking right now. Like, was something done wrong by the President of the United States? And the standard for impeachment in the Constitution is a little bit vague. We look at high crimes, we look at things like bribery, but it leaves a lot to the decision makers in Congress. So is quid pro quo as relevant as everyone's been talking about, Shane?
I think that it might not be, to be frank. I mean, if we go back to the original whistleblower complaint, what we saw in that partial transcript, the widest released of the call with President Zelensky of Ukraine and President Trump, what you're seeing in this is, I think, unequivocally an effort by the president to put pressure on the Ukrainian president. Now, presidents pressure foreign leaders all the time, and we use the leverage and the influence of the United States to do that. The question here is, was he trying to use the power of his office to get something of political benefit to himself rather than of policy interest to the nation? And I've thought about this from the beginning as sort of, you don't need a quid and a quo. You kind of have a quid there in that conversation. And you've seen this in the past few days, even with Democrats trying to sort of move away from the language of quid pro quo and say, oh, it's about extortion, it's about bribery. It's also potentially about abuse of office, right? When we say high crimes and misdemeanors in the Constitution, not to make this a history lesson, but that had a common understanding at the time that the framers drafted that document. And it essentially meant abuse of power, abuse of office. That's a place where Democrats, I think, in this hearing will probably try to go, because when you're doing quid pro quo and you have to prove all of these elements, no, break it down and try and say, was his behavior an abuse or a corrupt purpose of the office?
And also extortion and bribery, Amber, are terms that we can all relate to and identify. They pack a lot more punch.
Yeah, exactly. And especially when you're talking about taxpayer money that Republicans and Democrats proved, what Democrats need to do, to echo Shane, is say, Trump took this money that was on its way to Ukraine and said, no, hang on. Can you investigate Joe Biden?
So what is the bar right now in terms of Republicans? Because objectively it has shifted. Like the defense of President Trump has shifted as Republicans have learned more information. Where are they trying to hold the line now, Shane?
I think the latest that you've seen is trying to say that even if there was a quid pro quo, it doesn't matter because it doesn't rise to the level of removing a president from office and certainly not impeaching him.
So the focus on quid pro quo may actually benefit Republicans.
It actually, I think, has. And I think from the beginning, Donald Trump sort of made quid pro quo the new no collusion. In the Russia probe, he managed to set a standard for what his behavior was, and anything that fell below it, politically anyway, was going to be sort of short of the mark. He was very effective at doing that and creating an expectation publicly. They've tried to do that with quid pro quo as well, and now you see the Republicans basically saying, like, even if this did happen, and you're right, they've shifted a lot in their explanations of what they think occurred here, it's not sufficient to take the unarguably extraordinary step of removing a president from office.
Amber, you've been reporting on this a lot, so what do you see as their line?
Yeah, they're also going to say Trump didn't know about it, or at least Democrats, you can't prove it. Because in depositions, especially from Taylor, he gets asked that directly. And he says, I know I can, in my reporting, I can pinpoint it to Trump's personal lawyer. I can't say Trump did it.
So it's like, does the buck stop with, or the damage really stop with Giuliani or someone else, some other actor?
Staff, yeah.
Could Mick Mulvaney be the fall guy here?
Gordon Sondland, who's a diplomat and Trump donor, was doing a lot of this pressure to Ukraine.
And you saw that Lindsey Graham, Senator Graham, actually close ally of the president, making this argument last week, where he said, essentially, I don't think that they were sophisticated enough in this White House to do a quid pro quo. Very similar to what he said, by the way, about the Trump campaign when it came to the question of Russian cooperation. He said essentially the campaign was too disorganized and naive to have executed collusion with Russia. That's only going to go so far, though. I mean, even during Watergate, there was a question of whether, until the point where people understood from the tapes that President Nixon was directly involved in the cover-up, there was a real debate about whether or not he still bore responsibility for what happened, because these were people operating at his behest, even if maybe they could have been doing it without his full knowledge. And I think probably people watching at home are going to understand that, the buck does stop with the president. So that's maybe a risky line for Republicans to toe.
Yeah, they don't have a lot of good options.
Yeah.
I want to point out we can see Jim Jordan there. We saw Devin Nunes there a moment ago. There's Will Hurd, Republicans coming into the room. As soon as they gavel in, we'll go live and uninterrupted to this hearing. Before we do that, though, the timeline is very important. Shane, why is the timeline so important? Because we all know there was this July 25th phone call the president had with the president of Ukraine. But a lot was happening, it turns out, in the weeks and months leading up to that. Why does that matter?
Well, the timeline matters in a sense of understanding what the goal of the White House was, as well as what the Ukrainians understood about where this aid was in the flow. Did they know it was coming, or do they have reason to believe that it was stalled? That kind of gets you, if you like, to the quid pro quo question.
So it's not like this phone call's the first they've ever heard of it. If they go into that phone call with the expectation of money could be withheld,
right.
We want you to make a statement about corruption and the Bidens, et cetera, Amber, that changes what we all know about the phone call.
Yeah. Did Ukraine know, as Shane's point? Because I talked to a legal expert who said an explicit quid pro quo or extortion is only said explicitly in mobster movies. The context going into President Zelensky's phone call with the president and what President Zelensky thought would get his aid unfrozen matters.
Right, that's right.
And Shane and his colleagues have reported the aid got frozen a week before Trump made that call.
Right, it was some time really until it unfroze, and there were people in the administration that were very confused as to why this aid wasn't moving because, again, as you noted earlier, Republicans and Democrats approved this money.
Right.
This was an aid package that was coming through. President Zelensky even says on the phone call, we're ready to buy more Javelins, referring to these anti-tank missiles that were part of it. So that's essentially the president of Ukraine saying, hey, we're ready to do this. Okay, we're going to do the deal, right? And then it's clear that Trump moves into the discussion of the Bidens. And there's some indication as well from a White House official who will be testifying, I think, next week, that President Zelensky may have also understood that the president of the United States did have in mind this particular energy company where Hunter Biden had a board seat when they started talking about the investigations.
Yep. They mentioned Biden in the phone call. Trump says Biden.
They mentioned Biden by name, too.
So this is the first public hearing of this impeachment process related to President Trump. There have been obviously these behind closed doors hearings, depositions. We do have paperwork from them. We have a lot of transcripts from them. Shane, why have the transcripts if they were behind closed doors? It takes a lot of work to read all those transcripts.
Right.
But explain to me the process a little bit here.
Yeah, so they had these very long hearings behind closed doors, mostly in October, and you're right, it takes a long time to read them, and we've been reading them in the newsroom. So you've got thousands of pages at this point. They were behind closed doors first, the Democrats say, because they didn't want other future witnesses to be able to calibrate their statements based on what was heard. Essentially, don't let a line start developing and then somebody else decides what he or she is going to say based on that. But there was always pressure from Republicans not only to open the hearings, but to release the transcripts. Now, when these come out, frankly, I think most people are not going to sit down and read 350 to 400 pages of dialogue in a transcript per person, right? So we had to kind of divide and conquer in the newsroom. But what that did allow, by putting those out there, was to start setting the scene and getting a lot of these key details out into public. The things that we're talking about here today, we mostly learned from those transcripts. So now when these witnesses sit down, the fact pattern is sort of out there already. And I think that the Democrats and the Republicans can focus on a little bit more of, not to use the negative connotation here, but the theatrical quality of what is happening here today.
We're waiting for the witnesses to come in. We do know they're in the building because we have seen them, so it'll probably just be a moment or two. To that point, Gordon Sondland, the ambassador to the EU, already changed or tried to amend what he'd said based on some of what we're going to hear today, right? So based on the testimony of people like Taylor,
right.
He was like, wait a minute, Amber, I want to amend that. Can you even amend your statement to Congress in that way?
He's trying to.
Yeah, really you can.
But this change is very significant.
It is, yeah. I mean, you don't amend something to Congress unless you don't want to get charged for perjury.
Right, that's right. He came in after the fact and said, now after I've heard these other testimonies.
Taylor specifically.
Right, Taylor specifically said, right, I do remember now, I did have a conversation with a senior aide to the Ukrainian president in which I said, unless you launch these investigations that Trump wants, you're not likely to get the aid. That's quite a thing to forget. And I think this, when Sondland testifies next week, he's really going to be on tenterhooks here because you're going to have a lot of members coming at him trying to find out what else maybe he conveniently forgot that he might now try to amend in public testimony.
I think Sondland's revision is a testament to Taylor's reporting, to go back to my metaphor.
Right.
It's like Taylor talked to his sources, and his sources were right. And Sondland was forced to acknowledge that.
Right.
You see counsel there flanking the ranking members, so we do expect to see them participate today, ask questions in this special setup that's been created to allow for uninterrupted testimony, 45 minutes for each side. And then after that, we will see members of the House Intelligence Committee get their chance to ask questions as well. So the plan today, we'll start with that. You can see Ambassador Bill Taylor there.
I don't know how anyone does that. That looks so nerve-wracking.
It is nerve-wracking.
This is probably not where either of these guys imagined they would be in their career.
And as we mentioned, they're both career. And these are career diplomats. I
And
see George Kent there as well.
Taylor testified he was hesitant to take the job at Pompeo's request.
That's right, yeah.
'cause
And thought that he had assurances that he would be backed up.
Yeah.
And this has become a constant theme of Mike Pompeo,
Right.
to the consternation of a lot of career officials. They feel not backing them up and standing by them.
A historic day on Capitol Hill. I can't overemphasize how monumentous this is because there's been so few impeachment hearings processed in the course of American history.
Right, right.
It's been over 20 years, more than 20 years since President Bill Clinton went through his own impeachment process.
And this is just the beginning, too. I mean, we're going to see other hearings like this over the next couple of weeks. Eventually, it's going to move to the Judiciary Committee for more hearings and then possibly a Senate trial as well.
So we already have a witness list for next week. Chairman Schiff released that last night. And as you point out, Shane, this will move over to Judiciary. After that, it will eventually go to the House floor for a vote. And then it's got to go over to the Senate, Amber, which could really be in the new year. Let's go live now to the hearing room.
Committee will come to order. Good morning, everyone. This is the first in a series of public hearings the committee will be holding as part of the House's impeachment inquiry. Without objection, the chair is authorized to declare a recess of the committee at any time. There is a quorum present. Here's how the committee will proceed for this hearing. I will make an opening statement, and then Ranking Member Nunes will have the opportunity to make a statement. Then we will go to witness statements and then to questions. For audience members, we welcome you, and we respect your interest in being here. In turn, we ask for your respect as we proceed with today's hearing.
Mr. Chairman.
It is the intention of the committee to proceed without disruptions.
Mr. Chairman, may I make a parliamentary inquiry?
Gentleman will state the inquiry.
Mr. Chairman, this is our first hearing under these new set of rules. House Resolution 660 gives you the discretion to allow yourself and the ranking member periods of extended questions of up to 45 minutes each before other members are allowed to ask questions. If possible, we'd like to know the rules of engagement before we get started. Have you made a decision yet as to how many 45-minute rounds you will allow yourself and the ranking member?
I have not, as we informed the minority yesterday, we will see how the first period goes and how much material we're able to get through. At that point, the chair will announce the period, if there is a period of the second round, which may be up to 45 minutes, or we'll go straight to 5-minute questions by members. For audience members, again, we welcome you and your interest. In turn, we expect and will insist on decorum in the committee. As chairman, I'll take all necessary and appropriate steps to maintain order and ensure the committee is run in accordance with House rules and House Resolution 660. With that, I now recognize myself to give an opening statement in the impeachment inquiry into Donald J. Trump, the 45th President of the United States. In 2014, Russia invaded the United States ally, Ukraine, to reverse that nation's embrace of the West and to fulfill Vladimir Putin's desire to rebuild a Russian empire. In the following years, 14,000 Ukrainians died as they battled superior Russian forces. Earlier this year, Vladimir Zelensky was elected president of Ukraine on a platform of ending the conflict and tackling corruption. He was a newcomer to politics and immediately sought to establish a relationship with Ukraine's most powerful patron, the United States. The questions presented by this impeachment inquiry are whether President Trump sought to exploit that ally's vulnerability and invite Ukraine's interference in our elections, whether President Trump sought to condition official acts, such as a White House meeting or U.S. military assistance, on Ukraine's willingness to assist with 2 political investigations that would help his re-election campaign. And if President Trump did either, whether such an abuse of his power is compatible with the office of the presidency. The matter is as simple and as terrible as that. Our answer to these questions will affect not only the future of this presidency, but the future of the presidency itself, and what kind of conduct or misconduct the American people may come to expect from their commander-in-chief. There are few actions as consequential as the impeachment of a president. While the founders did not intend that impeachment be employed for mere differences over policy, they also made impeachment a constitutional process that the Congress must utilize as necessary. The facts in the present inquiry are not seriously contested. Beginning in January of this year, the president's personal attorney, Rudy Giuliani, pressed Ukrainian authorities to investigate Burisma, the country's largest national gas producer, and the Bidens, since Vice President Joe Biden was seen as a strong potential challenger to Trump. Giuliani also promoted a debunked conspiracy that it was Ukraine, not Russia, that hacked the 2016 U.S. election. The nation's intelligence agencies have stated unequivocally that it was Russia, not Ukraine, that interfered in our election. But Giuliani believed this conspiracy theory, referred to as CrowdStrike, shorthand for the company that discovered the Russian hack, would aid his client's re-election. Giuliani also conducted a smear campaign against the U.S. ambassador to Ukraine, Marie Yovanovitch. On April 29, a senior State Department official told her that although she had done nothing wrong, President Trump had lost confidence in her. With the sidelining of Yovanovitch, the stage was set for the establishment of an irregular channel in which Giuliani and later others, including Gordon Sondland, an influential donor to the president's inauguration, now serving as ambassador to the European Union, could advance the president's personal and political interests. Yovanovitch's replacement in Kiev, Ambassador Bill Taylor, is a West Point graduate and a Vietnam veteran. As he began to better understand the scheme through the summer of 2019, he pushed back, informing Deputy Assistant Secretary Kent and others about a plan to condition U.S. government actions and funding on the performance of political favors by the Ukrainian government, favors intended for President Trump that would undermine our security and our elections. Several key events in this scheme took place in the month of July. On July 10th, Ambassador Sondland informed a group of U.S. and Ukrainian officials meeting at the White House that according to Chief of Staff Mick Mulvaney, a White House meeting desperately sought by the Ukrainian president with Trump would happen only if Ukraine undertook an investigation into the energy sector, which was understood to mean Burisma and specifically the Bidens. National Security Advisor Bolton abruptly ended the meeting and said afterwards that he would not be, quote, part of whatever drug deal Sondland and Mulvaney are cooking up on this, end quote. A week later, on July 18th, a representative of the Office of Management and Budget, the White House agency that oversees federal spending, announced on a video conference that Mulvaney, at the direction of the president, was freezing nearly $400 million in security assistance authorized and appropriated by Congress, and which the entirety of the U.S. national security establishment supported. 1 week after that, Donald Trump would have the now infamous July 25th phone call with Ukrainian President Zelensky. During that call, Trump complained that the U.S. relationship with Ukraine had not been reciprocal. Later, Zelensky thanks Trump for his support in the area of defense and says that Ukraine is ready to purchase more Javelins, an anti-tank weapon that was among the most important deterrents of further Russian military action. Trump's immediate response: I would like you to do us a favor, though. Trump then requested that Zelensky investigate the discredited 2016 CrowdStrike conspiracy theory, and even more ominously look into the Bidens. Neither of these investigations was in the U.S. national interest, and neither was part of the official preparatory material for the call. Both, however, were in Donald Trump's personal interest, and in the interests of his 2020 re-election campaign. And the Ukrainian president knew about both in advance, because Sondland and others had been pressing Ukraine for weeks about investigations into the 2016 election, Burisma, and the Bidens. After the call, multiple individuals were concerned enough to report it to the National Security Council's top lawyer. The White House would then take the extraordinary step of moving the call record to a highly classified server exclusively reserved for the most sensitive intelligence matters. In the weeks that followed, Ambassador Taylor learned new facts about a scheme that even Sondland would describe as becoming more insidious. Taylor texted Sondland, quote, "Are we now saying that security assistance and White House meeting are conditioned on investigations?" As summer turned to fall, it kept getting more insidious, Mr. Sondland testified. Mr. Taylor, who took notes of his conversation, said the ambassador told him in a September 1st phone call that everything was dependent on the public announcement of investigations, including security assistance. President Trump wanted Mr. Zelensky in a public box. President Trump is a businessman, Sondland said later. When a businessman is about to sign a check to someone who owes him something, the businessman asks that person to pay up before signing the check. In a sworn declaration after Taylor's testimony, Sondland would admit to telling Ukrainians at a September 1st meeting in Warsaw, quote, that resumption of U.S. aid would likely not occur until Ukraine provided the public anti-corruption statement that we have been discussing for many weeks. The President's Chief of Staff confirmed Trump's efforts to coerce Ukraine by withholding aid. When Mick Mulvaney was asked publicly about it, his answer was breathtaking. "We do that all the time with foreign policy," he said. "I have news for everybody. Get over it. There's going to be political influence in foreign policy. That is going to happen." The video of that confession is plain for all to see. Some have argued in the President's defense that the aid was ultimately released, and that is true, but only after Congress began an investigation, only after the President's lawyers learned of a whistleblower complaint, and only after members of Congress began asking uncomfortable questions about quid pro quos. A scheme to condition official acts or taxpayer funding to obtain a personal political benefit does not become less odious because it is discovered before it is fully consummated. In fact, the security assistance had been delayed so long, it would take another act of Congress to ensure that it could still go out. And that Oval Office meeting that Zelensky desperately sought, it still hasn't happened. Although we have learned a great deal about these events in the last several weeks, there are still missing pieces. The President has instructed the State Department and other agencies to ignore congressional subpoenas for documents. He has instructed witnesses to defy subpoenas and refuse to appear. And he has suggested that those who do expose wrongdoing should be treated like traitors and spies. These actions will force Congress to consider, as it did with President Nixon, whether Trump's obstruction of the constitutional duties of Congress constitute additional grounds for impeachment. If the President can simply refuse all oversight, particularly in the context of an impeachment proceeding, the balance of power between our two branches of government will be irrevocably altered. That is not what the founders intended. And the prospects for further corruption and abuse of power in this administration or any other will be exponentially increased. This is what we believe the testimony will show, both as to the President's conduct and as to his obstruction of Congress. The issue that we confront is the one posed by the President's acting Chief of Staff when he challenged Americans to get over it. If we find that the President of the United States abused his power and invited foreign interference in our elections, or if he sought to condition, coerce, extort, or bribe an ally into conducting investigations to aid his reelection campaign and did so by withholding official acts, a White House meeting, or hundreds of millions of dollars of needed military aid, must we simply get over it? Is this what Americans should now expect from their president? If this is not impeachable conduct, what is? Does the oath of office itself, requiring that our laws be faithfully executed, that our president defend a Constitution that balances the powers of its branches, setting ambition against ambition so we become no monarchy, still have meaning? These are the questions we must ask and answer, without rancor if we can, without delay regardless, and without party favor and without prejudice if we are true to our responsibilities. Benjamin Franklin was asked what kind of a country America was to become. A republic, he answered, if you can keep it. The fundamental issue raised by the impeachment inquiry into Donald J. Trump is, can we keep it? I now recognize Ranking Member Nunes for any remarks he may wish to make.
Thanks, gentlemen. In a July open hearing of this committee following publication of the Mueller report, the Democrats engaged in a last-ditch effort to convince the American people that President Trump is a Russian agent. That hearing was the pivotal finale of a 3-year-long operation by the Democrats, the corrupt media, and partisan bureaucrats to overturn the results of the 2016 election. After the spectacular implosion of their Russia hoax on July 24th, in which they spent years denouncing any Republican who ever shook hands with a Russian, on July 25th, they turned on a dime and now claim the real malfeasance is Republicans' dealings with Ukraine. In the blink of an eye, we're asked to simply forget about Democrats on this committee, falsely claiming they had more than circumstantial evidence of collusion between President Trump and Russians. We should forget about them reading fabrications of Trump-Russia collusion from the Steele dossier into the congressional record. We should also forget about them trying to obtain nude pictures of Trump from Russian pranksters who pretended to be Ukrainian officials. We should forget about them leaking a false story to CNN while he was still testifying to our committee, claiming that Donald Trump Jr. was colluding with WikiLeaks. And forget about countless other deceptions, large and small, that make them the last people on earth with the credibility to hurl more preposterous accusations at their political opponents. And yet now, here we are. We're supposed to take these people at face value when they trot out a new batch of allegations. But anyone familiar with the Democrats' scorched earth war against President Trump would not be surprised to see all the typical signs that this is a carefully orchestrated media smear campaign. For example, after vowing publicly that impeachment requires bipartisan support, Democrats are pushing impeachment forward without the backing of a single Republican. The witnesses deemed suitable for television by the Democrats were put through a closed-door audition process in a cult-like atmosphere in the basement of the Capitol, where Democrats conducted secret depositions, released a flood of misleading and one-sided leaks, and later selectively released transcripts in a highly staged manner. Violating their own guidelines, Democrats repeatedly redacted from the transcripts the name of Alexander Chalupa, a contractor for the Democratic National Committee who worked with Ukrainian officials to collect dirt on the Trump campaign, which she provided to the DNC and the Hillary Clinton campaign. The Democrats rejected most of the Republicans' witness requests, resulting in a horrifically one-sided process where the crucial witnesses are denied a platform if their testimony does not support the Democrats' absurd accusations. Notably, they are trying to impeach the president for inquiring about Hunter Biden's activities. Yet they refuse our request to hear from Biden himself. The whistleblower was acknowledged to have a bias against President Trump, and his attorney touted a coup against the president and called for his impeachment just weeks after the election. At a prior hearing, Democrats on this committee read out a purely fictitious rendition of the president's phone call with President Zelensky. They clearly found the real conversation to be insufficient for their impeachment narrative, so they just made up a new one. And most egregiously, the staff of the Democrats on this committee had direct discussions with the whistleblower before his or her complaint was submitted to the Inspector General. Republicans can't get a full account of these contacts because Democrats broke their promise to have the whistleblower testify to this committee. Democrat members hid these contacts from Republicans and then lied about them to the American people on national television. I've noted before, the Democrats have a long habit of accusing Republicans of offenses they themselves are committing. Let's recall, for years they accused the Trump campaign of colluding with Russia when they themselves were colluding with Russia by funding and spreading the Steele dossier, which relied on Russian sources. And now they accuse President Trump of malfeasance in Ukraine when they themselves are culpable. The Democrats cooperated in Ukrainian election meddling, and they defend Hunter Biden's securing of a lavishly paid position with a corrupt Ukrainian company, all while his father served as vice president. Despite this hypocrisy, the Democrats are advancing their impeachment sham. But we should not hold any hearings at all until we get answers to three crucial questions the Democrats are determined to avoid asking. First, what is the full extent of the Democrats' prior coordination with the whistleblower? And who else did the whistleblower coordinate this effort with? Second, what is the full extent of Ukraine's election meddling against the Trump campaign? And third, why did Burisma hire Hunter Biden, and what did he do for them? And did his position affect any U.S. government actions under the Obama administration? These questions will remain outstanding because Republicans were denied the right to call witnesses that know these answers. What we will witness today is a televised theatrical performance staged by the Democrats. Ambassador Taylor and Mr. Kent, I'd like to welcome you here. I'd like to congratulate you for passing the Democrat Star Chamber auditions held for the last weeks in the basement of the Capitol. It seems you agreed, witting or unwittingly, to participate in a drama. But the main performance, the Russia hoax, has ended, and you've been cast in the low-rent Ukrainian sequel. I'll conclude by noting the immense damage the politicized bureaucracy has done to Americans' faith in government. Though executive branch employees are charged with implementing the policies set by our president, who is elected and responsible to the American people, elements of the civil service have decided that they, not the president, are really in charge. Thus, as we'll learn in these hearings, after expressing skepticism of foreign aid and concern about foreign corruption on the campaign trail, President Trump outraged the bureaucracy by acting skeptically about foreign aid and expressing concerns about foreign corruption. Officials' alarm at the president's actions was typically based on second-hand, third-hand, and even fourth-hand rumors and innuendo. They believed it was an outrage for the president to fire an ambassador, even though the president has full authority to retain or remove diplomats for any reason at any time. Officials showed the surprising lack of interest in the indications of Ukrainian election meddling that deeply concerned the president at whose pleasure they serve. Despite all their dissatisfaction with President Trump's Ukraine policy, the president approved the supply of weapons to Ukraine, unlike the previous administration, which provided blankets as defense against invading Russians. By undermining the president, who they are supposed to be serving, the elements of the FBI, the Department of Justice, and now the State Department, have lost the confidence of millions of Americans who believe that their vote should count for something. It will take years, if not decades, to restore faith in these institutions. This spectacle is doing great damage to our country. It's nothing more than an impeachment process in search of a crime. That I yield back.
Today we are joined by Ambassador William Taylor and Deputy Assistant Secretary of State George Kent, both of whom are appearing under subpoena. Ambassador William Taylor has served our country for over half a century. He attended U.S. Military Academy at West Point, graduating in the top 1% of his class, before serving as an infantry officer in the U.S. Army for 6 years, including with the 101st Airborne Division during the Vietnam War. Ambassador Taylor led a rifle platoon in Vietnam and was awarded the Bronze Star Medal and the Air Medal for Valor. Following his military service, he worked at the Department of Energy as a staffer in the U.S. Senate, as an advisor as well to U.S. Ambassador to NATO. In the 1990s, Ambassador Taylor coordinated U.S. assistance to Eastern Europe and the former Soviet Union, and later served in Afghanistan, Iraq, and worked on the Middle East peace process. In 2006, President Bush nominated him as ambassador to Ukraine, where he served until 2009, and then was appointed by President Barack Obama to be special coordinator for Middle East transitions. Ambassador Taylor was serving as the executive vice president of the nonpartisan U.S. Institute for Peace when, in June 2019, Secretary of State Mike Pompeo asked him to return to lead the U.S. Embassy in Kiev as charge d'affaires. Mr. George Kent currently serves as Deputy Assistant Secretary in the Department of State's Bureau of European and Eurasian Affairs, overseeing policy towards Ukraine and other countries. He has served twice in Ukraine, from 2004 to 2007. He was the Deputy Political Counselor, including during the Orange Revolution. And from 2015 to 2018, he served as Deputy Chief of Mission in Kiev. Since joining the Foreign Service in 1992, Mr. Kent has served in Poland, Uzbekistan, and Thailand. He also served as the Senior Anti-Corruption Coordinator and oversaw programs to strengthen the rule of law. All witness depositions as part of this inquiry were unclassified in nature, and all open hearings will also be at the unclassified level. Any information that may touch on classified information will be addressed separately. Congress will not tolerate any reprisal, threat of reprisal, or attempt to retaliate against any U.S. government official for testifying before Congress, including you or any of your colleagues. If you would both rise and raise your right hand, I will begin by swearing you in. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Let the record show that the witnesses answered in the affirmative. Thank you, and please be seated.
Mr. Chairman, before we hear from the witnesses, I have a parliamentary inquiry.
The gentleman will state her parliamentary inquiry.
Mr. Chairman, when can we anticipate a response to our November 9th letter requesting certain individual witnesses to be called?
The gentlewoman should be aware that 3 of the witnesses the minority has requested are scheduled for next week.
Those were your witnesses, Mr. Chairman. What about the additional 6 witnesses?
The gentlewoman may inquire about additional witnesses or make a request for a vote on additional witnesses following the witness testimony.
And Mr. Chairman, I have a point of order under HRES 660.
The gentlewoman will state her point of order.
Mr. Chairman, will you be prohibiting witnesses from answering members' questions as you have in the closed-door depositions?
As the gentlewoman should know if she was present for the deposition.
Which I was, Mr.
For
Chairman.
some of them, yes.
Correct.
The only times I prevented witnesses from answering questions, along with their counsel, was when it was apparent that members were seeking to out the whistleblower. We will do everything necessary to protect the whistleblower's identity, and I'm disturbed to hear members of the committee who have in the past voiced strong support for whistleblower protections seek to undermine those protections by outing the whistleblower.
Mr. Chairman, only one member and their staff
The
on this committee has direct knowledge of the identity of the whistleblower.
Gentlewoman will suspend. You asked a parliamentary inquiry, and I am responding, or a point of order, and I'm responding. We will not permit the outing of the whistleblower, and questions along those lines, counsel will inform their clients not to respond to. If necessary, I will intervene. Otherwise, I want members to feel free to ask any questions they like.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion, Mr. Chairman. that
I'm
we
sorry, this is an
subpoena
opportunity
the
for members
whistleblower and get
to
all
ask
the rest
any
of us
questions
on
they like.
record.
The gentleman is not recognized.
Mr. Conaway,
Mr. Chairman.
I'm responding to the gentlewoman's point of order. Otherwise, members will have every opportunity to ask any questions they like. Mr. Conaway, do you seek recognition for what purpose?
I seek recognition to make a motion that we actually subpoena the whistleblower for a closed-door, secret deposition, so that the questions that should be appropriately asked the whistleblower by our side and your side may be asked. And I would prefer that, rather than it be your single decision, that the committee speak to that issue rather than just the chairman. And I move that we
I thank the gentleman. It won't be my single decision.
subpoena the whistleblower.
It won't be my single decision. We will entertain a motion to subpoena any witness, but after the witnesses have had an opportunity to testify. That motion will be in order, but that motion will be suspended until after the witnesses testify.
Thank you, Mr.
Mr. Chairman, do you anticipate when we would vote on
What
that?
purpose does Mr. Jordan seek recognition?
Just to ask a clarifying question, do you anticipate when we might vote on the ability to have the whistleblower in front of us, something you, of the 435 members of Congress, you are the only member who knows who that individual is, and your staff is the only staff of any member of Congress who's had a chance to talk with that individual. We would like that opportunity. When might that happen in this proceeding today?
First, as the gentleman knows, that's a false statement. I do not know the identity of the whistleblower, and I'm determined to make sure that identity is protected. But as I said to Mr. Conaway, you will have an opportunity, after the witnesses testify, to make a motion to subpoena any witness and compel a vote. And with that, I now recognize the witnesses. Before I do, I want to just emphasize the microphones are sensitive, so please speak directly into them. Without objection, your written statements will be made part of the record. And with that, Deputy Assistant Secretary Kent, you are recognized for your opening statement. Ambassador Taylor, you are recognized immediately thereafter for your opening statement.
Good morning. My name is George Kent, and I am the Deputy Assistant Secretary of State for Eastern Europe and the Caucasus. I have served proudly as a nonpartisan career Foreign Service officer for more than 27 years under 5 presidents, 3 Republican and 2 Democrat. As I mentioned in my opening comments last month in the closed-door deposition, I represent the 3rd generation of my family who have chosen a career in public service and sworn the oath of office that all U.S. public servants do in defense of our Constitution. Indeed, there has been a George Kent sworn to defend the Constitution continuously for nearly 60 years, ever since my father reported to Annapolis for his plebe summer. After graduating first in his Naval Academy class in 1965, the year best known for his Heisman-winning classmate Roger Staubach, my father served a full, honorable 30 years, including as a captain of a nuclear ballistic missile submarine during the height of the Cold War. 5 great-uncles served honorably in the Navy and the Army in World War II. In particular, Tom Taggart was stationed in the Philippines at the time of the attack on Pearl Harbor. He survived the brutal Bataan Death March and 3.5 years in a Japanese prisoner of war camp unbroken. He returned to service as an Air Force judge advocate, upholding the rule of law until his death in 1965. Today, I appear before you once again, under subpoena, as a fact witness, ready to answer all of your questions about the events and developments examined in this inquiry, to the best of my ability and recollection, subject to the limits placed on me by the law and this process. I will begin with some opening comments on the key principles at the heart of what brings me before you today. To wit, principled public service in pursuit of our enduring national interests and the place of Ukraine in our national and security interests. For the past 5 years, we have focused our united efforts across the Atlantic to support Ukraine in its fight for the cause of freedom and the rebirth of a country free from Russian dominion and the warped legacy of Soviet institutions and post-Soviet behavior. As I stated in my closed-door deposition last month, you don't step into the public arena of international diplomacy in active pursuit of principled U.S. interests without expecting vigorous pushback, including personal attacks. Such attacks came from the Russians, their proxies, and corrupt Ukrainians. That tells me our efforts were hitting their mark. It was unexpected and most unfortunate, however, to watch some Americans, including those who allied themselves with corrupt Ukrainians in pursuit of private agendas, launch attacks on dedicated public servants advancing U.S. interests in Ukraine. In my opinion, those attacks undermined U.S. and Ukrainian national interests and damaged our critical bilateral relationship. The United States has very clear national interests at stake in Ukraine. Ukraine's success is very much in our national interest, in the way we have defined our national interest broadly in Europe for the past 75 years. After World War II, U.S. leadership furthered far-sighted policies like the Marshall Plan and the creation of a rules-based international order. Protected by the collective security provided by NATO, Western Europe recovered and thrived after the carnage of World War II, notwithstanding the shadow of the Iron Curtain. Europe's security and prosperity contributed to our security and prosperity. Support of Ukraine's success also fits squarely into our strategy for Central and Eastern Europe since the fall of the wall 30 years ago this past week. A Europe truly whole, free, and at peace, our strategic aim for the entirety of my Foreign Service career, is not possible without a Ukraine whole, free, and at peace, including Crimea and the Donbass, territories currently occupied by Russia, represented by the red in the map. Looking forward, the Trump administration's national security strategy makes clear the global strategic challenge now before us: great power competition with rivals such as Russia and China, and the need to compete for positive influence without taking countries for granted. In that sense, Ukraine has been on the front lines, not just of Russia's conventional war in Eastern Europe since 2014 and its broader campaign of malign influence, but of the greater geopolitical challenges now facing the United States. Ukraine's Popular Revolution of Dignity in 2014 forced a corrupt, pro-Russian leadership to flee to Moscow. After that, Russia invaded Ukraine, occupying 7% of its territory, roughly equivalent to the size of Texas for the United States. At that time, Ukraine's state institutions were on the verge of collapse. Ukrainian civil society answered the challenge. They formed volunteer battalions of citizens, including technology professionals and medics. They crowdsourced funding for their own weapons, body armor, and supplies. They were the 21st century Ukrainian equivalent of our own Minutemen of 1776, buying time for a regular army to reconstitute. Since then, more than 13,000 Ukrainians have died on Ukrainian soil defending their territorial integrity and sovereignty from Russian aggression. America's support in Ukraine's own de facto war of independence has been critical in this regard. By analogy, the American colonies may not have prevailed against the British imperial might without the help of transatlantic friends after 1776. In an echo of Lafayette's organized assistance to General George Washington's Army and Admiral John Paul Jones's Navy, Congress has generously appropriated over $1.5 billion over the past 5 years in desperately needed trained and equipped security assistance to Ukraine. These funds increase Ukraine's strength and ability to fight Russian aggression. Ultimately, Ukraine is on a path to become a full security partner of the United States within NATO. Similar to von Steuben training colonials at Valley Forge, U.S. and NATO allied trainers developed the skills of Ukrainian units at Yavoriv near the Polish border and elsewhere. They help rewrite military education for Ukraine's next generation, as von Steuben did for America's first. In supporting Ukraine's brave resistance to Russian aggression, we have a front row seat to the Russian way of war in the 21st century, gaining priceless insights that contribute to our own security. This year, in 2019, Ukrainian citizens passed the political torch to a new generation, one that came of age not in the final years of the Soviet Union, but in an independent Ukraine. Presidential and parliamentary elections swept out much of Ukraine's previous governing elite and seated 41-year-old President Zelensky, a cabinet with an average age of 39, and a parliament with the average age of 41. At the heart of that change mandate, 5 years after Ukraine's revolution of dignity, is a thirst for justice, because there cannot be dignity without justice. Without a reformed judicial sector that delivers justice with integrity for all, Ukrainian society will remain unsettled. Foreign investors, including American investors, will not bring the great investment needed to ensure that Ukraine's long-term prosperity is secured. This is why the principled promotion of the rule of law and institutional integrity is so necessary to our strategy for a successful Ukraine. It is also true for other former captive nations still recovering from the ashes of Soviet and communist misrule. It is why acting inconsistently with the core principle of the rule of law comes at great peril. I am grateful to all of the members of Congress and staffers, including many of you sitting here today, who have traveled to Ukraine over the past 5 years and appropriated billions of dollars of assistance in support of our primary policy goals. Those funds increase Ukraine's ability to fight Russian aggression in the defense, energy, cyber, and information spheres, and they also empower state institutions and civil society to undertake systemic reforms and tackle corruption. I believe all of us can be proud of our efforts in Ukraine over the past 5 years, even though much remains to be done. And by all of us, I mean those of us in the legislative and the executive branches, in both parties, the interagency community working out of our embassy in Kyiv, with Ukrainians in government, the military, and civil society, and our transatlantic allies and partners. We cannot allow our resolve to waver, since too much is at stake, not just for Ukraine and the future of European security, but for the national interests of the United States broadly defined. My prior deposition covered a lot of ground over 10 hours. Here are the main 10 themes for my testimony. I outlined my experience with longstanding U.S. interest in supporting anti-corruption efforts in Ukraine. This work gave me a front row seat to problematic activities by successive prosecutors general in Ukraine. For many of the issues this committee is investigating, my knowledge and understanding is sometimes firsthand and sometimes comes from others involved in specific conversations and meetings. This is no different than how anyone learns and carries out his or her job responsibilities. I have been and remain willing to share my factual observations with the committee and will make clear when those are based on personal knowledge or from information gleaned from others. U.S. efforts to counter corruption in Ukraine focus on building institutional capacity so that the Ukrainian government has the ability to go after corruption and effectively investigate, prosecute, and judge alleged criminal activities using appropriate institutional mechanisms. That is, to create and follow the rule of law. That means that if there are criminal nexuses for activity in the United States, U.S. law enforcement should pursue the case. If we think there's been a criminal act overseas that violates U.S. law, we have the institutional mechanisms to address that. It could be through the Justice Department and FBI agents assigned overseas, or through treaty mechanisms, such as the Mutual Legal Assistance Treaty. As a general principle, I do not believe the United States should ask other countries to engage in selective, politically associated investigations or prosecutions against opponents of those in power, because such selective actions undermine the rule of law, regardless of the country. The pervasive and longstanding problem of corruption in Ukraine included exposure to a situation involving the energy company Burisma. The primary concern of the U.S. government since 2014 was Burisma's owner, Mykola Zlochevsky, whose frozen assets abroad we had attempted to recover on Ukraine's behalf. In early 2015, I raised questions with the Deputy Prosecutor General about why the investigation of Mr. Zlochevsky had been terminated, based on our belief that prosecutors had accepted bribes to close the case. Later, I became aware that Hunter Biden was on the board of Burisma. Soon after that, in a briefing call with the national security staff of the Office of the Vice President in February of 2015, I raised my concern that Hunter Biden's status as a board member could create the perception of a conflict of interests. Let me be clear, however, I did not witness any effort by any U.S. official to shield Burisma from scrutiny. In fact, I and other U.S. officials consistently advocated reinstituting a scuttled investigation of Zlochevsky, Burisma's founder, as well as holding the corrupt prosecutors who closed the case to account. Over the course of 2018 and 2019, I became increasingly aware of an effort by Rudy Giuliani and others, including his associates Lev Parnas and Igor Fruman, to run a campaign to smear Ambassador Yovanovitch and other officials at the U.S. Embassy in Kyiv. The chief agitators on the Ukrainian side of this effort were some of those same corrupt former prosecutors I had encountered, particularly Yuri Lutsenko and Viktor Shokin. They were now peddling false information in order to extract revenge against those who had exposed their misconduct, including U.S. diplomats, Ukrainian anti-corruption officials, and reform-minded civil society groups in Ukraine. During the late spring and summer of 2019, I became alarmed as those efforts bore fruit. They led to the ouster of Ambassador Yovanovitch and hampered U.S. efforts to establish rapport with the new Zelensky administration in Ukraine. In mid-August, it became clear to me that Giuliani's efforts to gin up politically motivated investigations were now infecting U.S. engagement with Ukraine, leveraging President Zelensky's desire for a White House meeting. There are and always have been conditionality placed on our sovereign loan guarantees for Ukraine. Conditions include anti-corruption reforms, as well as meeting larger stability goals and social safety nets. The International Monetary Fund does the same thing. Congress and the executive branch work together to put conditionality on some security assistance in the Ukraine Security Assistance Initiative. Regarding my testimony today, I will do my best to answer your questions that will involve issues, conversations, and documents that span a number of years. I may be limited by 3 considerations. First, the State Department has collected all materials in response to the September 27th subpoena that may contain facts relevant to my testimony. I have no such documents or materials with me today. I will thus do my best to answer as accurately, completely, and truthfully as I can to the best of my recollection. Second, as this committee knows from deposition testimony, throughout this process there have been concerns that questions may be asked about classified information. We have asked the State Department for guidance about classification concerns related to the public release of my deposition, and the State Department has declined to provide any. So if I'm asked a question today that I believe may implicate classified information, I will respectfully decline to answer in this public forum. Third, there may be questions focusing on the identity of people in the intelligence community. These questions were redacted from my deposition's transcript. If such a question arises today, I will follow my counsel's advice and decline to answer. I would like to conclude my opening remarks with an observation about some of my fellow public servants who have come under personal attacks. Ambassador Yovanovitch, Lieutenant Colonel Vindman, and Dr. Hill, at least one of whom is going to appear before this body in the coming days. Masha, Alex, and Fiona were born abroad before their families or they themselves personally chose to immigrate to the United States. They all made the professional choice to serve the United States as public officials, helping shape our national security policy towards Russia in particular, and we and our national security are the better for it. In this sense, they are the 21st century heirs of 2 giants of 20th century U.S. national security policy who also were born abroad. My former professor Zbigniew Brzezinski and his fellow immigrant Henry Kissinger. Like the Brzezinskis and Kissingers, the Yovanovitches and Vindmans fled Nazi and communist oppression to contribute to a stronger, more secure America. That honorable tradition of transatlantic ties goes back to the very founding of our republic. Our 18th century independence would not have been secured without the choice of European officers, the French-born Lafayette and Rochambeau, the German-born von Steuben, and the Poles Pulaski and Kosciuszko, to come to the New World and fight for our cause of freedom and the birth of a new country free from imperial dominion. It is my privilege to sit next to my former boss, Ambassador Taylor, today, and it is my honor to serve with all of these patriotic Americans. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador Taylor.
Mr. Chairman, I'm appearing today at the committee's request to provide my perspective on the events that are the subject of the committee's inquiry. I want to emphasize at the outset that while I am aware that the committee has requested my testimony as part of impeachment proceedings, I am not here to take one side or the other, or to advocate for any particular outcome of these proceedings. My sole purpose is to provide facts as I know them about the incidents in question, as well as my views about the strategic importance of Ukraine to the United States. By way of background, it has been a privilege for me to serve our country and the American people for more than 50 years, starting as a cadet at West Point, as you have mentioned, Mr. Chairman, then as an infantry officer for 6 years, including with the 101st Airborne Division in Vietnam, then at the Department of Energy, then as a member of a Senate staff, then at NATO, then with the State Department here and abroad in Afghanistan, Iraq, Jerusalem, and Ukraine. I retired from the State Department in 2009 to join the United States Institute of Peace. I'm neither a career member of the Foreign Service nor of the Civil Service. I am nonpartisan and have been appointed to my positions by every president from President Reagan to President Trump. Let me summarize my main points. First, Ukraine is a strategic partner of the United States, important for the security of our country, as well as Europe. Ukraine is on the front line in the conflict with a newly aggressive Russia. Second, even as we sit here today, the Russians are attacking Ukrainian soldiers in their own country and have been for the last 4 years. I saw this on the front line last week. The day I was there, a Ukrainian soldier was killed and 4 were wounded. Third, the security assistance we provide is crucial to Ukraine's defense and to the protection of the soldiers I met on the front line last week. It demonstrates to Ukrainians and Russians that we are Ukraine's reliable strategic partner. It is clearly in our national interest to deter further Russian aggression. And finally, as the committee is aware, I wrote that withholding security assistance in exchange for help with a domestic political campaign in the United States would be crazy. I believed that then, and I believe it now. Let me tell you why. On May 28th of this year, I met with Secretary of State Mike Pompeo, who asked me to rejoin the State Department and return to Kyiv to lead our embassy in Ukraine. It was and is a critical time for U.S.-Ukraine relations. I had served as ambassador to Ukraine from 2006 to 2009. Having been nominated by George W. Bush, and in the intervening 10 years had stayed engaged with Ukraine. Across the responsibilities I have had in public service, Ukraine is the highlight. And so Secretary Pompeo's offer to return as chief of mission was compelling. Since I left Ukraine in 2009, the country had continued to turn toward the West. But in 2013, Vladimir Putin was so threatened by the prospect of Ukraine joining the European Union that he tried to bribe the Ukrainian president. This triggered mass protests in the winter of 2013 that drove that president to flee to Russia in February 2014, but not before his forces killed 100 Ukrainian protesters in central Kyiv. Days later, Mr. Putin invaded Crimea, holding a sham referendum at the point of Russian army rifles. The Russians absurdly claimed that 97% voted to join Russia. In early April, Putin sent his army and security forces into southeastern Ukraine to generate illegal armed formations and puppet governments in what we know as Donbass. You can see this on the map in the right-hand portion, in the eastern portion of the country. 14,000 Ukrainians have died in the war in Donbass, and more die each week. In July 2014, these Russian-led forces in Donbass shot down a civilian airliner en route from Amsterdam to Malaysia, killing all 298 people on board. We, the Europeans, and most of the West imposed economic sanctions and kicked the Russians out of the G8. Beginning in 2014, we and NATO began to provide military assistance to Ukraine's armed forces in the form of training, advice, military equipment, and weapons. It is this security assistance that is at the heart of the controversy that we are discussing today. The pro-Russian president, who was run out of Kyiv in 2014, had let the Russian armed forces deteriorate to the point of ruin. In response to the Russian invasion, the new Ukrainian authorities, with an amazing outpouring of support from regular Ukrainian people, rebuilt the army, nearly from scratch, spending more than 5% of Ukrainian GDP on defense since the war started. The whole Ukrainian nation fiercely responded to the Russian attack. The nation united like never before. A ragtag army developed into a strong fighting force and the United States played a vital role. Since 2014, you and Congress have provided over $1.6 billion in military assistance to Ukraine. The security assistance provides small unit training at an Army base near Lviv in the western of the country. It provides ambulances, night vision devices, communications equipment, counter-battery radar, Navy ships, and finally, weapons. This security assistance demonstrates our commitment to resist aggression and defend freedom. During the 2014 to 2016 period, I was serving outside of government and joined two other former ambassadors to Ukraine in urging the Obama administration officials at the State Department, Defense Department, and other agencies to provide lethal defensive weapons to Ukraine in order to deter further Russian aggression. I also supported much stronger sanctions on Russia. I was pleased when the Trump administration provided Javelin anti-tank missiles and enacted stronger sanctions. All to say, I cared about Ukraine's future and the important U.S. interests there. So when Secretary Pompeo asked me to go back to Kyiv, I wanted to say yes, but it was not an easy decision. The former ambassador, Masha Yovanovitch, has been treated poorly, caught in a web of political machinations both in Kyiv and in Washington. I feared that those problems were still present. I consulted both my wife and a respected former senior Republican official who has been a mentor. I will tell you that my wife, in no uncertain terms, strongly opposed the idea. The mentor counseled, if your country asks you to do something, you do it if you can be effective. I could be effective only if the U.S. policy of strong support for Ukraine, strong diplomatic support, along with robust security, economic, and technical assistance were to continue, and if I had the backing of the Secretary of State to implement that policy. And I worried about what I had heard concerning the role of Rudy Giuliani, who had made several controversial statements about Ukraine and U.S. policy toward the country. So during my meeting with Secretary Pompeo on May 28th, I made clear to him and the others present that if U.S. policy toward Ukraine changed, he would not want me posted there, and I could not stay. He assured me that the policy of strong support for Ukraine would continue and that he would support me in defending that policy. With that understanding, I agreed to go back to Kyiv. Because I was appointed by the Secretary but not reconfirmed by the Senate, my official position was chargé d'affaires ad interim. In effect, I was the acting ambassador to Ukraine. I returned to Kyiv on June 17th, carrying the original copy of a letter President Trump signed the day after I met with the Secretary. In that letter, President Trump congratulated President Zelensky on his election victory and invited him to a meeting in the Oval Office. But once I arrived in Kyiv, I discovered a weird combination of encouraging, confusing, and ultimately alarming circumstances. First, the encouraging. President Zelensky was reforming Ukraine in a hurry. He appointed reformist ministers and supported long-stalled anti-corruption legislation. He took quick executive action, including opening Ukraine's high anti-corruption court. With a new parliamentary majority stemming from snap elections, President Zelensky changed the Ukrainian constitution to remove absolute immunity from Rada deputies, the source of raw corruption for 2 decades. The excitement in Kyiv was palpable. This time could be different, a new Ukraine finally breaking from its corrupt post-Soviet past. And yet, I found a confusing and unusual arrangement for making U.S. policy toward Ukraine. There appeared to be 2 channels of U.S. policymaking and implementation, one regular and one highly irregular. As the acting ambassador, I had authority over the regular, formal diplomatic processes, including the bulk of the U.S. effort to support Ukraine against Russian invasion and to help it defeat corruption. My colleague, Deputy Assistant Secretary of State George Kent, and our colleagues at the National Security Council were my main points of contact in Washington in this regular channel. This channel is formally responsible for formulating and overseeing the implementation of U.S. foreign policy with respect to Ukraine, a policy that has consistently enjoyed strong bipartisan support, both in Congress and in all administrations since Ukraine's independence from Russia in 1991. the same time, however, I encountered an irregular, informal channel of U.S. policymaking with respect to Ukraine, unaccountable to Congress, a channel that included then Special Envoy Kurt Volker, U.S. Ambassador to the European Union Gordon Sondland, Secretary of Energy Rick Perry, White House Chief of Staff Mick Mulvaney, and, as I subsequently learned, Mr. Giuliani. I was clearly in the regular channel, but I was also in the irregular one to the extent that Ambassadors Volker and Sondland, including me in certain conversations. Although this irregular channel was well connected in Washington, it operated mostly outside of official State Department channels. The irregular channel began when Ambassador Volker, Ambassador Sondland, Secretary Perry, and Senator Ron Johnson briefed President Trump on May 23rd upon their return from President Zelensky's inauguration. The delegation was as enthusiastic as I would soon become about the new Ukrainian president and urged President Trump to meet with him early on to cement the U.S.-Ukraine relationship. But from what I understood from the participants, President Trump did not share their enthusiasm for a meeting with President Zelensky. When I arrived in Kyiv, the actions of both the regular and the irregular channels of foreign policy appeared to serve the same goal, a strong U.S.-Ukraine partnership. But it became clear to me by August that the channels had diverged in their objectives. As this occurred, I became increasingly concerned. In late June, both channels were trying to facilitate a visit by President Zelensky to the White House for a meeting with President Trump, which President Trump had promised in his congratulatory letter of May 29th. The Ukrainians were clearly eager for the meeting to happen. But during my subsequent communications with Ambassadors Volker and Sondland, they relayed to me that the President wanted to hear from Zelensky before scheduling the meeting in the Oval Office. It was not clear to me what this meant. On June 27th, Ambassador Sondland told me during a phone conversation that President Zelensky needed to make clear to President Trump that he, President Zelensky, was not standing in the way of investigations. I sensed something odd when Ambassador Sondland told me on June 28th that he did not wish to include most of the regular interagency participants in a call planned with President Zelensky later that day. Ambassador Sondland, Ambassador Volker, Secretary Perry, and I were on this call, dialing in from different locations. However, Ambassador Sondland said he wanted to make sure no one was transcribing or monitoring as they added President Zelensky to the call. Also, before President Zelensky joined the call, Ambassador Volker separately told the U.S. participants that he, Ambassador Volker, planned to be explicit with President Zelensky in a one-on-one meeting in Toronto on July 2nd. In that meeting, Ambassador Volker planned to make clear what President Zelensky should do to get the White House meeting. I did not understand what this meant, but Ambassador Volker said he would relay that President Trump wanted to see rule of law, transparency, but also specifically cooperation on investigations to get to the bottom of things. Once President Zelensky joined the call, the conversation was focused on energy policy and the war in Donbass. President Zelensky also said he looked forward to the White House visit President Trump had offered in his May 29th letter. By mid-July, it was becoming clear to me that the meeting President Zelensky wanted was conditioned on the investigations of Burisma and alleged Ukrainian interference in the 2016 U.S. elections. It was also clear that this condition was driven by the irregular policy channel I had come to understand was guided by Mr. Giuliani. In a regular NSC secure video conference call on July 18th, I heard a staff person from the Office of Management and Budget say that there was a hold on security assistance to Ukraine, but could not say why. Toward the end of an otherwise normal meeting, a voice on the call, the person was off screen, said that she was from OMB, and her boss had instructed her not to approve any additional spending on security assistance for Ukraine until further notice. I and others sat in astonishment. The Ukrainians were fighting Russians and counted on not only the training and weapons, but also the assurance of U.S. support. All that the OMB staff person said was that the directive had come from the President to the Chief of Staff to OMB. In an instant, I realized that one of the key pillars of our strong support for Ukraine was threatened. The irregular policy channel was running contrary to the goals of long-standing U.S. policy. There followed a series of NSC-led interagency meetings, starting at the staff level and quickly reaching the level of cabinet secretaries. At every meeting, the unanimous conclusion was that the security assistance should be resumed, the hold lifted. At one point, the Defense Department was asked to perform an analysis of the effectiveness of the assistance. Within a day, the Defense Department came back with the determination that the assistance was effective and should be resumed. My understanding was that the Secretaries of Defense and State, the CIA Director, and the National Security Advisor sought a joint meeting with the President to convince him to release the hold, but such a meeting was hard to schedule, and the hold lasted well into September. On July 9th, in a phone call with then Senior Director for European and Russian Affairs Fiona Hill and Director of European Affairs, Lieutenant Colonel Alex Vindman at the NSC, they tried to assure me that they were not aware of any official change in U.S. policy toward Ukraine, OMB's announcement notwithstanding. They did confirm that the hold on security assistance for Ukraine came from Chief of Staff Mick Mulvaney, who maintained a skeptical view of Ukraine. In the same July 19th phone call, they gave me an account of a July 10th meeting with Ukrainian and American officials at the White House. They told me that partway through the meeting, Ambassador Sondland had connected investigations with an Oval Office meeting for President Zelensky, which so irritated then National Security Advisor John Bolton that he abruptly ended the meeting, telling Dr. Hill and Lieutenant Colonel Vindman that they should have nothing to do with domestic politics. He also directed Dr. Hill to brief the lawyers. Dr. Hill said that Ambassador Bolton referred to this deal as this is a drug deal after the July 10th meeting. Ambassador Bolton opposed a call between President Zelensky and President Trump out of concern that it would be a disaster. Needless to say, the Ukrainians in the meetings were confused. Ambassador Bolton, in the regular Ukraine policy decision-making channel, wanted to talk about security, energy, and reform. Ambassador Sondland, a participant in the irregular channel, wanted to talk about the connection between a White House meeting and Ukrainian investigations. Also, during our July 19th call, Dr. Hill informed me that Ambassador Volker had met with Mr. Giuliani to discuss Ukraine. This caught me by surprise. The next day, I asked Ambassador Volker about that meeting, but received no response. I began to sense that these two separate decision-making channels, the regular and the irregular, were separate and at odds. Later that day, I received text messages on a three-way WhatsApp text conversation with Ambassadors Volker and Sondland, a record of which was provided by Ambassador Volker. Ambassador Sondland said that a call between President Trump and President Zelensky would take place soon. Ambassador Volker said that what was most important is for Zelensky to say that he will help investigation and address any specific personnel issues, if there are any. On the next day, July 20th, I had a phone conversation with Ambassador Sondland while he was on a train from Paris to London. Ambassador Sondland told me that he had recommended to President Zelensky that he use the phrase, "I will leave no stone unturned," with regard to investigations when President Zelensky spoke with President Trump. Also on July 20th, I had a phone conversation with Alexander Danylyuk, President Zelensky's national security advisor, who emphasized that President Zelensky did not want to be used as an instrument in a U.S. re-election campaign. The next day, I texted both Ambassadors Volker and Sondland about President Zelensky's concern. On July 25th, President Trump and President Zelensky had the long-awaited phone conversation. Even though I was acting ambassador and was scheduled to meet with President Zelensky along with Ambassador Volker the following day, I received no readout of the call from the White House. The Ukrainian government issued a short, cryptic summary. During a previously planned July 26 meeting, President Zelensky told Ambassador Volker and me that he was happy with the call, but did not elaborate. President Zelensky then asked about the face-to-face meeting in the Oval Office as promised in the May 29th letter from President Trump. We could give him no firm answer. After our meeting with President Zelensky, Ambassador Volker and I traveled to the front line in northern Donbass to receive a briefing from the commander of forces on the line of contact. Arriving for the briefing in the military headquarters, the commander thanked us for the security assistance. But I was aware that this assistance was on hold, which made me uncomfortable. Ambassador Volker and I could see the armed and hostile Russian-led forces on the other side of the damaged bridge across the line of contact. Russian-led forces continue to kill Ukrainians in the war, 1 or 2 a week. More Ukrainians would undoubtedly die without the U.S. assistance. Although I spent the morning of July 26 with President Zelensky and other Ukrainian officials, the first summary of the July 25th Trump-Zelensky call that I heard from anybody inside the U.S. government was during a phone call I had with Tim Morrison, Dr. Hill's recent replacement at the NSC, on July 28th. Mr. Morrison told me that the call could have been better, and that President Trump had suggested that President Zelensky or his staff meet with Mr. Giuliani and Attorney General William Barr. I did not see any official readout of the call until it was publicly released on September 25th. By August, I was becoming more concerned. On August 16th, I exchanged text messages with Ambassador Volker in which I learned that Andriy Yermak, a senior advisor to President Zelensky, had asked that the United States submit an official request for an investigation into Burisma's alleged violations of Ukrainian law, if that is what the United States desired. A formal U.S. request to the Ukrainians to conduct an investigation based on violations of their own law struck me as improper, and I recommended to Ambassador Volker that we stay clear. To find out the legal aspects of the question, however, I gave him the name of a Deputy Assistant Attorney General whom I thought would be the proper point of contact for seeking a U.S. request for a foreign investigation. By mid-August, because the security assistance had been held for over a month for no reason that I could discern, I was beginning to fear that the long-standing U.S. policy of support for Ukraine was shifting. I called State Department Counselor Ulrich Breckbuhl to discuss this on August 21st. He said he was not aware of a change in policy, but would check on the status of the security assistance. My concern deepened the next day on August 22nd during a phone conversation with Mr. Morrison. I asked him if there had been a change in policy of strong support for Ukraine, to which he responded, "It remains to be seen." He also told me during this call that the president doesn't want to provide any assistance at all. That was extremely troubling to me, as I had told Secretary Pompeo in May, if the policy of strong support for Ukraine were to change, I would have to resign. Based on my call with Mr. Morrison, I was preparing to do so. Just days later, on August 27th, Ambassador Bolton arrived in Kyiv and met with President Zelensky. During their meeting, security assistance was not discussed. As far as I knew, the Ukrainians were not aware of the hold until August 29th. I, on the other hand, was all too aware of and still troubled by the hold. Near the end of Ambassador Bolton's visit, I asked to meet him privately, during which I expressed to him my serious concern about the withholding of military assistance to Ukraine while the Ukrainians were defending their country from Russian aggression. Ambassador Bolton recommended that I send a first-person cable to Secretary Pompeo directly, relaying my concerns. I wrote and transmitted such a cable on August 29th, describing the folly I saw in withholding military aid to Ukraine at a time when hostilities were still active in the East and when Russia was watching closely to gauge the level of American support for the Ukrainian government. The Russians, as I said at my deposition, would love to see the humiliation of President Zelensky at the hands of the Americans. I told the Secretary that I could not and would not defend such a policy. Although I received no specific response, I heard that soon thereafter, the Secretary carried the cable with him to a meeting at the White House focused on security assistance for Ukraine. The same day that I sent my cable to the Secretary, Mr. Yermak contacted me very concerned, asking about the withheld security assistance. The hold that the White House had placed on assistance had just been made public that day in a Politico story. At that point, I was embarrassed that I could give him no explanation for why it was withheld. It had still not occurred to me that the hold on security assistance could be related to the investigations. That, however, would change. On September 1st, just 3 days after my cable to Secretary Pompeo, President Zelensky met Vice President Pence at a bilateral meeting in Warsaw. President Trump had planned to travel to Warsaw, but at the last minute had canceled because of Hurricane Dorian. Just hours before the Pence-Zelensky meeting, I contacted Mr. Daniluk to let him know that the delay of U.S. assistance was an all-or-nothing proposition in the sense that if the White House did not lift the hold prior to the end of the fiscal year, September 30th, the funds would expire and Ukraine would receive nothing. I was hopeful that at the bilateral meeting, or shortly thereafter, the White House would lift the hold, but this was not to be. On the evening of September 1st, I received a readout of the Pence-Zelensky meeting over the phone from Mr. Morrison, during which he told me that President Zelensky had opened the meeting by immediately asking Vice President about the security cooperation. The Vice President did not respond substantively, but said that he would talk to President Trump that night. The Vice President did say that President Trump wanted the Europeans to do more to support Ukraine and that he wanted the Ukrainians to do more to fight corruption. During the same phone call with Mr. Morrison, he described a conversation Ambassador Sondland had with Mr. Yermak in Warsaw. Ambassador Sondland told Mr. Yermak that the security assistance money would not come until President Zelensky committed to pursue the Burisma investigation. I was alarmed by what Mr. Morrison told me about the Sondland-Yermak conversation. I understand that Mr. Morrison testified at his deposition that Ambassador Sondland proposed it might be sufficient for the Ukrainian Prosecutor General to commit to pursue the investigations, as opposed to President Zelensky. But this was the first time that I had heard that the security assistance, not just the White House meeting, was conditioned on the investigations. Very concerned, on that same day, September 1st, I sent Ambassador Sondland a text message asking if we are now saying that the security assistance and a White House meeting are conditioned on investigations. Ambassador Sondland responded, asking me to call him, which I did. During that phone call, Ambassador Sondland told me that President Trump had told him that he wants President Zelensky to state publicly that Ukraine will investigate Burisma and alleged Ukrainian interference in the 2016 election. Ambassador Sondland also told me that he now recognized that he had made a mistake by earlier telling Ukrainian officials that only a White House meeting with President Zelensky was dependent on a public announcement of the investigations. In fact, Ambassador Sondland said, everything was dependent on such an announcement, including security assistance. He said that President Trump wanted President Zelensky in a public box by making a public statement about ordering such investigations. In the same September 1st call, I told Ambassador Sondland that President Trump should have more respect for another head of state, and that what he described was not in the interest of either President Trump or President Zelensky. At that point, I asked Ambassador Sondland to push back on President Trump's demand. Ambassador Sondland pledged to try. I suggested the possibility that Ukrainian Prosecutor General, rather than President Zelensky, would make a statement about the investigations, potentially in coordination with Attorney General Barr's probe into the investigation of interference in the 2016 elections. The next day, September 2nd, Mr. Morrison called to inform me that Mr. Daniluk had asked him to come to his hotel in Warsaw. Mr. Daniluk expressed President Zelensky's concern about the possible loss of U.S. support for Ukraine. In particular, Mr. Morrison relayed to me that the inability of any U.S. officials to respond to the Ukrainians' explicit questions about security assistance was troubling them. I was experiencing the same tension in my dealings with the Ukrainians, including a meeting I had had with the defense minister that day. On September 5th, I accompanied Senators Johnson and Murphy during their visit to Kyiv. When we met with President Zelensky, his first question to the senators was about the withheld security assistance. My recollection of the meeting is that both senators stressed that bipartisan support for Ukraine in Washington was Ukraine's most important strategic asset, and that President Zelensky should not jeopardize that bipartisan support by getting drawn into U.S. domestic politics. I had been making, and continue to make, this point to all of my official Ukrainian contacts. But the odd push to make President Zelensky publicly commit to investigations of Burisma and alleged interference in the 2016 election showed how the official foreign policy of the United States was undercut by the irregular efforts led by Mr. Giuliani. 2 days later, September 7th, I had a conversation with Mr. Morrison in which he described a phone conversation earlier that day between Ambassador Sondland and President Trump. Mr. Morrison said that he had a sinking feeling after learning about this conversation from Ambassador Sondland. According to Mr. Morrison, President Trump told Ambassador Sondland he was not asking for a quid pro quo. But President Trump did insist that President Zelensky go to a microphone and say he is opening investigations of Biden and 2016 election interference, and that President Zelensky should want to do this himself. Mr. Morrison said that he told Ambassador Bolton and the NSC lawyers of this phone call between President Trump and Ambassador Sondland. The following day, on September 8th, Ambassador Sondland and I spoke on the phone. He confirmed that he had talked to President Trump, as I had suggested a week earlier, but that President Trump was adamant that President Zelensky himself had to clear things up and do it in public. President Trump said it was not a quid pro quo. I believe this was the same conversation between Ambassador Sondland and President Trump that Mr. Morrison had described to me on September 7th. Ambassador Sondland also said that he had talked to President Zelensky and Mr. Yermak and had told them that although this was not a quid pro quo, if President Zelensky did not clear things up in public, we would be at a stalemate. I understood a stalemate to mean that Ukraine would not receive the much-needed military assistance. Ambassador Sondland said that this conversation concluded with President Zelensky agreeing to make a public statement in an interview on CNN. Shortly after that call with Ambassador Sondland, I expressed my strong reservations in a text message to Ambassador Sondland, stating that my nightmare is that they, the Ukrainians, give the interview and don't get the security assistance. The Russians love it, and I quit. And I was serious. The next day, September 9th, I said to Ambassador Sondland and Volker that the message to the Ukrainians and the Russians we send with the decision on security assistance is key. With the hold, we have already shaken their faith in us. I also said I think it's crazy to withhold security assistance for help with the political campaign. Ambassador Sondland responded about 5 hours later that I was incorrect about President Trump's intentions. The president has been crystal clear, no quid pro quos of any kind. During our call on September 8th, Ambassador Sondland tried to explain to me that President Trump is a businessman. When a businessman is about to sign a check to someone who owes him something, the businessman asks that person to pay up before signing the check. Ambassador Volker used the same language several days later while we were together at the Yalta European Strategy Conference. I argued to both that the explanation made no sense. The Ukrainians did not owe President Trump anything, and holding up security assistance for domestic political gain was crazy, as I had said in my text message to Ambassador Sondland and Volker on September 9th. Finally, on September 11th, I learned that the hold had been lifted and that security assistance would be provided. I was not told the reason why the hold had been lifted. The next day, I personally conveyed the news to President Zelensky and the Ukrainian foreign minister, and I again reminded Mr. Yermak of the high strategic value of bipartisan support for Ukraine and the importance of not getting involved in other countries' elections. My fear at the time was that since Ambassador Sondland had told me President Zelensky had already agreed to do a CNN interview, President Zelensky would make a statement regarding investigations that would have played into domestic U.S. politics. I sought to confirm through Mr. Daniluk that President Zelensky was not planning to give such an interview to the media. While Mr. Daniluk initially confirmed that on September 12th, I noticed during a meeting on the morning of September 13th at President Zelensky's office that Mr. Yermak looked uncomfortable in response to the question. Again, I asked Mr. Daniluk to confirm that there would be no CNN interview, which he did. On September 25th, at the UN General Assembly session in New York City, President Trump met President Zelensky face-to-face. He also released the transcript of the July 25th call. The United States gave the Ukrainians virtually no notice of the release, and they were livid. Although this was the first time I had seen the details of President Trump's July 25th call with President Zelensky, in which he mentioned Vice President Biden, I had come to understand well before then that investigations was a term Ambassadors Volker and Sondland used to mean matters related to the 2016 elections and to investigations of Burisma and the Bidens. Last Friday, a member of my staff told me of events that occurred on July 26th. While Ambassador Volker and I visited the front, this member of my staff accompanied Ambassador Sondland. Ambassador Sondland met with Mr. Yermak. Following that meeting, in the presence of my staff, at a restaurant, Ambassador Sondland called President Trump and told him of his meetings in Kyiv. The member of my staff could hear President Trump on the phone asking Ambassador Sondland about the investigations. Ambassador Sondland told President Trump the Ukrainians were ready to move forward. Following the call with President Trump, the member of my staff asked Ambassador Sondland what President Trump thought about Ukraine. Ambassador Sondland responded that President Trump cares more about the investigations of Biden, which Giuliani was pressing for. At the time I gave my deposition on October 22nd, I was not aware of this information. I'm including it here for completeness. As the committee knows, I reported this information through counsel to the State Department's legal advisor, as well as to counsel for both the majority and the minority of this committee. It is my understanding that the committee is following up on this matter. Mr. Chairman, I recognize that this is rather a lengthy recitation of the events of the past few months, told from my vantage point in Kyiv. But I also recognize the importance of the matters your committee is investigating. And I hope that this chronology will provide some framework for your questions. As I mentioned in my October 22nd deposition, the information and quotes in my testimony are based on my best recollection as well as a review of my personal notes. Let me return to the points I made at the outset. Ukraine is important to the security of the United States. The largest country in Europe by landmass, Ukraine is a young democracy struggling to join Europe and ally itself with the United States. It has been violently attacked by Russia, which continues its armed aggression against Ukraine to this day. If we believe in the principle of the sovereignty of nations, on which our security and the security of our friends and allies depends, if we believe that nations get to decide on their own economic, political, and security alliances, we must support Ukraine in its fight against its bullying neighbor. Russian aggression cannot stand. Republican and Democratic administrations over 3 decades have been generous with assistance funding, both civilian and military, and political support. With overwhelming bipartisan majorities, Congress has imposed harsh sanctions on Russia for invading and occupying Ukraine. Mr. Chairman, there are 2 Ukraine stories today. The first is the one we're discussing this morning that you have been hearing about for the past 2 weeks. It's a rancorous story about whistleblowers, Mr. Giuliani, side channels, quid pro quos, corruption, and interference in elections. In this story, Ukraine is merely an object. But there's another story, a positive, bipartisan one. In this second story, Ukraine is the subject. This one is about young people in a young nation struggling to break free of its past, hopeful that their new government will finally usher in a new Ukraine, proud of its independence from Russia, eager to join Western institutions and enjoy a more secure and prosperous life. This story describes a nation developing an inclusive democratic nationalism, not unlike what we in America, in our best moments, feel about our diverse country. Less concerned about what language we speak, what religion, if any, we practice, where our parents and grandparents came from, more concerned about building a new country. And I'm now looking forward to your questions.
I thank you both for your testimony, and I now recognize myself and Majority Counsel for 45 minutes of questions.
Mr. Chairman,
Ambassador Taylor, I would like to begin by following up on something that you have disclosed today and you disclosed earlier to both majority and minority, but it is some new information for the committee. You said in your testimony that one of your staff was present with Ambassador Sondland on the day after the July 25th phone call. Is that right?
That's correct, Mr. Chairman.
And as your staff related the event to you, your staff member could overhear Mr. Sondland on the phone, could overhear the president on the phone with Mr. Sondland. Is that right?
That's correct.
So the president must have been speaking loud enough on the phone. This was a cell phone, I take it?
It was a cell phone.
The president must have been speaking loud enough for your staff member to be able to overhear this?
It was.
And what your staff member could overhear was President Trump asking Ambassador Sondland about, quote, the investigations. Is that right?
That's correct.
Now, I think you testified also that you had come to understand that the term investigations was a term that Ambassador Sondland, as well as Volker, used to mean matters related to the 2016 elections and to the investigations of Burisma and the Bidens. Is that correct?
That is correct, Mr. Chairman.
So your staff member overhears the president asking about the investigations, meaning Burisma and the Bidens in 2016. And Ambassador Sondland told President Trump that the Ukrainians were ready to move forward?
He did.
And I think you said that after the call, when your staff asked Ambassador Sondland what President Trump thought of Ukraine, his response was that President Trump cares more about the investigations of Biden. Is that right?
And Burisma, yes, sir.
And I take it the import of that is he cares more about that than he does about Ukraine.
Yes, sir.
During your testimony, Ambassador Taylor, you also said that more Ukrainians would undoubtedly die without U.S. assistance. Why is that?
Mr. Chairman, the security assistance that we provide, it takes many forms. One of the components of that assistance is counter-battery radar. Another component are sniper weapons. These weapons and this assistance it allows the Ukrainian military to deter further incursions by the Russians against Ukrainian territory. If that further incursion, further aggression were to take place, more Ukrainians would die. So it is a deterrent effect that these weapons provide. It's also the ability, it gives the Ukrainians the ability to negotiate from a position of a little more strength when they negotiate an end to the war in Donbass, negotiating with the Russians. This also is a way that would reduce the number of Ukrainians who would die.
I take it if the provision of U.S. military assistance would save Ukrainian lives, that any delay in that assistance may also cost Ukrainian lives. Is that true?
Mr. Chairman, of course, it's hard to draw any direct lines between any particular element of security assistance and any particular death on the battlefield. But it is certainly true that that assistance had enabled Ukrainian armed forces to be effective and deter and to be able to take countermeasures to the attacks that the Russians had.
And I think you said that a Ukrainian soldier lost their life while you were visiting Donbass.
We keep very careful track of the casualties, and I noticed on the next day the information that we got that one was killed, 4 soldiers were wounded on that day.
And indeed, Ukrainians lose their lives every week.
Every week.
think you also testified that Russia was watching closely to gauge the level of American support for the Ukrainian government. Why is that significant?
This is significant, Mr. Chairman, because the Ukrainians, in particular under this new administration, are eager to end this war. And they are eager to end it in a way that the Russians leave their territory. These negotiations, like all negotiations, are difficult. Ukrainians would like to be able to negotiate from a position of strength, or at least more strength than they now have. Part of that strength, part of the ability of the Ukrainians to negotiate against the Russians, with the Russians for an end to the war in Donbass, depends on the United States and other international support. If we withdraw or suspend or threaten to withdraw our security assistance, that's a message to the Ukrainians, but it's at least as important, as your question indicates, Mr. Chairman, to the Russians, who are looking for any sign of weakness or any sign that we are withdrawing our support for Ukraine.
And so when the Ukrainians learned of the suspension of the military aid, either privately or when others learned publicly, the Russians would be learning also. And they would take that as a lack of robust U.S. support for Ukraine. Is that right?
That's correct, sir.
And that would weaken Ukraine in negotiating an end to the war in Donbass.
It would.
People watching, I'm sure, are interested in how military assistance and diplomatic support for Ukraine affects Ukraine, but even more so interested in how does this affect our national security? Now, I think you said that if we believe in a principle of sovereignty of nations where countries get to determine their own economic, political, and security alliances, we have to support Ukraine in its fight, that the kind of aggression we see by Russia can't stand. How is it important to American national security that we provide for a robust defense of Ukraine's sovereignty?
Mr. Chairman, as my colleague, Deputy Assistant Secretary George Kent described, we have a national security policy, a national defense policy that identifies Russia and China as adversaries. The Russians are violating all of the rules, treaties, understandings that they committed to that actually kept the peace in Europe for nearly 70 years. Until they invaded Ukraine in 2014, they had abided by sovereignty of nations, of inviolability of borders. That rule of law, that order that kept the peace in Europe and allowed for prosperity as well as peace in Europe was violated by the Russians. And if we don't push back on that, on those violations, then that will continue. And that, Mr. Chairman, affects us. It affects the world that we live in, that our children will grow up in, and our grandchildren. This affects the kind of world that we want to see abroad. So that affects our national interest very directly. Ukraine is on the front line of that conflict.
I want to thank you both for your decades of service to the country, and I'll now recognize Mr. Goldman for questioning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ambassador Taylor, on the heels of you discussing the importance of the security assistance to Ukraine, I want to go to the end of the timeline where you learned that that security assistance was conditioned on Ukraine announcing the investigations that the president wanted. And in particular, on September 9th of this year, you texted Ambassador Sondland and Volker, and the text message should be on the screen in front of you. And if you could read what you wrote.
As I said on the phone, I think it's crazy to withhold security assistance for help with a political campaign.
What did you mean when you said you thought it was crazy?
Ms. Goldman, I meant that because of the importance of security assistance, that we had just described and had a conversation with the chairman, because that was so important, that security assistance was so important for Ukraine as well as our own national interest, to withhold that assistance for no good reason other than help with the political campaign made no sense. It was counterproductive to all of what we had been trying to do. It was illogical. It could not be explained. It was crazy.
When you say all of what we were trying to do, what do you mean by we?
I mean that the United States was trying to support Ukraine as a frontline state against Russian attack. And again, the whole notion of a rules-based order was being threatened by the Russians in Ukraine. So our security assistance was designed to support Ukraine. That's it. It was not just the United States. It was all of our allies.
When you reference help with a political campaign in this text message, what did you mean?
I meant that the investigation of Burisma and the Bidens was clearly identified by Mr. Giuliani in public for months as a way to get information on the two Bidens.
And that investigation, at the very least, was mentioned by President Trump in the July 25th phone call with President Zelensky. Is that right?
As we now know, yes. Yes, on September 25th, that transcript was released.
Ambassador Taylor, in your decades of military service and diplomatic service representing the United States around the world, have you ever seen another example of foreign aid conditioned on the personal or political interests of the President of the United States?
No, Mr. Goldman, I've not.
Mr. Kent, that vital military assistance that was not the only thing that President Trump was withholding from Ukraine. What else was contingent on Ukraine initiating these investigations?
Well, as we've talked earlier today, the possibility of a White House meeting was being held contingent to an announcement.
How important to President Zelensky was a White House meeting?
New leaders, particularly countries that are trying to have good footing in the international arena, see a meeting with the U.S. President in the Oval Office at the White House as the ultimate sign of endorsement and support from the United States.
President Zelensky was a relatively new president, is that right?
That's correct. He was elected on April 21st, and his government was formed after parliamentary elections in July.
Would a White House meeting for President Zelensky boost his legitimacy as a new president in Ukraine?
It would primarily boost his leverage to negotiate with Vladimir Putin about the Russian occupation of 7% of Ukrainian territory.
Mr. Kent, is pressuring Ukraine to conduct what I believe you've called political investigations a part of U.S. foreign policy to promote the rule of law in Ukraine and around the world?
It is not.
Is it in the national interest of the United States?
In my opinion, it is not.
Why not?
Because our policies, particularly in promoting the rule of law, are designed to help countries, and in Eastern Europe and Central Europe, that is overcoming the legacy of communism. In the communist system, in particular, the Prosecutor General Office was used to suppress and persecute citizens, not promote the rule of law. So in helping these countries reach their own aspirations to join the Western community of nations and live lives of dignity, helping them have the rule of law with strong institutions is the purpose of our policy.
So in other words, it is a purpose of our foreign policy to encourage foreign nations to refrain from conducting political investigations. Is that right?
Correct. And in fact, as a matter of policy, not of programming, we oftentimes raise our concerns, usually in private, with countries that we feel are engaged in selective political prosecution and persecution of their opponents.
Ambassador Taylor, now that we've established that you ultimately did understand that President Trump was withholding the security assistance and a White House meeting from Ukraine until they announced these investigations to benefit his re-election campaign, Let's go back a little bit in time to when you first learned about this conditionality. And on September 1st, so a little more than a week before that text we just read, you sent another text to Ambassadors Sondland and Volker, which should also be on the screen in front of you. And if you could read what you wrote to them.
Are we now saying that security assistance and White House meeting are conditioned on investigations?
And Ambassador Sondland responded, "Call me."
He did.
Now, what information had you learned that prompted you to write this text message?
I had learned that in Warsaw, after the meeting Vice President Pence had with President Zelensky, Ambassador Sondland had had meetings there and had described to Mr. Yermak, the assistant to President Zelensky, that the security assistance was also held pending announcement by President Zelensky in public of these investigations. Before that, I had only understood from Ambassador Sondland that the White House meeting was conditioned. And at this time, after I heard of this conversation, it struck me, it was clear to me that security assistance was also being held.
You said previously that you were alarmed to learn this. Why were you alarmed?
It's one thing to try to leverage a meeting in the White House. It's another thing, I thought, to leverage security assistance to a country at war, dependent on both the security assistance and the demonstration of support. It was much more alarming. The White House meeting was one thing, security assistance was much more alarming.
Now, Ambassador Taylor, in your opening statement, you outlined a very detailed timeline. And in fact, we have a written copy here, and you included some phrases and words in quotations. Did you take notes of this conversation on September 1st with Ambassador Sondland?
I did.
And did you take notes related to most of the conversations, if not all of them, that you recited in your opening statement?
All of them, Mr. Goldman.
And what do those quotations that you include in your opening statement reflect?
They reflect my notes on the exact words that I heard on that call. So it was, if I put those in quotes, that meant that those are the words used on that phone call or in that conversation.
Did you review those notes before you drafted your opening statement and came here to testify?
I did.
Now, is that how, for example, you remember that Ambassador Sondland was on a train from Paris to London, during a call in July?
That's correct.
And you are aware, I presume, that the State Department has not provided those notes to the committee, is that right?
I am aware.
So we don't have the benefit of reviewing them to ask you these questions?
Correct. I understand that they may be coming sooner or later.
Well, we would welcome that. You also testified earlier, Ambassador Sondland, or Ambassador Taylor, that President Trump had delegated some matters overseeing Ukraine policy to Ambassador Sondland, who is a big inaugural supporter of President Trump, even though Ukraine is not in his domain of the European Union. Is that right?
Several participants in the meeting in the Oval Office with President Trump, with the delegation to the inauguration of President Zelensky, told me of that conversation, and it was at that meeting, as I understand it from several participants, that President Trump asked the participants to work with Mr. Giuliani on Ukraine policy.
Did you come to understand that Ambassador Sondland had a direct line of communication into President Trump?
I did.
And you testified, or rather in that text message, Ambassador Sondland says to call him after you wrote that. Did you in fact call him?
I did.
And what did he say to you?
He said that I was wrong about President Trump's intent, that there was no quid pro quo.
But did he say anything after that? Did he describe to you, I believe you said, I'll refresh your memory, that
Thank you.
he mentioned something in your opening statement. You said that he said that everything, I believe, and you had that in quotes, was actually contingent on the initiation of these investigations. What did he mean by everything?
Ms. Goldman, what he meant by everything was the security assistance and the White House meeting.
And I believe you also testified that he said he had made a mistake in relaying a message to the Ukrainians. What was that mistake?
The mistake he told me was earlier he had told, presumably President Zelensky and Mr. Yermak, that what was necessary for the White House meeting was the pursuit of these investigations. And he said he recognized that that was a mistake. It was not just the White House meeting that was dependent on the investigations. He said it was now everything. It included the security assistance.
So it was not just the White House meeting, it was also the security assistance.
Yes, sir.
And so even though President Trump was saying repeatedly that there is no quid pro quo, Ambassador Sondland relayed to you that the facts of the matter were that the White House meeting and the security assistance were conditioned on the announcement of these investigations. Is that your understanding?
That's my understanding.
Now, you reference a television interview and a desire for President Trump to put Zelensky in a public box, which you also have in quotes. Was that in your notes?
It was in my notes.
And what did you understand that to mean, to put Zelensky in a public box?
I understood that to mean that President Trump, through Ambassador Sondland, was asking for President Zelensky to very publicly commit to these investigations, that it was not sufficient to do this in private, that this needed to be a very public statement.
And did you understand why it was needed to be in public as opposed to a private confirmation?
I had no further information on that.
Now, during this time period in early September, did you come to understand that from your conversations with the Ukrainians or other individuals that Ukraine felt pressure to initiate these investigations because of the conditionality of the White House meeting and the security assistance?
Mr. Goldman, here's what I know. I got several questions. Other officials got several questions as well from Ukrainians asking about the security assistance. So what I know is the security assistance was very important to the Ukrainians. They had begun to hear from Ambassador Sondland that the security assistance was not going to come until the investigations were pursued. What I heard from the defense minister, what the senators, what Senator Johnson and Senator Murphy heard in their conversation with President Zelensky was the clear concern, the urgent concern that Ukrainians had about the security assistance.
Now, you also described a conversation that you had with Ambassador Sondland a week later on September 8th. And in that conversation, in your opening statement, you described how Ambassador Sondland used the term stalemate. What did you understand the concern about a stalemate to be?
Ambassador Sondland said that if President Zelensky did not clear things up in public we would be at a stalemate. He began that, again, by repeating, this is not a quid pro quo, but if President Zelensky did not clear things up in public, we would be at a stalemate. And what I understood in that meeting, the meaning of stalemate was the security assistance would not come.
So even though he said the words, there were no quid pro quo, he then went on to say, but the security assistance will not come unless these investigations are done. Is that what you're saying?
My understanding, that's what was meant by stalemate.
You also described in your opening statement a discussion you had about President Trump being a businessman who wanted to have people pay up before signing the check. And what did you understand that to mean?
This was an explanation that Ambassador Sondland gave me about his understanding of President Trump's thought process. Ambassador Sondland is a businessman. President Trump's a businessman. He was explaining to me the relationship, the understanding that a businessman would have when he was about to sign a check. And by that, he clearly meant that President Trump was thinking about or had in front of him the possibility of providing security assistance to Ukraine. It was similar to writing a check to someone who you're about to send. He used that analogy very clearly to indicate that this would require something. If that person owed him something before he signed the check, he wanted to get whatever he was owed paid back to him. And Ambassador Volker used very similar language about a week later, which indicates to me that they had that conversation as well.
Did Ukraine owe anything to the United States?
Ms. Goldman, they didn't. They owed appreciation for the support, and they were getting support, and they appreciated that. But there was nothing owed to President Trump on that.
But you understood the upshot of this comment made by both Ambassador Sondland and Ambassador Volker to be that President Trump believed that Ukraine owed him something personally. Is that accurate?
It's hard to understand, but there was a feeling by President Trump that he, and this came out in the transcript, this came out in the discussion with the inaugural delegation when they came back to have a conversation with President Trump on May 23rd, that he had a feeling of having been wronged by the Ukrainians. And so this was something that he thought they owed him to fix that wrong.
Right, but what he was talking about, as you understood it, because in the context of the conversation, is that what he owed him were these investigations that he wanted.
That would have been to fix the wrong, exactly.
And those investigations into the 2016 election and Biden and Burisma.
That's correct.
Now, during this early period in September, we've talked a little bit about the fact that you continually heard that the president was repeatedly saying that there was no quid pro quo. Is that right?
That's correct.
And he still says that repeatedly today. But regardless of what you call it, whether it's a quid pro quo, bribery, extortion, abuse of power of the office of the presidency, the fact of the matter, as you understood it, is that security assistance and the White House meeting were not going to be provided unless Ukraine initiated these two investigations that would benefit Donald Trump's reelection. Is that what you understood the facts to be?
Mr. Goldman, what I can do here for you today is tell you what I heard from people. And in this case, it was what I heard from Ambassador Sondland. He described conditions for the security assistance and the White House meeting in those terms. That is, that were dependent upon, conditioned on pursuing these investigations.
And you heard that from Ambassador Sondland himself, correct?
Correct.
And you also heard a similar story from Mr. Morrison as well, is that right?
Who also talked to Ambassador Sondland about the conversations that he had had in Warsaw with Ukrainians.
And what Mr. Morrison recounted to you was substantially similar to what Mr. Sondland recounted to you, right?
Yes.
And so, regardless of what Ukrainians may say now that everything is out in the public and we're here in this public hearing, that they felt no pressure from President Trump, it was your clear understanding, was it not, that in early September, when the pressure campaign was still secret, that the Ukrainians believed that they needed to announce these public investigations? Is that right?
Mr. Goldman, I know that the Ukrainians were very concerned about the security assistance. And I know that they were prepared or preparing to make a public statement, that is, with a CNN interview, that was being planned. Those are the two pieces that I know.
And that CNN interview was to announce these investigations as you understood it, right?
That was the implication. That was certainly the implication.
We've been focused a lot on the September timeframe, but I want to go back 2 months to July, before the July 25th call. And you testified, Ambassador Taylor, in your opening statement that it was in the middle of July when you understood that the White House meeting was first a condition on these investigations. Is that accurate?
Yes, we were preparing, and I agreed that the White House meeting was going to be an important step in U.S.-Ukrainian relations. So in June and in early July, attempts to work out a way to get that meeting included a phone call. And so there were several conversations about how to have this phone call that eventually happened on July 25th.
And you described in your opening statement a July 10th White House meeting with a number of officials where Ambassador Bolton used the term that something was a drug deal. What did you understand him to mean in hearing that he said that, used this term drug deal?
Ms. Goldman, I don't know. I don't know what Ambassador Bolton had in mind.
And was that in reference to a discussion in that meeting related to the White House meeting that President Zelensky wanted and in connection to the investigations?
The context of that comment was the discussion that Mr. Daniluk, who was Mr. Bolton's counterpart, Ukrainian counterpart, the National Security Advisor, had with Mr. Bolton. And that conversation was very substantive up until the point where the White House meeting was raised and Ambassador Sondland intervened to talk about the investigations. It was at that point that Ambassador Bolton ceased the meeting, closed the meeting, finished the meeting, and told his staff to report this meeting to the lawyers. And he also later then indicated to Fiona Hill, who was also a participant on NSC staff, that he, Ambassador Bolton, didn't want to be associated with this drug deal. So it was, the implication was it was the domestic politics that was being cooked up.
And did Ambassador Sondland say this in front of the Ukrainian officials, to your understanding?
Ambassador Sondland, in the meeting where Ambassador Bolton was having a conversation with his counterpart, raised the issue of investigations being important to come before the White House meeting that had just been raised.
And Ukrainian officials were there?
And Ukrainian officials were in that meeting, yes, sir.
Now, around this same time in mid-July, did you have any discussions with Ukrainian officials about these investigations?
I don't recall.
Well, let me show you a text message that you wrote on July 21st, where you wrote it again to Ambassadors Sondland and Volker. And if you could just read what you wrote here on July 21st.
Gordon, One thing Kurt and I talked about yesterday was Sasha Daniluk's point that President Zelensky is sensitive about Ukraine being taken seriously, not merely as an instrument in Washington domestic re-election politics.
And Sasha Daniluk, I think you just said, is Ambassador Bolton's counterpart, right?
He's the National Security Advisor to the, it was, he's no longer, but was at the time.
What did you understand it to mean when that Zelensky had concerns about being an instrument in Washington domestic re-election politics?
Mr. Daniluk understood that these investigations were pursuant to Mr. Giuliani's request to develop information, to find information about Burisma and the Bidens. This was very well known in public. Mr. Giuliani had made this point clear in several instances in the beginning, in the springtime, and Mr. Daniluk was aware that that was a problem.
And would you agree that because President Zelensky is worried about this, they understood at least that there was some pressure for them to pursue these investigations? Is that fair?
Mr. Daniluk indicated that President Zelensky certainly understood it, that he did not want to get involved in these type of activities.
Now, I'm going to move ahead now to July 25th, which was when President Trump and President Zelensky had the phone call. But before we get to the phone call, I want to show both of you a text message, neither of you is on this text message. It is between Ambassador Volker and Andrei Yermak, a top aide to President Zelensky. I will read it because neither of you is on it. Ambassador Volker says, "Good lunch, thanks. Heard from White House. Assuming President Z convinces Trump he will investigate / get to the bottom of what happened in 2016, we will nail down date for visit to Washington. Good luck. See you tomorrow. Kurt." And this was a half hour, less than a half hour before the call actually occurred. Now, Ambassador Taylor, was Ambassador Volker with you in Ukraine at this time?
He was.
Did you know that he was prepping President Zelensky for this phone call with President Trump in this way?
Not in this way, Mr. Goldman, but I knew that Ambassador Volker was prepping Ukrainians for the phone call earlier on. That is, at a meeting in Toronto on July 2nd, Ambassador Volker had a conversation with President Zelensky and had indicated in a phone call that he, at that time, was going to talk President Zelensky through the steps that need to be taken in order to get to the phone call.
Understood. And you testified earlier that the security assistance had already been frozen, to your knowledge, at least by July 18th. Is that right?
That's correct.
So that was just a week earlier than this.
That's correct.
So just so we're clear, Ambassador Taylor, before this July 25th call, President Trump had frozen the security assistance that Ukraine needed, and that the White House meeting was conditioned on Ukraine initiating this investigation, and that had been relayed to the Ukrainians. Is that an accurate state of play at this time?
That's an accurate state of play. I, at that point, had no indication that any discussion of the security assistance being subject to conditioned on investigations had taken place.
Right, but you understood that the White House meeting was.
That's correct.
All right, let's move ahead to this July 25th call and between the presidents. Now, am I correct that neither of you were on this call? Is that right, Mr. Kent?
That's correct.
And you were neither as well? So you both read it after it was released publicly at the end of September?
Yes.
Yes.
I want to spend just a little time reading the transcript, as we've been encouraged to do. And I want to particularly note 4 excerpts of the transcript. One that relates to the security assistance we've been talking about. Another that discusses a favor that President Trump asked of President Zelensky. A third where President Trump asks the Ukrainian president to investigate his political opponent, former Vice President Biden. And then a final one where the Ukrainian president directly links the desired White House visit to the political investigations that President Trump wanted. So let's look at the first excerpt, which is near the beginning of the call when President Zelensky discusses the military aid that the U.S. provides to Ukraine. He says, "I would also like to thank you for your great support in the area of defense. We are ready to continue to cooperate for the next steps. Specifically, we are almost ready to buy more Javelins from the United States for defense purposes." Now, at the time of this phone call, Ambassador Taylor and Mr. Kent, you both knew that the aid had been frozen. Is that right?
That's correct.
And Ambassador Taylor, you testified that President Trump obviously also knew that the aid had been frozen as well, since he was responsible for doing that. Is that correct?
That's what I had been told. That's what we heard on that conference call, yes.
But to neither of your knowledge, the Ukrainians were not aware of that at that point.
Not to my knowledge.
Not to my knowledge.
But right after President Zelensky thanks President Trump for his great support in the area of defense, President Trump then says, and we'll go to the next excerpt, "I want you to do us a favor, though, because our country has been through a lot and Ukraine knows a lot about it. I would like you to find out what happened with this whole situation with Ukraine. They say CrowdStrike. I guess you have one of your wealthy people. The server, they say Ukraine has it." And then at the end of the paragraph, he says, "Whatever you can do, it's very important that you do it if that's possible." Now, Mr. Kent, you've testified a little bit about how important this White House meeting was to President Zelensky. How would you expect a new Ukrainian president to interpret a request for a favor from the President of the United States?
I cannot interpret the mind of President Zelensky other than to say that it was very clear that what they were hoping to get out of this meeting was a date and a confirmation that he could come to Washington.
Obviously, you can't put yourself in the mind, but if the Ukrainian president, for a country that's so dependent on the United States for all things, including military assistance, is requested to do a favor, how do you think the Ukrainians would interpret that?
Well, if you go further into the call record as part of this, and we don't have it on screen, but to the best of my recollection, reading it after it was released on September 25th, President Zelensky went into having whatever your problems were, that was the old team, I've got a new team, and we will do whatever is appropriate and be transparent and honest about it. I don't remember the exact words, but he was trying to be, in his own words and response, be responsive to conduct the business of Ukrainian government in a transparent and honest manner.
Now, when he talks about this CrowdStrike and the server, what do you understand this to be a reference to?
To be honest, I had not heard of CrowdStrike until I read this transcript on September 25th.
Do you now understand what it relates to?
I understand it has to do with the story that there's a server with missing emails. I also understand that one of the owners of CrowdStrike is a Russian American. I'm not aware of any Ukrainian connection to the company.
Now, are you aware that this is all part of a larger allegation that Ukraine interfered in the 2016 election?
Yes, that is my understanding.
And to your knowledge, is there any factual basis to support the allegation that Ukraine interfered in the 2016 election?
To my knowledge, there is no factual basis, no.
And in fact, who did interfere in the 2016 election?
I think it's amply clear that Russian interference was at the heart of the interference in the 2016 election cycle.
Let's move to the third excerpt that I mentioned related to Vice President Biden. And it says, the other thing, there's a lot of talk about Biden's son. This is President Trump speaking, that Biden stopped the prosecution and a lot of people want to find out about that. So whatever you can do with the Attorney General would be great. Biden went around bragging that he stopped the prosecution, so if you can look into it, it sounds horrible. Now, at the time of this call, Vice President Biden was the frontrunner for the Democratic nomination in the 2020 election. And Mr. Kent, are you familiar, as you indicate in your opening statement, about these allegations related to Vice President Biden?
I am.
And to your knowledge, is there any factual basis to support those allegations?
None whatsoever.
When Vice President Biden acted in Ukraine, did he act in accordance with official U.S. policy?
He did.
Now, let's go to then the last excerpt that I wanted to highlight, which is President Zelensky speaking, and he says, "I also wanted to thank you for your invitation to visit the United States, specifically Washington, D.C. On the other hand, I also want to assure you that we will be very serious about the case and we will work on the investigation." Now, Ambassador Taylor, right after President Zelensky mentions his much desired Washington visit, he says, "on the other hand," and then says that Ukraine will be very serious about the investigation. Is this the same link between the White House visit and the investigations that Ambassador Volker had texted to Andrei Yermak just a few minutes before this conversation?
That's my assumption.
Now, just to summarize what we've just read in this July 25th call between the presidents, the Ukrainian president thanked President Trump for security assistance that President Trump had just frozen, to which President Trump responded that he wanted President Zelensky to do him a favor, though, by investigating the 2016 U.S. election and the Bidens. Then President Zelensky says that he will pursue these investigations right after he mentions the White House visit. Is that your understanding, Ambassador Taylor, of what we just read?
Yes.
And Mr. Kent, is that yours?
Yes.
I yield back.
The majority time has expired. Would you gentlemen like a brief recess? Let's take a 5-minute recess, and then we'll resume with minority questioning.
Welcome to live coverage from the Washington Post. We'll rejoin the hearing as soon as it gets back in motion. I'm Libby Casey, and I'm joined here in our studio by Amber Phillips, reporter for The Fix, and Rosalind Helderman, reporter who focuses on Political Enterprise and Investigations. Thanks so much to both of you for joining us for these few minutes. Roz, it seems like one of the biggest moments so far this morning was Ambassador Taylor in his opening statement talking about a conversation that one of his team members overheard.
Yes, so this was new information, new since he testified behind closed doors, and it provides new information directly about the president's actions here. He testified that since he testified, he had been told, since he last testified, he had been told by one of his staffers that his staffer was at a restaurant with Ambassador Sondland on July 26th. So that would be the day after President Trump's phone call with the Ukrainian president. They were at a restaurant in Kyiv and meeting with a Ukrainian when Ambassador Sondland took a phone call on his cell phone from the President of the United States. And Ambassador Taylor said that his staffer could actually hear the president speaking. He was speaking loudly enough in this restaurant that the president could be overheard, and he overheard the president asking Ambassador Sondland about these investigations, which we now know is sort of code for these politically charged investigations into the Bidens and the 2016 election. And Ambassador Sondland told him that the Ukrainians were ready to move ahead. Taylor testified that after the Ambassador Sondland hung up from the president, his staffer asked Ambassador Sondland, what does the president think of Ukraine? And Sondland replied, I think he cares more about these investigations into the Bidens. So that is really quite interesting testimony. It conflicts in important ways with the testimony that has already come from Ambassador Sondland. We've already heard at the Washington Post from Ambassador Sondland's lawyer, who just very non-committally responded to this by saying that Ambassador Sondland himself will address this new information.
Because he's testifying next week.
Because he is testifying next week, so he plans to discuss this next week. And also, the other interesting thing that happened is right after Ambassador Taylor testified to this, the Democrats announced a new witness, a aide in the embassy in Kyiv named David. I'm sorry, I'm blanking on his last name, but
David Hale?
David Hale, David Hale, I think that's right, who will be testifying behind closed doors on Saturday, and I do think it is our understanding that that
David
is
Holmes, excuse me.
David Holmes, that's right.
Excuse
David
me.
Hale, I think, is someone else. David Holmes, yes. So David Holmes is apparently coming from Kyiv to testify on Saturday behind closed doors.
Behind closed doors.
Behind closed doors, and we understand that he is the staffer, the Ambassador Taylor's staffer, who overheard this conversation. So Congress will be able to hear directly from him about what he heard the president say.
Amber, why is this so significant?
It's another way of inching Taylor's testimony closer to President Trump and what Trump wanted, because we still don't have anybody saying, not even Gordon Sondland, who talked to the president all the time, yep, Trump said, get those Ukrainians to investigate Bidens if they want their security aid. This is another step closer. It's one of Taylor's staff members, who they'll hear from Saturday, hearing the president's voice on a phone call.
And they were very specific in the Q&A to get clarity on that the president was speaking loud enough that the aide could indeed hear, and really laying that groundwork. We could all kind of imagine what it would be like to be in that room. But as you point out, members of Congress hope to hear directly from that source this weekend. I want to play one excerpt from today. This is Ambassador Taylor talking about how Ambassador Sondland responded to some of these things. This is part of the back and forth that these two had. Let's watch this.
During our call on September 8th, Ambassador Sondland tried to explain to me that President Trump is a businessman. When a businessman is about to sign a check to someone who owes him something, the businessman asks that person to pay up before signing the check.
So, one important part of this is just what Ukraine was looking for, right? There's the question of an Oval Office meeting, and we heard the witnesses today talk about why that meeting is so important. It's not just like a run-of-the-mill meeting. It gives you power in the world stage, but even more significantly from a security perspective, it would give power to the incoming Ukrainian president, the new Ukrainian president, in the eyes of Vladimir Putin. So that's a very important ask. But the other important thing is this military aid. And so we are hearing the Democrats try to lay out this case of why these two things are important and why the Ukrainians would be so hungry to get that, how it's really like a do or die situation for them, Roz.
Yeah, I think that was something the Democrats were really trying to do with these two very senior, very long tenured officials who know a lot about this part of the world. They were trying to make that kind of real, that these requests had real impact. You know, you had the rather dramatic testimony from Ambassador Taylor talking about a moment he had learned about while visiting the front in Ukraine. And on the day he was there, a Ukrainian soldier was killed and 4 were wounded. Trying to make the point that, you know, this is not a little internal U.S. political squabble, a policy, a complicated policy issue that's hard to understand, that for the Ukrainians, this is quite literally a matter of life and death.
And he also said this is a matter of like helping America establish democratic principles with a country that literally borders Russia and that part of Russia has annexed. At one point he said, you know, this is something that will last for Ukrainians' children and grandchildren and ours as well. Like, these diplomats really believe that Ukraine was at a moment to transform, led by younger, more idealists into a more democratic country, and America was at a perfect point to help them. And then all of this happened, and you almost hear them like heartbroken about it.
Yeah, we are going to hear from the Republican side of the aisle next, and we'll hear this questioning that can be done in part by counsel, although, of course, we may see a member of Congress get involved in that beginning as well. What do we know so far about the Republican strategy? Because we did get a sense from Ranking Member Nunes about where he plans to go with this, Amber.
Question that these witnesses didn't talk to President Trump directly.
Like, how much firsthand knowledge do they really have?
Yep, and I heard George Kent try to get at that in his opening statement. He said, listen, this is how anybody does their job in diplomacy, is you talk to people who talk to people. And then I heard Devin Nunes dig into stuff that's out of left field, like the Russia investigation, the Mueller report. This isn't as much left field, but he questions Hunter Biden, and he says, you know, these are questions left unanswered that Democrats don't want to dig into.
He also implied that the whistleblower, or directly said that he believes the whistleblower was coordinating with Democrats behind the scenes, which we have no evidence of. Roz?
That's right, and you know, and I expect we'll hear some of that. I do think we'll hear a lot of questions to George Kent specifically about the Bidens and Burisma. Kent was there during the time when Joe Biden was vice president, and he testified, in fact, in his opening statement about his concerns about Burisma and corruption. And in fact, he had flagged the issue of Hunter Biden serving on the board of that company to U.S. officials as creating perhaps a perception of a conflict of interest. So I would bet they will ask him a lot of questions about that.
He was careful to say that he didn't see a conflict of interest, but that he was concerned about the perception of a
That's
conflict
correct.
of
And
interest.
there's
But the more
surely-
times that Republicans can use those words,
Right.
Biden, Burisma, you know,
Corruption.
conflict, corruption,
Yeah.
the better for them.
I think we can also see some developing Republican defense on Twitter and also in a statement from the White House. Their defense is that this is boring. That is what they are increasingly saying. There was a very striking tweet from Eric Trump that called this #snoozefest. And Stephanie Grisham, the White House press secretary, put out a statement calling it boring. And honestly, I think they will try to dismiss the facts by saying, ugh, that's just a whole lot of facts.
I'm so glad you brought that up, because that does seem to be a big part of the strategy right now, Amber. This is boring.
And to me, that signals they're not even trying, despite Trump tweeting as much, to attack the facts.
Right.
Or attack
the
these
substance.
two career.
Or even the diplomats, which gives Democrats a leg up, because that's what they wanted, was for these two to be unassailable.
Okay, so as we see Devin Nunes get seated there again, we'll watch him and the counsel for the Republicans do this Q&A once again, and then later on today we will see the rest of the committee members get a chance to ask questions of Mr. Kent and Ambassador Taylor. This is just the beginning. We'll see more testimony on Friday. Marie Yovanovitch will come in, and her name has been brought up in the opening statements. Concerns that Ambassador Taylor specifically had in stepping into her role after she was sort of unceremoniously yanked out of the country. And then next week we'll be hearing from more witnesses in front of this committee. Roz, what is the big picture that you'll be listening for and looking for, not just today, but leading into the rest of this week and next?
Yeah, I think the issue of the Republican argument that people don't have firsthand knowledge, Democrats are proceeding in a very systematic way. A lot of these folks involved here are former prosecutors. We've been watching Daniel Goldman, the lead counsel for the committee, who is himself a former prosecutor. And, you know, this is the way a criminal trial works, right? No one witness has firsthand knowledge of all the facts. You bring on a series of witnesses who each have personal knowledge of different pieces of the story, and then at the end you make a closing argument that ties them all together. And I think that's clearly the Democrats' goal here. I am interested a little bit in how they're choosing to pair the witnesses. You know, clearly today's star witness is Ambassador Taylor. There are very few questions thus far going to George Kent. I'm not precisely sure I understand why they chose to put these two witnesses together. When you read George Kent's closed-door testimony, he was a quite compelling witness also, and that I don't think is quite coming across because he, you know, Taylor is so compelling. It may be, I think, just a theory that he does have that Burisma information, which will be helpful for the Republicans. So it's possible that they decided to put a witness who had some information helpful to Republicans on the stage with the person who's clearly going to dominate the headlines for the day. You will notice that Friday is one of the only days when we're having a single witness, right? Marie Yovanovitch. I think, and her access to sort of knowledge of the president's actions and the quid pro quo is actually rather small, but I think that the Democrats really understand potentially the emotional power of her testimony because on the U.S. side, she's really the one person who's a sort of clearly identifiable victim of the kind of off-books shadow diplomacy that President Trump was engaging in through Rudy Giuliani. She was a 33-year career diplomat, had served presidents of both parties, had served honorably for presidents of both parties in multiple difficult postings, and she was essentially fired from her job as a result of this kind of smear campaign that was engaged in by Rudy Giuliani and people working with him.
Not only was she fired, she was pulled out of the country quickly.
Yes, at midnight.
Out of
midnight,
concerns that in part that President Trump might tweet about her directly, which, you know, in my mind I was thinking, well, you know, what harm does a tweet do? But actually it could put you in physical harm's way. If it's suddenly known internationally that the President of the United States is critical of you, not only could you be sort of harassed by trolls online, but you could even be at physical risk in a country like Ukraine.
George Kent testified in his closed-door statement that he watched Rudy Giuliani work with corrupt, his words, Ukrainian politicians to smear Yovanovitch, sorry. And so there was, I think that is one reason to be like concerned for security at that point, or just the drama of what was happening to her at that moment.
We actually had some new reporting in the Washington Post about that effort this morning. You know, Giuliani was working with these two Florida businessmen, Lev Parnas and Igor Fruman. We reported that those two men actually spoke to the president directly about Yovanovitch as early as April 2018, so a full year before her ouster. 2018. They were at a small dinner for high-dollar donors at the Trump Hotel with the President of the United States. And this was a dinner for people who had pledged a lot of money, and they got the opportunity to have FaceTime with the president. And the thing that they chose to speak to about the president when they had this moment alone with him was their claim that Yovanovitch was in some way disloyal to him or unfriendly to his interests. And our reporting is that the president's immediate response was that she should be fired. Immediate to that sort of potentially self-interested claims by private parties. And that was a campaign that then proceeded for months and months until finally the State Department, which had tried to protect her and had tried to say that, you know, she was a diplomat who'd done nothing wrong, was no longer able essentially to resist the urges of the president and agreed to withdraw her, and quite rapidly.
We just saw a moment ago the ranking member, Devin Nunes, next to him, Steve Castor, who's counsel, and then Jim Jordan on the other side. Jim Jordan's the one without the jacket on. Jordan's been brought over into this committee. They dumped out another Republican to bring him on to make room for him. And Mr. Castor, who he's brought along to serve as counsel, comes from the Oversight Committee. So someone who has a lot of experience during hearings, holding witnesses, sort of feet to the flames. He's also been involved in very high profile and partisan, in many ways, hearings. So we'll see what he wants to ask the witnesses, this afternoon. And I think, as you point out, a lot of it may end up focusing on those words: Biden, Burisma, corruption potentially. As we watch this hearing unfold, we'll be thinking about this in the big picture, like you were talking about, Roz, how the Democrats try to sort of stack this and show how the puzzle pieces fit together. But, Power Up, one of our colleagues reported this morning in Power Up that there is concern among Democrats to some degree that they need like some aha big moments, like some clippable moments, some of those things that go down in history that are easily digestible and really ring in your ears. So that's something else the Democrats are looking for, an aha moment, Amber.
I would like to underscore what Roz said, or essentially quote you. It was so salient. You don't get that in a trial, and this is essentially kind of like a trial. You have each witness testifying to their portion of what they saw. So I think that's going to be difficult for Democrats.
What do you think about that, Roz?
Yeah, I mean, I generally agree with that. I mean, these are articulate, powerful witnesses. It's important to remember that most Americans are not consuming this in the way that those of us who follow this extremely carefully are, where we consume every minute of it, and so it all bleeds together. Most Americans will consume this in clips, and there have been plenty of things already this morning that would make for clips. If they can draw out a new piece of information, as they did this morning in each of these hearings, that would be pretty smart if they have a way to do that. And we'll have to see. There are witnesses they have not heard from who clearly have incredibly relevant information. John Bolton is a witness who would seem to have an enormous amount of personal information, including about things the president will have said and done. And it seems unclear whether we'll hear from him, but not impossible that at some point they will manage to make that happen.
Seems like he wants to talk.
It does seem like he wants to talk.
But, we'll see where he would fall into everyone else's agenda if he does talk, because I don't think Democrats can have a clear expectation of what he would bring to the table, nor can Republicans necessarily. At this time, President Trump has been meeting in the Oval Office with the Turkish leader Erdogan, and he was just saying to the press, quote, "This is a hoax, I'm not even watching," saying they even got TV lawyers brought into this, so that's the president's take on this. We will, of course, see footage of that later on today. We see Adam Schiff seated again. One thing that Republicans were trying to do at the very beginning of this hearing was stop things on procedural grounds, and we saw people like Congresswoman Stefanik from New York State trying to sort of throw a wrench into the works and ask questions about how this would all go, but the chairman managed to just keep things rolling. So let's go back to the hearing room as they get ready to have questioning start underway again. And a reminder that Republicans get the floor at this point. Steve Castor, counsel for this committee at this point, also for the Oversight Committee, will take the lead in doing questions along with presumably Chairman Nunes. So as soon as the witnesses get seated, we'll go back to the hearing room and bring that to you live. The only interruptions we're doing is when they take breaks, so we can have you reporters on to hear more about what you're reporting and what is standing out to all of you. So we'll be on afterwards, after this hearing as well. Amber, no surprise that Republicans were trying to do some like complicating tactics early on in this hearing.
No surprise. It's consistent with what we've seen behind closed doors, but it also underscores to me President Trump should feel good right now that there aren't any defections or hints of defections.
Let's go back to the hearing room live as the witnesses take their seats again.
Committee will come back to order. The chair now recognizes the ranking member and minority counsel for 45 minutes.
Thank you. The call summary for which the Democrats want to impeach President Trump is dramatically different from their nefarious depiction of it. What it actually shows is a pleasant exchange between two leaders who discuss mutual cooperation over a range of issues. The Democrats claim this call demonstrates extortion, bribery, and a host of other monstrous crimes being committed against President Zelensky. Yet President Zelensky himself insists there was nothing improper whatsoever about the conversation. Indeed, the routine nature of the call helps to explain why, in this committee's last public hearing, Democrats recited a fictitious version of the call instead of reading the actual transcript. The Democrats depicted the president saying, quote, "I want you to make up dirt on my political opponent, understand? Lots of it, on this and on that," unquote. The transcript did not show President Trump saying anything remotely like that. The president did not ask Ukraine to make up dirt on anyone. But the Democrats are not trying to discover facts, they're trying to invent a narrative. And if the facts that they need do not exist, then they'll just make it up. Not only does President Zelensky deny the Democrats' characterization of the call, but as Ambassador Taylor testified to this committee, the Ukrainians did not even know at the time of the call that a temporary delay was put on the security assistance for them. Furthermore, as the ambassador testified, these holds occur from time to time. Both he and Ambassador Volker were confident the delay would be lifted. And in fact, military aid to Ukraine has actually substantially improved since President Trump took office. Ambassador Taylor testified that President Trump was the first president to see that Ukraine was afforded Javelin anti-tank weapons. This was a very strong message that Americans are willing to provide more than blankets. This was the Obama administration's approach. Note this important fact. The security assistance was provided to Ukraine without the Ukrainians having done any of the things they were supposedly being blackmailed to do. So we're supposed to believe that President Trump committed a terrible crime that never actually occurred and which the supposed victim denies ever happened. I'd like to briefly speak about the core mistruth at the heart of the Democrats' impeachment drive. They claim the president tried to get the Ukrainians to, quote, manufacture dirt against his political rivals. This is supported by precisely zero evidence. Once again, the Democrats simply made it up. But let's consider the broader question about why President Trump may have wanted answers to questions about Ukraine meddling in 2016. The Democrats downplay, ignore, or outright deny the many indications that Ukrainians actually did meddle in the election. A shocking about-face for people who for 3 years argued that foreign election meddling was an intolerable crime that threatened the heart of our democracy. While the brazen suddenness of this U-turn is jarring, this denial is a necessary part of their argument. After all, if there actually were indications of Ukraine election meddling, and if foreign election meddling is a dire threat, then President Trump would have a perfectly good reason for wanting to find out what happened. And since the meddling was aimed against his campaign, he'd have good reason for sending his personal attorney to make inquiries about it. What's strange is that some of the witnesses at these hearings and previous depositions who express alarm about these inquiries were remarkably uninformed about these indications of Ukrainian election meddling and why the president may have been concerned by them. For example, I noted previously, Alexandra Chalupa, a former staffer for the Democratic National Committee, admitted to Politico that she worked with officials at the Ukrainian embassy in Washington, D.C. to dig up dirt on the Trump campaign, which she passed on to the DNC and the Hillary Clinton campaign. Chalupa revealed that Ukrainian embassy officials themselves were also working directly with reporters to trade information and leads about the Trump campaign. Ambassador Kent, you didn't seem to be too concerned about it in the last round of questioning, so I'll just skip you because we know that wasn't a concern. But Ambassador Taylor, you testified to this committee that you only recently became aware of reports of this cooperation between Ukrainian embassy officials and Chalupa to undermine the Trump campaign. From your last deposition, is that correct?
Mr. Nunes, it is correct that I had not known about this before.
I'm just going over your last deposition.
That's exactly right.
Ambassador.
Yep.
The Politico article cites 3 named Ukrainian officials asserting that the Ukrainian embassy supported the Hillary Clinton campaign. It quotes Ukrainian parliamentarian Andrei Artemenko saying, quote, "It was clear they were supporting Hillary Clinton's candidacy.
They did everything from organizing meetings with the Clinton team to publicly supporting her to criticizing Trump. I think that they simply didn't meet with the Trump campaign because they thought Hillary would win, unquote. Ambassador Taylor, you testified you were unfamiliar with that statement. Is that correct?
That's correct.
You also said you were unaware that then Ukrainian ambassador to the U.S., Valerie Chalet, wrote an op-ed in The Hill during the 2016 presidential campaign criticizing then candidate Trump. Is that correct?
That is correct.
You said you did not know that Sergei Lyshenko, then a Ukrainian parliamentarian, had admitted that part of his motivation in spreading information about the so-called Black Ledger, a disputed document purporting to reveal corruption by a former Trump campaign official, was to undermine the Trump's candidacy. This was in your deposition. Is that still correct?
That is still correct, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. Fusion GPS contractor Nellie Orr testified to Congress that Lyshenko was a source for Fusion GPS's operation to dirty up the Trump campaign, including the compilation of the Steele dossier on behalf of the DNC and the Clinton campaign. You testified you were unaware that Lyshenko served as a source for that project. Ambassador Taylor, is this still correct?
It is, sir.
You said you did not know that Ukrainian Internal Affairs Minister Arsen Avakov mocked and disparaged then candidate Trump on Facebook and Twitter. Is that still correct?
That is correct.
Ambassador Taylor, in your testimony to this committee, you said you were never briefed on these reports and statements, that you did not do due diligence before taking your post to discover that the president's and Mayor Giuliani's concerns may have been, and that you did what they may have been, and that you did not discuss them with Ambassador Yovanovitch. Is that still correct?
Yes, sir.
Furthermore, you said it upset you to hear about the many indications of Ukrainian election meddling. Your precise words were, I'm going to read them back to you, based on this political article, which again surprises me, disappoints me, because I think it's a mistake for any diplomat or government official in one country to interfere in the political life of another. That's disappointing, unquote. Ambassador Taylor, is that still your testimony?
Mr. Nunes, it is. Subsequent to that, I looked into the circumstances for several of the things that you just mentioned. In 2016, candidate Trump had made a statement saying that it was possible that he would allow Crimea to go back to Russia. He expressed the sentiment or the opinion that it was possible that Crimea wanted to go back to Russia. What I can tell you, Mr. Nunes, is that that sentiment is amazingly inflammatory to all Ukrainians. So
I think, I can understand that. Are you aware during I believe it was the 2012 election when at the time President Obama leaned over on a hot mic to the then Russian president and said that he'd have to wait till after the election? Was that inflammatory to the Ukrainians also?
I don't know, sir.
I just want to be clear that some government officials opposed President Trump's approach to Ukraine, but many had no idea what concerned him. In this case, it was numerous indications of Ukrainian interference in the 2016 election to oppose his campaign and support Hillary Clinton. Once you know that, it's easy to understand the president's desire to get to the bottom of this corruption and to discover exactly what happened in the 2016 election. And with that, I'll turn to Mr. Castor.
Ambassador Taylor, Mr. Kent, President Trump's concerns about Ukraine's role in the 2016 election, you believe he he genuinely believed we're working against him, right? Ambassador Taylor?
Mr. Kessler, I don't know what President or candidate Trump was thinking about the Ukrainians.
I mean, didn't he in this Oval Office meeting on May 23rd after the Zelensky inauguration, didn't he lament that the Ukrainians were out to get him?
I heard that his response to the suggestion that Mr. Zelensky visit Mr. Trump, President Trump, in the Oval Office was not well received, and that he had concerns about Ukrainians, yes.
But from the president's perspective, if the ambassador, the Ukrainian ambassador to the United States, one of the most influential diplomats, is penning an op-ed, certainly with the okay of President Poroshenko, the DNC consultants are conferring with Ukrainian officials at the embassy. Former Prime Minister Yatsenyuk is saying things on social media. Interior Minister Avakov, who has spanned both the Poroshenko and the Zelensky realm, is also saying some very unkind things on social media about the president. You certainly can appreciate that President Trump was very concerned that some elements of the Ukrainian establishment were not in favor of him, did not support him, and were out to get him.
If I could, and I'll allow the question, but are you asking?
Parliamentary inquiry, are you seriously interrupting our time here?
I will allow the question. I won't dock this from the time. I just want to be clear, Ambassador, if you're able to verify the things that Council has asked you in the prerequisite of the question, that's fine. Otherwise, in questions from the majority or the minority that may assume facts not in evidence before you, you should be cautioned about that.
Mr. Chairman, point of order.
The time is with with Minority Counsel.
Mr. Ratcliffe.
Chairman, I sat here through the first 45 minutes and literally had an objection to almost the foundation of every question that Mr. Goldman asked regarding facts not in evidence, leading. But House Resolution 660 does not say that we are under the federal rules of evidence. If it is your position that I should be asserting objections to questions that violate the federal rules of evidence, let me know now, because this hearing is going to change significantly.
As I said, Mr. Ratcliffe, I will allow the question.
I think the gentleman has a different question about the rules. So what are the rules that are going to govern this?
Does the ranking member seek recognition?
I'm yielding you to a question I just asked you.
For what purpose do you seek recognition?
To answer Mr. Ratcliffe's question.
I have answered it. May I resume your question?
Respectfully, Mr. Chairman, you haven't answered my question whether or not I should be assumes facts not in evidence or leading objections to questions that are posed from this point forward. That's my question.
Mr. Ratcliffe, I'll say once again, I'm not objecting to the question, but I am instructing the witness that they should not presume questions from the majority or the minority that may represent facts not in evidence are correct. I have answered the question. We will resume the questioning and resume the clock.
So you certainly can appreciate President Trump's concerns.
Ms. Kessler, I don't know the exact nature of President Trump's concerns. In my deposition, I recall you handed me the Politico article, which listed at least 3 of the elements that you have described earlier. And you've recognized, and I have confirmed with the ranking minority member that it's the first I'd heard of those and was surprised by those. I don't know President Trump's reaction to those.
In the information published by Sergei Leshchenko, former Ukrainian investigative journalist, and then he was a member of the parliament, about the Manafort black ledgers in August of 2016. I mean, the very day that was published, Mr. Manafort resigned from the campaign, correct?
I don't know, Mr. Kessler.
But certainly that gives rise to some concern that there are elements of the Ukrainian establishment that were out to get the president. That's a very reasonable belief of his. Correct?
I don't know.
The run-up to the 2016 election, there's many facts that remain unresolved. Agreed?
I'm sorry, what's the question?
There are many facts relating to the run-up of the 2016 election that remain unresolved.
Any further?
Well, Attorney General Barr in May of 2019 tasked the U.S. Attorney for Connecticut, John Durham, to broadly examine the government's collection of intelligence involving the president's campaign. That effort initially was an administrative review, has turned into a criminal probe. And U.S. Attorney Durham is casting a wide net and is following the facts where they may lead. Are you aware of that?
I'm aware that there is an investigation. That's as much as I'm aware.
And so to the extent any information resides in Ukraine, it's perfectly appropriate for the Ukrainians to try to get to the bottom of that, for the Ukrainians to cooperate with the United States through official channels to share that information, correct?
Ms. Kessler, can you say that one again? I'd appreciate it if you would restate the question.
To the extent Ukraine has facts related to the run-up of the 2016 election that are under the U.S. Attorney Durham's probe, Ukraine should cooperate with the United States, and to the extent there are Ukrainians doing improper things, the Ukrainians ought to investigate that themselves, correct?
Ms. Kessler, the Ukrainian-American relations are very supportive. The Ukrainians will certainly be responsive to requests.
So when the president on the call transcript of July 25th raises this with President Zelensky, and he urges that there be a connection between the Ukrainian government and the Justice Department officially, I mean, that's the appropriate way to raise an issue with the Ukrainian president, correct?
It's appropriate for the Justice Department and the Prosecutor General to cooperate and to exchange information, yes.
But to the extent the president has concerns and to the extent the Attorney General is having the U.S. Attorney Durham look into that, isn't it entirely appropriate for the president to flag this for President Zelensky and say that you should be in touch with our official channels?
Ms. Kessler, I don't know the precise appropriateness of these kinds of relations.
Now, were you involved, either of you, involved with the preparation for the 725 call?
I was not.
I was not.
And how do you account for that? I mean, you were the two of the key officials with responsibility for Ukrainian policy. I mean, if the President of the United States is going to have a call with the leader of Ukraine, why wouldn't you ordinarily be involved with the preparation?
Sir, we work for the Department of State in an embassy overseas, and in preparation for a presidential phone call, that responsibility lies within the staff of the National Security Council. Normally, if there is enough sufficient time, National Security staff can solicit information, usually from the State Department, and we can draw on the embassy. But that's only background information, and my understanding, having never worked at the National Security Council, is that National Security staff write a memo to the president, and none of us see that outside of the National Security staff.
Okay, so the charge or the U.S. ambassador to the country wouldn't ordinarily be on a call with a foreign leader?
That's correct. Would not.
And did Colonel Vindman or anyone at the National Security Council staff reach out to you, Mr. Kent, in preparation for the call?
I was given notification the day before on July 24th, and to the extent I had any role, it was to reach out to the embassy, give them the heads up, and ask them to ensure that the secure communications link in the Office of the President of Ukraine was functional so the call could be patched through from the White House Situation Room.
Did you provide any substantive advice to Colonel Vindman about the call and what ought to be the official position?
I was not asked, and I did not provide.
Okay. Same with you, Ambassador?
The same.
And the call was scheduled, you know, you testified earlier that the call was on again, off again. And after the July 10th meeting with Ambassador Bolton, the consensus was the call was not going to happen. Is that correct?
I would not say that was a consensus. The State Department's position was that a call between the two presidents would be useful. And once Zelensky's party won the first ever absolute majority in parliamentary elections on July 21st, the idea of a congratulatory call made eminent sense from our perspective.
Okay, and the call was scheduled. And did you get a readout, Ambassador Taylor, initially from the call?
I didn't, Mr. Kessler. We all read the statement that the Ukrainians put out. I got a readout several days later from Mr. Morrison, National Security Council.
Okay. And how about you, Mr. Kent?
I likewise first saw the Ukrainian statement, and I believe the next day, July 26th, which would have been a Friday, I did get a partial readout from Lieutenant Colonel Vindman, yes.
Ambassador Taylor, you said that the Ukrainian readout was cryptic. Is that just because it's initially written in Ukrainian and translated to the U.S.?
No, it's, as a general rule, both the United States and other countries, including Ukraine, will put out very short summaries that kind of hit the highlights of the discussion, but without going into detail.
Okay. And you mentioned it was cryptic. Why did you think it was cryptic?
Knowing now having read the transcript and looking back at their summary, as I recall, and I don't recall the exact words, but they said that there were issues to be pursued in order to improve relations between the two countries or something like that.
That seems pretty ordinary.
It seems pretty ordinary.
You were with President Zelensky the very next day?
We were. We had a meeting with him the very next day.
And did President Zelensky raise any concerns about his views of the call?
He said, I, Ambassador Volker, Ambassador Sondland were in his office, and we asked him, I think, how the call, he said, call was fine. I was happy with the call.
Okay. And did you get any additional readouts subsequently about the call? Like, when did you first learn that the call contained things that concerned you? Was that not until September 25th?
Mr. Morrison, as I say, briefed me several days later, before the end of July, and I think this is where I said in my testimony that he said it could have gone better, and he said that the call mentioned Mr. Giuliani. He also said that the call mentioned the former ambassador. Both of those were concerning.
Giuliani was first raised on the call by President Zelensky, correct?
I don't recall.
Okay.
It could have been. Well, I have it here if you'd like.
Yeah, it's on page.
Very good.
Page 3. The first mention of Giuliani is from President Zelensky, and it's on page 3. And President Zelensky says, "I will personally tell you that one of my assistants spoke with Mr. Giuliani just recently, and we are hoping very much that Mr. Giuliani will be able to travel to Ukraine, and we will meet once he comes to Ukraine." Did that surprise you?
Again, I didn't have the transcript at the time. All I heard was that Giuliani was mentioned, but Mr. Morrison said that Giuliani was mentioned in the call.
But the way Zelensky states it here, it sounds like he is very much looking forward to speaking with America's mayor.
That's what I found out when I read the transcript on the 25th of September or so.
Okay. Now, Mr. Kent, corruption in Ukraine is endemic, correct?
That's correct.
And it affects the courts, the prosecutors, and there have historically been problems with all the prosecutors in Ukraine, correct?
I would say up until the new set of prosecutors appointed by President Zelensky in the last 2 months, correct.
Okay, and so the U.S. government, the consensus hope at the State Department and the National Security Council and the White House is that Zelensky's the real deal. He's a real reformer. He's genuinely interested in rooting out corruption, prosecuting the bad guys, correct?
I would say we are cautiously optimistic, and we will work wherever there is the political will to do the right thing and put forward genuine reform.
And at the heart of the corruption is this oligarchical system, correct? Where the oligarchs take control, often by virtual theft of, for example, the right to certain energy licenses, correct?
That is one element, yes, sir.
And the company Burisma, its leader, Zlochevsky, he has a little bit of a storied history of corruption, doesn't he?
Mr. Zlochevsky was Minister of Energy from 2010 to 2012 under the pro-Russian government, and he used his regulatory authority to award gas exploration licenses to companies that he himself controlled. That would be considered an act of corruption in my view, yes.
And certainly self-dealing.
Certainly self-dealing and self-enriching.
And how did the Ukrainian government ultimately pursue that?
In the spring of 2014, the Ukrainian government, the new government after the Revolution of Dignity, turned to partners, particularly the US and the UK, to try to recover tens of billions of dollars of stolen assets. The first case that we tried to recover that money came from Mr. Zlochevsky. The Serious Crimes Office in the UK had already opened up an investigation. They worked with us and the Ukrainian authorities to develop more information. The $23 million was frozen until somebody in the General Prosecutor's Office of Ukraine shut the case, issued a letter to his lawyer, and that money went poof.
So essentially paid a bribe to make the case go away.
That is our strong assumption, yes, sir.
Okay. Now, at any point in time, has anyone in the Ukrainian government tried to reinvestigate that, or did those crimes just go unpunished, and was he free to go?
Mr. Zlochevsky spent time, as far as I understand, in Moscow and Monaco after he fled Ukraine. We continued to raise as a point of order that because U.S. taxpayer dollars had been used to try to recover frozen assets, that we have a fiduciary responsibility, and we continued to press Ukrainian officials to answer for why alleged corrupt prosecutors had closed a case, and we have, till now, not gotten a satisfactory answer. So, to summarize, we thought that Mykola Zlochevsky had stolen money. We thought a prosecutor had taken a bribe to shut the case, and those were our main concerns.
And are you in favor of that matter being fully investigated and prosecuted?
I think since U.S. taxpayer dollars were wasted, I would love to see the Ukrainian Prosecutor General's office find who the corrupt prosecutor was that took the bribe and how much it was paid. And that's what I said to the Deputy Prosecutor General on February 3rd, 2015.
But in addition to prosecuting the person that took the bribes, shouldn't the organization or individual that sponsored the bribes be prosecuted?
I would agree that the Ukrainian law authorities should uphold the rule of law and hold people account for breaking Ukrainian law.
So this company, Burisma, involved in lots of criminal activity, correct?
I do not know that.
But over the years, it's been involved in a number of questionable dealings, correct?
I would say that it's the largest private gas producer in the country, and its business reputation is mixed.
So to the extent a new regime is coming in under President Zelensky, it certainly would be fair for the new prosecutor, a genuine prosecutor, to re-examine old crimes that hadn't sufficiently been brought to justice, right?
I believe that the new Prosecutor General, Ruslan Rябошапka, made a statement to that end that they would be reviewing past cases. But keep in mind, this is a country where those that commit crimes generally never get held to account, so there's a lot to review.
Okay, now this, the bribe was paid in what year?
To the best of my knowledge, the case against Zlochevsky, the former minister, was shut down December of 2014.
Okay, and right around that time, Burisma starts adding officials to its board, is that correct?
Understanding is, yes, that Zlochevsky invited a series of new individuals to join the board in 2014.
And do you know what his strategy was in adding officials to his board?
I have never met Mr. Zlochevsky.
Okay, and who are some of the folks he added to the board?
The most prominent person he added to the board was the former president of Poland, Aleksander Kwaśniewski.
And anyone else?
There were a number of others, including some Americans, and the most prominent one in this context is Hunter Biden.
Okay, so Hunter Biden's added to the board of Burisma. Now, do you think that creates a problem that Burisma may be adding people to its board for protection purposes?
Sir, I work for the government. I don't work in the corporate sector, and so I believe that companies build their boards with a variety of reasons, not only to promote their business plans.
Was Hunter Biden a corporate governance expert?
I have no idea what Hunter Biden studied at university or what his CV says.
Like, is he the Jeffrey Sonnenfeld of the Ukraine?
I have no awareness or knowledge of what his background was and what he may have done on the board of Burisma.
So you don't know whether he has any business experience in Ukraine prior to joining Burisma's board?
I've heard nothing about prior experience.
Okay.
No.
Do you know if he speaks Ukrainian?
I do not.
Do you know if he possesses any other element other than the fact that he is the son of, at the time, the sitting vice president?
I do not.
Okay. Ambassador Taylor, do you know whether Hunter Biden offers anything other than the fact that his dad's the former vice president?
I don't.
Or at the time was the vice president?
I have no knowledge of Hunter Biden.
But you would agree it raises questions, right? He was getting paid, I think, $50,000 a month to sit on the board. Did you know if he relocated to Ukraine?
I'm sorry, Mr. Kessler, say again?
Do you know if Hunter Biden relocated to Ukraine?
No knowledge.
Do you know, Mr. Kent?
Again, no knowledge.
Okay. So he's getting paid $50,000 a month, but we don't know whether he had any experience, he had any, he spoke the language, or whether he moved to Ukraine, correct?
Correct.
Now, at this time, Vice President Biden was taking a specific interest in Ukraine, wasn't he?
He was.
And could you tell us about that?
I believe while he was vice president, he made a total of 6 visits to Ukraine. One may have been during the old regime, Yanukovych, and that would make 5 visits after the Revolution of Dignity, which started February of 2014.
Okay, and you were the DCM, the Deputy Chief of Mission at the time, correct?
Starting in 2015, yes.
Okay. And did Vice President Biden come when you were at post?
He did not. I came back for Ukrainian language training, and so I missed several visits.
Now, you've seen Vice President Biden's, he's sort of given a speech, and he's, a little folksy about how he went into Ukraine and he told the Ukrainians that if they don't fire the prosecutor, they're going to lose their $1 billion in loan guarantees. You've seen that, correct?
I have. I think it was a speech at the Council of Foreign Relations in January 2018.
Right. And he also said that he's been there, to Ukraine 13 times. Do you know if that's accurate?
To the best of my knowledge, when he was vice president, he made 6 visits.
And did the State Department ever express any concerns to the Vice President's office that the Vice President's role at the time in engaging on Ukraine presented any issues?
No, the vice president's role was critically important. It was top cover to help us pursue our policy agenda.
Okay, but given Hunter Biden's role in Burisma's board of directors, at some point you testified in your deposition that you expressed some concern to the vice president's office. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And what did they do about that concern that you expressed?
I have no idea. I reported my concern to the office of the vice president.
Okay, and that was the end of it? Nobody?
Sir, you would have to ask people who worked in the office of the vice president during 2015.
But after you expressed the concern of a perceived conflict of interest at the least, the vice president's engagement in Ukraine didn't decrease, did it?
Correct, because the vice president was promoting U.S. policy objectives in Ukraine.
And Hunter Biden's role on the board of Burisma didn't cease, did it?
To the best of my knowledge, it didn't, and my concern was that there was the possibility of a perception of a conflict of interest.
Now, Ambassador Taylor, I want to turn to the discussion of the irregular channel you described. And in fairness, this irregular channel of diplomacy, it's not as outlandish as it could be. Is that correct?
It's not as outlandish as it could be. Yeah, I agree, Mr. Kessler.
Okay, we have Ambassador Volker, who's a former Senate-confirmed ambassador to NATO, a longtime State Department diplomat, and you've known Ambassador Volker for years, correct?
That's correct.
A man of unquestioned integrity, correct?
That's correct.
And somebody with incredible knowledge of the region.
With very good knowledge of the region. Yes, sir.
And the best interests of the United States.
Yeah, I'm sure that's right.
And the best interests of Ukraine.
His first priority is clearly the United States.
Okay.
And to the extent that Ukraine has an implication for that, yes,
Okay.
Ukraine as well.
And the second member of the irregular channel is Ambassador Sondland, who is Senate confirmed, ambassador to the EU. So his involvement here, while not necessarily part of his official duties as the ambassador to the EU, certainly is not outlandish for him to be interested and engaged pursuant to the President or Secretary Pompeo's direction, correct?
It's a little unusual for the U.S. ambassador to the EU to play a role in Ukraine policy.
Okay. And, it might be irregular, but it's certainly not outlandish. And then Secretary Perry is the third member of the irregular channel. Certainly a Senate-confirmed official, somebody with deep experience in energy markets, and he was pursuing some, liquefied natural gas projects in Ukraine.
That's correct, Ms. Castro.
So his involvement, Secretary Perry's involvement, is perfectly acceptable?
It is.
Okay. Now, this irregular channel as it developed, when did you determine that it became problematic? I mean, you in your opening statement identified yourself appropriately as the leader of the regular channel.
At least a participant. Here's another leader of the regular channel.
So when did you first develop concerns that the irregular channel was being problematic?
So I arrived in Kyiv in mid-September. By late September, a couple of phone calls with...
You arrived in Kyiv in June, right?
June, sorry.
June 17th?
Mid-June.
Yep.
June 17th, thank you. And so by the end of June, I had begun to hear references to investigations as something that would have to happen prior to the meeting that President Trump had offered to President Zelensky.
Okay.
And that began to raise questions for me.
Okay. Now you've known Ambassador Volker, and you've certainly have a reason to know Ambassador Sondland. What did you do at this point, or did you ever try to wrest control of the irregular channel?
I didn't try to wrest control of the irregular channel, do that. At the time when I...
Why not? Why not, though, if you have these concerns?
Because, Ms. Castro, at the time, as Ambassador Kent, no, Deputy Assistant Secretary Kent testified, both channels were interested in having a meeting between President Zelensky and President Trump. So there's no reason to kind of wrest control if we're going in the same direction.
But at some point, you developed concerns. I mean, your opening statement is here. I mean, you're the impeachment witness number one, and you're number two, Mr. Kent. For the case impeaching the President of the United States because of the concerns you've testified about the irregular channel, correct?
I was concerned when the irregular channel appeared to be going against the irregular channel was going against the overall direction of and purpose of the regular channel. So
and as I understand the record, however, when you arrived in Ukraine, you had the support of the Secretary and the Secretary's top advisor, Counselor Ulrich Breckbuhl, correct?
That is correct.
And they assured you that if you had any concerns, you would be able to contact them and they would have your back.
That is correct.
And you knew going in that the Rudy Giuliani element presented some complexities, correct?
I was concerned about Rudy Giuliani's statements and involvement in the Ukraine policy, yes.
Okay, so when it genuinely became, a concern for you, what did you do to either engage Sondland and Volker and Perry, Giuliani? By the way, have you ever met Rudy Giuliani during these times relevant?
Not during the times relevant. Mr. Giuliani visited Ukraine one time when I was there, I think in 2007 or 8.
Okay.
That's the only time I've met him.
Okay. So you've never had any communications with Rudy Giuliani as part of these irregular channel business?
That's
matters?
correct. That's correct.
Okay. And anyway, getting back to my question, did you try to engage Breck Buell or the secretary, during this time period? I know you said that you had, I believe, an August 21st or 22nd telephone call with Breck Buell. You had a July 10th telephone call with Breck Buell, and then you sent a first-person cable to the secretary on August 29th.
That's correct.
Is that sort of the universe of initiatives you took inside the State Department to raise your concerns about the irregular channel?
I also raised my concerns with Deputy Assistant Secretary George Kent. In particular, early on when I think I may have mentioned this phone call that was odd in that it did not include the normal staff, indeed, Ambassador Sondland's staff, and that struck me as unusual. I consulted with Mr. Kent, and at his suggestion, made a note of this, and also had, I think at that point, I had a conversation with Mr. Breck Buell.
That was a June 28th call, I believe?
That's correct.
And in your opening statement, you expressed some concerns about what Ambassador Sondland had said, but then once Zelensky got on the phone, it proceeded in a very regular channel way, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So the June 28th call, at least in and of itself, didn't ultimately, as it played out, present any problems for you?
The call with President Zelensky did not. The preparation for that call, the preparation included maybe 15 minutes of just the Americans that would stay on the call.
Right.
And that, again, that was a little irregular in that it didn't have the staff. It was also in that pre-call, in that 15 minutes, before President Zelensky got on the phone, where Ambassador Volker told the rest of the participants that he was planning to have a conversation with President Zelensky in Toronto in 3 days, 4 days, where he would outline for President Zelensky the important components of the phone call that we were trying to establish.
Okay. And you didn't have any issue with that, did you?
The only issue I had with that, Mr. Castor, was there was reference to investigations in, I believe that's, I'll have to check my notes on that, but there was raised issues for me that I didn't understand what Ambassador Volker had in mind that he was specifically going to raise with Mr. Zelensky. That was a little bit of a concern.
Okay. I mean, the president's expressed his, interest in certain investigations, certainly relating to the 2016 election and relating to this corrupt Burisma outfit. So that wasn't inconsistent with the president's message, right?
I'm not sure, Mr. Castor. Maybe, can I ask you to repeat the question?
The president's concerns about the 2016 election and needing to get to the bottom of it, and the president's concerns as it ultimately related to the Burisma company. I mean, if Ambassador Volker is raising that with Zelensky, that's consistent with the direction of the president, correct?
The president's interest, or I would say Mr. Giuliani's interest, because that's what that's what was very clear at the time. Mr. Giuliani's interest in pursuing these investigations was of concern, but
yeah. By the way, do you know how many times Volker met with Giuliani?
I don't.
How many would you guess? Is it like, was he talking to him all the time or meeting with him all the time?
Mr. Kessler, I don't know.
Okay. From his, at his deposition, he told us just once, and he texted back and forth with the mayor, and it had a call or two, but it wasn't a pervasive engagement for Ambassador Volker. Were you aware of that?
I was not aware. I was aware of one breakfast, I think, but that's the only one that I was aware of.
And Mr. Kent, before my time expires, I want to circle back to the company of Burisma. And you testified at your deposition that there was an instance where USAID had engaged with Burisma in possibly sponsoring a program, and you took issue with that and recommended USAID to pull back from that. Could you tell us about that?
So I became aware in the summer, I believe, of 2016 that as a part of what I recall was a clean energy awareness campaign, the part of the USAID mission that worked on economics and governance, including energy, had sponsored some sort of contest for young Ukrainians to come up with a theme, and there was a prize. I believe it may have been a camera. And they had co-sponsored, and with public-private partnership being a buzzword, having a co-sponsorship with Burisma. Given the past history of our interest in recovering stolen assets from Zlochevsky, it was my view that it was inappropriate for the embassy to be co-sponsoring a contest with Burisma. I raised that with the mission director at the embassy. She agreed, and the USAID mission kept the contest but dropped the public-private partnership sponsorship.
The time of the gentleman has expired. We'll now move to 5-minute member rounds. I recognize myself for 5 minutes. Mr. Kent, I want to follow up on my colleague's questions regarding Burisma. You testified about a time when an oligarch named Zlochevsky, I think it was self-dealing, awarding himself contracts. When was that?
To the best of my knowledge, he was Minister of Energy, Minister of Ecology under President Yanukovych from 2010 to 2012. And at the time, licenses to have substrata exploration of gas were awarded by a subdivision of the Ministry of Ecology.
So this corrupt self-dealing then was approximately 7 years, at least 7 years before the events that bring us here today, the phone call on the 25th and the events around it?
Correct. His time as minister was 2010 to 2012. Hunter Biden joined the board of Burisma in 2014.
And you've read the call transcript, have you not?
I have, and I have it in front of me, but I haven't read it for about a month.
Is there any mention in the discussion with President Trump and President Zelensky of this oligarch, Zlochevsky, who 7 years earlier had been self-dealing?
To the best of my knowledge, no.
Is there a discussion of awarding contracts to oneself or the corrupt acts in the 2012 to 2014 timeframe?
To the best of my knowledge, no.
Now, what the president brings up is CrowdStrike, the server, and the Bidens. Am I right?
I see that here, yes.
There was no discussion on that call of setting up an anti-corruption court or looking into corruption among oligarchs or companies in general. The president's comments were focused on two things, 2016 and the Bidens. Am I right?
I believe so, yes.
Now, you testified in your opening statement, I do not believe the United States should ask other countries to engage in selective politically associated investigations or prosecutions against opponents of those in power, because such selective actions undermine the rule of law regardless of the country. The selective politically associated investigations or prosecutions against opponents of those in power, are you referring to the Bidens there?
I'm referring as a general principle about the promotion of the rule of law.
But that would apply to the President of the United States seeking an investigation of his political opponent, would it not?
It could be interpreted that way, yes, sir.
And I take it in your discussions, Ambassador Taylor, with Ambassador Sondland or others, what was communicated to you was that the president wanted investigations into 2016 and the Bidens, not into an oligarch named Zlochevsky or self-dealing, but 2016 and the Bidens. Was that your understanding?
That was my understanding.
And in fact, when you said your staff overheard this call between Ambassador Sondland and the president, in that call, the president brings up investigation, does he not?
He did.
And immediately after the President gets off the phone with Sondland. Sondland is asked by your staff, what does the president think about Ukraine? And his answer is, he's just interested in the Bidens. Am I right?
He said he was more interested in the Bidens.
More interested in the Bidens. No discussion of Zlochevsky or Chalupa or things that happened 7 years ago. He was interested in the Bidens.
Yes, sir.
Now, I think you also testified that Ambassador Sondland told you that President Trump wanted Zelensky in a public box. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And by public box, did that mean that private statements, private promises to do this investigation of 2016 of the Bidens were not enough? He had to go on TV. He had to go public in some way because the president wanted him in that box. Is that your understanding?
Mr. Chairman, I don't know exactly what he had in mind, and I'm not sure what Ambassador Sondland had in mind, who was the one who mentioned that to me. That's the implication. The implication was it needed to be public as opposed to being a private assurance.
And I think you said in that same call, you asked Ambassador Sondland to push back on President Trump's demand. Is that right?
That's correct, sir.
So you understood from your conversation with Sondland, this was the president's demand, not Sondland's demand, the president's demand, and you wanted Sondland to push back. Am I right?
What I wanted to, so Ambassador Sondland was clearly able to have conversations with the president, and I thought that the pressure on another president, on President Zelensky, was not a good idea from either president's standpoint. So I suggested in that phone call to with Ambassador Sondland that he, since he frequently had conversation with the president, could make that point.
Well, and I think the way you express yourself is you wanted Sondland to push back on President Trump's demand, right?
Yes, sir.
So was your understanding from talking to Sondland, this is what the president wanted him to do, and you wanted Sondland to push back?
I asked Ambassador Sondland to push back. That's correct.
And in fact, even after the aid was ultimately released, even after the White House learns of the whistleblower complaint and the congressional investigation, the aid is released, even after those events, you were still worried that Zelensky was going to feel it necessary to go on CNN and announce these investigations, were you not?
Mr. Chairman, I was still worried that he might do that. So yes, I thought that would be a bad idea. And so when there was some indication that there might still be a plan for the CNN interview in New York, which was upcoming at the United Nations General Assembly meeting, I was worried. I wanted to be sure that that didn't happen, so I addressed it with the Zelensky staff.
And I think you said earlier that Dan Liuk, the National Security Advisor then for Zelensky, was concerned Zelensky didn't want to be used as some tool in American politics. Is that right?
That's correct, sir.
So Zelensky didn't want to go on TV and announce political investigations that he thought would mire him in U.S. politics, right?
He knew that, he and his advisors knew that it's a bad idea to interject, to interfere in other nations' elections. Yes, sir.
But nonetheless, it appeared until the aid was lifted, the hold was lifted, that he felt compelled to do it.
He was making plans, his staff was making plans to have him make some kind of announcement, I don't know what it would have been, on CNN in public.
Even though he didn't want to be marred in U.S. politics?
Even though he knew it was a bad idea to interfere in other people's elections.
Mr. Nunes, you are recognized for 7 minutes and 10 seconds.
Thank the gentleman for that. Ambassador Taylor, you said in your deposition that the first time you heard about this issue with Rudy Giuliani, and I'm paraphrasing, but you read it in the New York Times. Is that correct?
I do remember that I do remember noticing about Mr. Giuliani being involved in this in that article. Yes, sir.
Okay. I think one of the mothers of all conspiracy theories is that somehow the President of the United States would want a country that he doesn't even like, he doesn't want to give foreign aid to have the Ukrainians start an investigation into Biden's. With that, I yield to Mr. Jordan.
Thank the gentleman for yielding. Ambassador Taylor, thank you for being here. AID's held up on July 18th, is that right?
That's when I first heard about it, Mr.
And then it's released, Ambassador Taylor, on September 11th. And we know that from your deposition, in those 55 days that aid is delayed, you met with President Zelensky 3 times. The first one was July 26th, the day after the famous call now between President Trump and President Zelensky. President Zelensky meets with you, Ambassador Volker, and Ambassador Sondland. And again, according to your deposition and your testimony, there was no linkage of security assistance dollars to investigating Burisma or the Bidens. Second meeting is August 27th. Again, in this 55-day time frame, second meeting is August 27th. President Zelensky meets with you and Ambassador Bolton and others. And again, there's no linkage of dollars, security assistance dollars, to an investigation of the Bidens. And then, of course, the third meeting is September 5th. President Zelensky meets with you and Senators Johnson and Murphy. And once again, there was no linkage of security assistance dollars to an investigation of Burisma or the Bidens. 3 meetings with the president of Ukraine, the new president, and no linkage. That's accurate?
Mr. Jordan, it's certainly accurate on the first two meetings, because to my knowledge, the Ukrainians were not aware of the hold on assistance until the 29th of August.
So the Politico article.
The Politico article. The third meeting that you mentioned with the senators, Senators Murphy and Senator Johnson, there was discussion of the security assistance, but
no linkage.
But there was not discussion of linkage.
3 meetings face-to-face with President Zelensky, no linkage. Yet, in your deposition, you said this, and you said it again the first hour of the majority. My clear understanding was security assistance money would not come until President Zelensky committed to pursue the investigation. My clear understanding was they weren't going to get the money until President Zelensky committed to pursue the investigations. Now, with all due respect, Ambassador, your clear understanding was obviously wrong, because it didn't happen. President Zelensky didn't announce he was going to investigate Burisma or the Bidens. He didn't do a press conference and say, I'm going to investigate the Bidens, we're going to investigate Burisma. He didn't tweet about it, and you just told the ranking member he didn't do the CNN interview and announce he's going to investigate Burisma or the Bidens. So 3 face-to-face meetings, it doesn't come up, no linkage whatsoever. President Zelensky doesn't announce it before the aid is released on the 11th. And yet you said you have a clear understanding that those 2 things were going to happen. The money was going to get released, but not until there was an investigation, and that, in fact, didn't happen. So what I'm wondering is, where did you get this clear understanding?
As I testified, Mr. Jordan, this came from Ambassador Sondland.
Well, can you hold 1 second, Ambassador? I'm going to bring you a piece of paper from Ambassador Sondland's statement.
Very good.
And you can take a look at this. Go ahead, though. I want to let you finish.
So, Mr. Jordan, should I read this, or?
No, I just want you to have it because I'm going to read it.
Oh, very good, very good.
But I wanted you to go ahead and finish. You said, Ambassador, you got this from Ambassador Sondland.
That is correct. Ambassador Sondland also said that he had talked to President Zelensky and Mr. Yermak and had told them that although this was not a quid pro quo, if President Zelensky did not clear things up in public, we would be at a stalemate. That was one point. It was also the case.
Mr. Morrison talked to you, right?
No. What I was going to say is Ambassador Sondland also told me that he recognized that it was a mistake to have told the Ukrainians that only the meeting with the president in the Oval Office was held up on in order to get these investigations. No, it was not just the meeting, it was also the security system. That is, everything was. So those two discussions.
No, I understand.
Okay.
All right, so again, just to recap, you had 3 meetings with President Zelensky. No linkage in those 3 meetings came up. Ambassador Zelensky didn't announce that he was going to do any investigation of the Bidens or Burismas before the aid was released. He didn't do a tweet, didn't do anything on CNN, didn't do any of that. President Zelensky, excuse me. Right. And then what you have in front of you is an addendum that Mr. Sondland made to his testimony that we got a couple weeks ago. It says, Declaration of Ambassador Gordon Sondland. I, Gordon Sondland, do hereby swear and affirm as follows. I want you to look at point number 2, bullet point number 2, second sentence. Ambassador Taylor recalls that Mr. Morrison told Ambassador Taylor that I told Mr. Morrison that I conveyed this message to Mr. Yarmak on September 1st, 2019 in connection with Vice President Pence's visit to Warsaw and a meeting with President Zelensky. Now, this is his clarification. Let me read it one more time. Ambassador Taylor recalls that Mr. Morrison told Ambassador Taylor that I told Mr. Morrison that I conveyed this message to Mr. Yarmak on September 1st, 2019 in connection with Vice President Pence's visit to Warsaw and a meeting with President Zelensky. We got 6 people having 4 conversations in one sentence, and you just told me this is where you got your clear understanding. Which, I mean, even though you had 3 opportunities with President Zelensky for him to tell you, you know what, we're going to do these investigations to get the aid. Didn't tell you 3 different times. Never makes an announcement, never tweets about it, never does a CNN interview. Ambassador, you weren't on the call, were you? The president, you didn't listen on President Trump's call and President Zelensky's call?
I did not.
You've never talked with Chief of Staff Mulvaney?
I never did.
You never met the president?
That's correct.
You had 3 meetings again with Zelensky and it didn't come up.
And 2 of those they had never heard about, as far as I know.
And President
There was no reason for it to
President
come up.
Zelensky never made an announcement. This is what I can't believe. And you're their star witness. You're their first witness.
Mr.
You're the
Jordan,
guy. You're the guy based on this. Based on, I mean, I've seen church prayer chains that are easier to understand than this. Ambassador Taylor recalls that Mr. Morrison told, now again, this is, I hereby swear and affirm from Gordon Sondland. Ambassador Taylor recalls that Mr. Morrison told Ambassador Taylor that I told Mr. Morrison that I conveyed this message to Mr. Yarmak on September 1st, 20. This all happens, by the way. This all happens, by the way, in Warsaw, where Vice President Pence meets with President Zelensky. And guess what?
Taylor,
they didn't talk about any linkage either.
Time the gentleman's expired. Ambassador Taylor, would you like to respond?
The only response, I have 2 responses, Mr. Chairman, thank you, and Mr. Jordan. Glad to take those questions. Let me just say that I don't consider myself a star witness for anything.
They do. You don't.
No, I don't. I'm responding to your questions.
Please don't interrupt the witness.
As I think I was clear about, I'm not here to take one side or the other or to advocate any particular outcome. So let me just restate that. Second thing is that my understanding is only coming from people that I talk to.
We got that.
We got that. I think this clarification from Ambassador Sondland was because he said he didn't remember this in his first deposition. So he wanted to kind of clarify. But I think, Mr. Jordan, the way I read this, he remembers it the same way I do.
Yeah, and it's real clear, right?
It's very clear to me.
Thank you, Ambassador Taylor. Mr. Himes, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Gentlemen, thank you for your testimony today. One of the things I find startling about these proceedings is that faced with very serious allegations of presidential misconduct, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle don't engage or defend that conduct. Rather, they spin theories about black ledgers and Steele dossiers and the startling revelation that Ukrainians might have been upset when a presidential candidate suggested that perhaps he would let the Russians keep Crimea. Or, of course, we get the attacks so epitomized by Mr. Nunes's opening statement when he attacked Democrats, he attacked the media, and most disgustingly attacked the extraordinary men and women of the State Department and the FBI. When a defense does emerge, it looks a little like this. Ukraine is a corrupt country, and the president was just acting in a long line, a long tradition of actually trying to address corruption in Ukraine. Mr. Kent, you've worked on anti-corruption and rule of law efforts for much of your 27-year career. Is that correct?
I have specialized in anti-corruption and rule of law issues since 2012, correct?
So, like most of us up here, I don't have a good sense of what a real anti-corruption effort that we must engage in all over the world all the time, what that looks like. So let me ask you to just take a minute and just characterize for us what a real initiative, what a real program of anti-corruption might look like.
If we're doing a systemic, holistic program, you need institutions with integrity. That starts with investigators. It goes to prosecutors. It goes to courts, and eventually it goes to the correction system. In countries like Ukraine, we generally start with law enforcement, and that's what we did in 2014-15 with the new patrol police. There also is oftentimes needed a specialized anti-corruption agency. In Ukraine, that was called the National Anti-Corruption Bureau, or NABU. There was a different body that reviewed asset declarations for unusual wealth called National Anti-Corruption Prevention Council. And eventually we got to helping them establish a special anti-corruption prosecutor and eventually a high court on anti-corruption. And that was to try to create investigators, prosecutors, and courts with integrity that couldn't be bought and would be focused on high-level corruption.
So what I'm hearing there, Mr. Kent, is a very comprehensive effort. So let me read you President Trump's own words to the Ukrainian president in their July 25th phone call. And I quote, "There's a lot of talk about Biden's son, that Biden stopped the prosecution, and a lot of people want to find out about that, so whatever you can do with the Attorney General would be great. Biden went around bragging that he stopped the prosecution, so if you can look into it, it sounds horrible to me." Mr. Kent, when you hear those words, do you hear the president participating in or requesting a thoughtful and well-calibrated anti-corruption program?
I do not.
And Mr. Kent and Mr. Taylor, the defenders of the president's behavior have made a big deal out of the fact that Vice President Biden encouraged the Ukrainians to remove a corrupt former Ukrainian prosecutor, 2016, Mr. Shokin. And in fact, Senator Rand Paul on Sunday said, and I quote him, "They're impeaching the President Trump for exactly the same thing that Joe Biden did." Is that correct? Is what the president did in his phone call and what Joe Biden did in terms of Mr. Shokin, are those exactly the same things? And if not, how are they different?
I do not think they are the same things. What former Vice President Biden requested of former President of Ukraine, Poroshenko, was the removal of a corrupt Prosecutor General, Viktor Shokin, who had undermined a program of assistance that we had spent, again, U.S. taxpayer money, to try to build an independent investigator unit to go after corrupt prosecutors. And there was a case called the Diamond Prosecutor case in which Shokin destroyed the entire ecosystem that we were trying to help create. The investigators, the judges who issued the warrants, the law enforcement that had warrants to do the wiretapping, everybody to protect his former driver whom he'd made a prosecutor. That's what Joe Biden was asking, remove the corrupt prosecutor.
So Joe Biden was participating in an open effort, established whole of government effort to address corruption in Ukraine.
That is correct.
Great. So, Mr. Kent, as you look at this whole mess, Rudy Giuliani, President Trump, in your opinion, was this a comprehensive and whole of government effort to end corruption in Ukraine?
Referring to the requests in July?
Exactly.
I would not say so, no, sir.
Yeah, I don't think President Trump was trying to end corruption in Ukraine. I think he was trying to aim corruption in Ukraine at Vice President Biden and at the 2020 election. And I yield back the balance of my time.
Mr. Conaway is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield my time to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Ratcliffe.
I thank the gentleman, and I thank you both for being here. It's obvious from your testimony today that you both care a great deal about U.S.-Ukraine relations. It's also very clear that you're optimistic about President Zelensky. Ambassador Taylor, you related one of his first acts in office was to remove immunity from deputies, which had long been a source of corruption. I know you had a number of personal dealings with him. Has he given you any reason to question his honesty or his integrity?
No, sir.
In your prior deposition, I asked you, and I'll read it directly, if nobody in the Ukrainian government is aware of a military hold at the time of the Trump-Zelensky call, then as a matter of law and as a matter of fact, there can be no quid pro quo based on military aid. And to your knowledge, nobody in the Ukrainian government was aware of the hold. And your answer was, that is correct. Is that still your testimony?
Mr. Ratcliffe, at some point in September.
I'm talking about on July 25th.
July 25th. Sorry. Yes, that's correct. That's correct. They did not know this.
All right. And as it turns out, President Zelensky agreed with you. On October 10th, President Zelensky held a press marathon with over 300 reporters where he said repeatedly and consistently over hours and hours that he was not aware of a military hold during the July 25th call. In fact, in his official press release from the Ukrainian government available on his website that I'll be introducing into the record, he said, "Our phone conversation bears no relations to arms. They blocked the provision of military assistance prior to our telephone conversation, but the issue had not been discussed during our conversation. I mean, I didn't even know." So, now, In addition to confirming that because he had no knowledge of it, there was no quid pro quo involving military aid during that call, President Zelensky went on to confirm a number of things, that there was no pressure, that there were no conditions, that there were no threats on military aid. There were no conditions or pressure to investigate Burisma or the 2016 election, that there was no blackmail, that there was no corruption of any kind during the July 25th call. Again, from his official press release. Therefore, there was no blackmail because it was not the subject of our conversation with the President of the United States. There were no conditions on the investigation, either because of arms or the situation around Burisma Company. He told Reuters there was no blackmail. He told the LA Times there was no pressure or blackmail from the United States. He told Japan's Kyodo News, I was never pressured and there were no conditions being imposed. He told ABC News and the BBC, I'm against corruption. This is not corruption. It was just a call. The Ukrainian president stood in front of the world press and repeatedly, consistently, over and over again, interview after interview, said he had no knowledge of military aid being withheld, meaning no quid pro quo, no pressure, no demands, no threats, no blackmail, nothing corrupt. And unlike the first 45 minutes that we heard from the Democrats today, that's not secondhand information, it's not hearsay, it's not what someone overheard Ambassador Sondland say. That was his direct testimony. Ambassador Taylor, do you have any evidence to assert that President Zelensky was lying to the world press when he said those things? Yes or no?
Mr. Ratcliffe, if I can respond.
My time is short.
Your time
yes
is
or
short.
no?
That's right. I have no reason to doubt what the president said in his.
Okay, very good. So in this impeachment hearing today, where we impeach presidents for treason or bribery or other high crimes, where is the impeachable offense in that call? Are either of you here today to assert there was an impeachable offense in that call? Shout it out. Anyone?
Mr. Ratcliffe, if I can just respond, let me just reiterate that I'm
I've
not
got
here.
1 minute left.
I know.
Let
you only got a
me
minute
just make
left.
this
I've just
point.
got 30.
Please allow the witness. You asked the witness a question. The witness
I'll
asked
withdraw
a
the question. Let me just make
and I'm
this
not
point.
here to take
The
one side or
question
the other. That's your
Ambassador,
decision.
let me answer this. Let me ask you
The
this
gentleman will
question.
suspend.
Spend the time,
Ambassador
please.
Taylor, would
Suspend
you like to
time,
answer the
please.
question?
Suspend the time, please. I withdrew the
The
question.
gentleman will suspend. We will suspend the clock.
Suspend the clock
Suspend
at
the clock.
1 minute, please.
Ambassador Taylor, would you like to respond to the question?
Mr. Ratcliffe, I would just like to say that I'm not here to do anything having to do with to decide about impeachment. That is not what either of us are here to do. This is your job.
Will you
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
restore time to the clock to 1 minute?
No, but you may continue 22 seconds.
Fine. Mr. Ambassador, I think everyone knows that House Democrats have made up their mind to impeach one president. The question that we've just learned is whether or not they're prepared to impeach two. Because to be clear, if House Democrats impeach President Trump for a quid pro quo involving military aid, they have to call President Zelensky a liar. If they impeach him for abusing his power or pressuring or making threats or demands, they have to call President Zelensky a liar to do it. If they impeach President Trump for blackmail or extortion or making threats or demand, they have to call President Trump a liar to do it. I yield back.
Chair recognizes Representative Sewell.
I yield a few minutes to my esteemed chairman.
Thank you. Ambassador Taylor, I don't know if you've had a chance to read some of the transcripts have been released. Are you aware that other witnesses have testified that Ukraine, in fact, found out the aid was being withheld before it became public knowledge?
Mr. Chairman, I've read that. I think there's still some question about when they may have heard.
And ultimately, they did find out when the political story came out, to your knowledge, but others have said even sooner. But they did find out, right, Ambassador?
They did, Mr. Chairman.
And at the time they found out, they knew what President Trump wanted from them, that he wanted these investigations, correct?
Ambassador Sondland informed President Zelensky's staff, that is Mr. Yermak, of what was required, yes.
So Ukraine finds out about the hold. You're not able to give them a reason for the hold. No one is able to give them a reason for the hold. They know the president wants these investigations, and then they're told in Warsaw by Ambassador Sondland, essentially, you're not getting the aid unless you do these investigations, correct?
That's correct.
So, you know, you've been asked, how could there be conditioning if the Ukrainians didn't know? But Ukrainians were told by Ambassador Sondland, were they not?
They were. They were. They didn't know, as near as I can tell, the Ukrainians did not know about the hold on the phone call on July 25th. That's true. But they were told, as you said, Mr. Chairman, on the 1st of September.
And in fact, while they may not have known during the time of the call, they would find out. And when they did find out, they would know what the president wanted, correct?
That's correct.
Representative Sewell.
So, Mr. Kent, I'd like to refer you to the discussion of the May 23rd meeting in the Oval Office, when the president met with those who had gone to the Ukraine for the inauguration. You briefly testified that you helped propose names for individuals to go to that inauguration. Was Ambassador Sondland, who was ambassador to the European Union, one of the names that you submitted?
No, it was not.
But he ultimately attended that inauguration, is that not right?
That is correct.
And do you know how he ended up as a part of that official delegation?
I do not know for sure, but my understanding is once the list left the NSC staff, it went through a review through the part of the White House that determines presidential delegations.
You also testified that upon returning, Ambassador Sondland used his, quote, connections with Mulvaney, end quote, in order to secure this meeting in the Oval Office. Is that correct?
That is my understanding, yes.
It seems that this Oval Office meeting was a pivotal turning point in the Ukraine policy. Coming out of that meeting, who was given responsibility, to your recollection, who was given responsibility for the Ukraine policy?
I never saw any document that changed the nature of policy determination. In the U.S. government under the Trump administration, there's the National Security Presidential Memorandum.
Didn't you also say,
Yes, please.
I have a little time, you did say in your testimony that you felt that you testified that Secretary Perry, Ambassador Sondland, and Ambassador Volker, quote, felt that they had a mandate to take the lead, end quote, on Ukraine policy. Did you not?
That was an accurate statement. Their feeling doesn't mean that they actually got delegated responsibility.
Have you ever heard the term Three Amigos?
I referenced that after watching Gordon Sondland say that on Ukrainian TV on July 26th.
And what do you come to mean by Three Amigos?
My understanding of Ambassador Sondland's use of that term is that the three people that were in charge of Ukraine policy during the summer were he, Gordon Sondland, Ambassador Volker, and Secretary Perry.
When did you come to learn about Mr. Giuliani's role, and what do you consider his role to have been?
I first heard about former Mayor Giuliani's interest in Ukraine in January of this year. That was a different phase than what happened during the summertime.
Was it normal to have a person who is a private citizen take an active role in foreign diplomacy?
I did not find his particular engagement normal, no.
Now, Mr. Ambassador Taylor, you testified that there are two channels, a regular and irregular. What did you see as Rudy Giuliani's role in Ukraine policy?
Congresswoman, I came to see that Mr. Giuliani had a large influence on the irregular channel.
And was that normal? Is that normal to have a private citizen of the United States take an active role in diplomacy?
It is not normal. It is not unusual to ask for people outside the government to give opinions to help form the policies of the U.S. government. It is unusual to have a person put input into the channel that goes contrary to U.S. policy.
Thank you. I yield back.
Mr. Turner, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Mr. Kent, Ambassador Taylor, thank you for your service. I have a great deal of appreciation for your profession. You have very little direct contact with decision makers, a tremendous amount of responsibility, and not a lot of authority to affect U.S. policy, bilateral engagements or multilateral engagements. You're trying to shepherd through issues with our allies. One example of that, Ambassador Taylor, is that you testified in your prior testimony that you have not had any contact with the President of the United States. Is that correct?
That's correct, sir.
Ms. Taylor, Mr. Kent, have you had any contact with the President of the United States?
I have not.
So not only no conversations with the President of the United States about Ukraine, you've not had any contact with the President of the United States, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So you both know that this impeachment inquiry is about the President of the United States, don't you? I mean, the man that neither one of you have had any contact with, you're the first up witnesses. I just find that a little amazing that the first up would be two people who've never had any contact with the president himself. Now, Kurt Volker did have contact with the president and contact with the president on Ukraine. Mr. Ambassador Taylor, you said that he's a man of highest integrity. Well, I know Kurt Volker, and I know he served as the NATO ambassador. He served as the director of the McCain Institute. He's the highest professional ethics, one of the most knowledgeable people about Europe. He's absolutely a truthful man. Mr. Kent, would you agree with Ambassador Taylor that he's of the highest integrity?
I believe Kurt Volker has served the U.S. as a public servant very well.
Do either of you have any evidence that Mr. Volker committed perjury or lied to this committee in his testimony to this committee? Do either of you have any evidence that Kurt Volker perjured himself or lied to this committee in his testimony? Ambassador Taylor, any evidence?
Mr. Turner, I have no evidence.
Ms. Kent?
I believe Ambassador Volker's deposition was over 400 pages, and I don't have it in front of me, so I can't make a judgment.
But you have no evidence that he lied or perjured himself,
I have no
correct, Mr.
basis
Kent?
to make that judgment, no,
Great.
sir.
Well, we're not in a court, gentlemen, and if we were, the Sixth Amendment would apply, and so would rules on hearsay and opinion, and most of your two testimonies would not be admissible whatsoever. But I understand in your profession you deal in words of understanding, words of beliefs and feelings, because in your profession, that's what you work with to try to pull together policy and to go in and out of meetings to try to formulate opinions that affect other people's decision-making. Ambassador Taylor, have you ever prepared for a meeting with the president or a prime minister of a country, or where you were told one thing before you went into the meeting as to what it was to be about, and the meeting be about another thing, or you get in there and the beliefs or opinions of the president or the prime minister were other than you believed?
Mr. Turner, you're asking if I ever learned something new in a meeting?
Have you ever walked in with a belief that you thought about the country that you were serving in and find out that they were wrong?
I learned something in every meeting, Mr. Turner, but
Well, Ambassador Taylor, the reason why the Sixth Amendment doesn't allow hearsay is because it's unreliable. It's unreliable because frequently it's untruthful. It is not factual. It might be beliefs or understandings. Ambassador, you testified about a number of things that you heard. Isn't it possible that the things that you heard were not true, that some of the beliefs and understandings that you had are not accurate, that in fact you're mistaken about some of the things that you testified today in a factual basis versus a professional assessment?
Mr. Turner, I'm here to tell you what I know. I'm not going to tell you anything I don't know. I'm going to tell you everything that I do know.
But since you learned it from others,
that's
you
exactly
could be right. You could
that's
be wrong,
exactly
right,
why I'm
Mr.
here.
Taylor? But since you learned it from others, you could be wrong, correct?
I am telling you what I heard them tell me.
And they could be wrong, or they could be mistaken, or they could have heard it incorrectly. Right, Ambassador Taylor?
People make mistakes.
Right, so you could be wrong. I yield the rest of my time to
Thank you, gentlemen, for yielding. Ambassador Taylor, the gentleman asked if you could be wrong. Were you wrong when you said you had a clear understanding that President Zelensky had to commit to an investigation of Biden's before the aid got released, and the aid got released and he didn't commit to an investigation?
Mr. I was not wrong about what I told you, which is what I heard. That's all I've said. I've told you what I heard.
And that's the point. What you heard did not happen. It didn't happen. You had 3 meetings with the guy. He could have told you. He didn't announce he was going to do an investigation before the aid happened. It's not just could it have been wrong. The fact is it was wrong because it didn't happen. The whole point was you had a clear understanding that aid will not get released unless there's a commitment. Not maybe, not I think the aid might happen, and it's my hunch it's going to get released. You use clear language, clear understanding, and commitment, and those 2 things didn't happen, so you had to be wrong.
Ms. Jordan, the other thing that went on when that assistance was on hold is we shook the confidence of a close partner in our reliability. And that's
not what this proceeding's about,
The
Ambassador
time of the gentleman
Taylor.
has expired. Ambassador
That's
Taylor,
not what this whole thing started on.
The time of the gentleman has expired. Ambassador Taylor, did you want to finish your answer?
No, that's good, Mr. Chairman.
I now recognize Mr. Carson for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. I yield to the chairman.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. Just want to follow up on some of the earlier questions about President Zelensky's statements after this scandal came to light, when he was asked, were you pressured, how'd the phone call go, et cetera. Ukrainians, Mr. Kent, are pretty sophisticated about U.S. politics, are they not?
Perhaps.
You would agree that if President Zelensky contradicted President Trump and said, of course I felt pressured. They were holding up $400 million in military assistance. We have people dying every day. If he were to contradict President Trump directly, they would be sophisticated enough to know they may pay a very heavy price with this president, were they not?
That's a fair assessment.
And President Zelensky not only had to worry about retribution from Donald Trump should he contradict Donald Trump publicly, he also has to worry about how he's perceived domestically, doesn't he, Ambassador Taylor?
President Zelensky is very sensitive to the views of Ukrainian people, who indeed are very attentive to Ukrainian U.S. politics, yes.
And so if President Zelensky were to say, I had to capitulate and agree to these investigations, I was ready to go on CNN until the aid got restored, that would obviously be hurtful to him back home, would it not?
He cannot afford to be seen to be deferring to any foreign leader. He is very confident in his own abilities, and he knows that the Ukrainian people expect him to be clear and defend Ukrainian interests.
Mr. Carson.
Thank you, Chairman. My colleague touched briefly on the campaign to remove career diplomat Ambassador Yovanovitch. Mr. Kent, you stated in previous testimony that you were aware of the, quote, campaign of slander against the ambassador in real time, which basically unfolded in the media. Where do you understand this misinformation campaign was coming from, and who was essentially perpetuating it?
To my understanding, the then Prosecutor General of Ukraine, now ex, Yuri Lutsenko, met Rudy Giuliani in New York on a private visit in January. They had a second meeting in February, and through the good offices of the former mayor of New York, Yuri Lutsenko gave an interview to John Solomon, then of The Hill, in early March, and the campaign was launched on March 20th.
A corrupt Ukrainian prosecutor gave an interview to a reporter in the United States and made claims that the ambassador provided officials with a, quote, do not prosecute list. Sir, do you have any reason to believe this is true?
I have every reason to believe it is not true.
What was the reputation of the man who made these allegations, sir?
Yuri Lutsenko was a politician of long standing. He had been Minister of Interior after the Orange Revolution. The U.S. Embassy had good relations with him for years. He was imprisoned by President Yanukovych, came out, was elected majority leader of Poroshenko, the then president's party, and then became Prosecutor General in the spring of 2016.
What was your experience with Ambassador Yovanovitch? Was she working hard to combat corruption in Ukraine, sir?
She was dedicated, as is every U.S. government official in Ukraine, to help Ukrainians overcome the legacy of corruption, which they actually have made a number of important steps since 2014.
So in fact, before all of this happened, you and your superiors at the State Department asked the ambassador to extend her time in the Ukraine, correct, sir?
That is correct.
Did you support her extension?
I asked her to extend until the end of this year to get through the election cycle in Ukraine, and then Undersecretary Hale in March asked her to stay until 2020.
Now, some in Ukraine probably disliked her efforts to help Ukraine root out corruption. Is that correct?
As I mentioned in my testimony, you can't promote principled anti-corruption action without pissing off corrupt people.
Fair enough. Now, some of those people helped Giuliani smear her, did they not?
They did.
So ultimately, that smear campaign pushed President Trump to remove her, correct, sir?
I cannot judge that. What I can say is that Rudy Giuliani's smear campaign was ubiquitous in the spring of 2019 on Fox News and on the internet and Twitter sphere.
So Ambassador Taylor and Mr. Kent, in all of your combined decades at the State Department, have you ever before seen an instance where an ambassador was forced out by the president following a smear campaign of misinformation orchestrated by the president's allies?
I have not.
Nor I.
Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Dr. Wenstrup.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Taylor, this should be easy because I'm going to use a lot of your words from the previous deposition as we go forward. In your deposition, you spoke of support for Ukraine and its relationship to the United States and how much you support that. In 2014, you, and I'm quoting this, urged Obama administration to provide lethal defensive weapons in order to deter further Russian aggression. Did the Obama administration provide lethal weapons?
No, sir.
They provided MREs and blankets and things like that. In your deposition, you also said President Obama's objection was because it might provoke the Russians. And in fact, you testified in your deposition that the Obama administration didn't have a good argument since Russia had already provoked and they have invaded Ukraine. Is that correct?
That's correct, sir.
It's a shame he didn't take the advice of a combat veteran like you, sir. Someone who understands what deterrence provides, because a lot of Ukrainian lives could have been saved if he had taken your advice. In your deposition, you said, and I quote, you were happy with Trump administration's assistance, and it provided both lethal and financial aid, did it not?
It did, sir.
And you also stated that it was a substantial improvement. Is that correct?
That's correct, sir.
So now we're providing javelins, which kill Russian tanks. MREs and blankets do not do that. Today you said, I was beginning to fear that the long-standing U.S. policy of strong support for Ukraine was shifting. I have a little trouble with long-standing based on what we just talked about, because it wasn't really long-standing, strong support. It seems to me the strong support came with this administration. Would you agree with that, sir? Unless you consider MREs and blankets strong support, I wouldn't call it long-standing.
The long-standing that I'm referring to there, Dr. Winstrup, is the long-standing political support, economic support, and increasing military support.
Well, certainly that strong support came from Congress, but it didn't come from the previous administration as compared to what this administration has decided to do. The strong support came with this administration, not the Obama administration. And maybe now we understand what President Obama meant when he told Russian President Medvedev that he'd have more flexibility after his election. Maybe that flexibility was to deny lethal aid to the Ukraine, allowing Russia to march right in and kill Ukrainians. Again, in your deposition, you urged the Obama administration officials to provide lethal defensive weapons to Ukraine in order to deter further Russian aggression. And now they have that under this administration, don't they, Mr. Ambassador?
They have the javelins, yes, sir.
Thank you. And I would like to yield the remainder of my time to Mr. Ratcliffe.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. So, no pressure, no demands, no conditions, nothing corrupt, nothing on the call. That's what we heard President Zelensky say. And because House Democrats' charges against President Trump have been publicly, repeatedly, consistently been denied by President Zelensky, you heard the defense now from Chairman Schiff. He's lying because he has to. He has to lie because the threats, the demands, the blackmail, the extortion that House Democrats are alleging, if he didn't do that, he couldn't possibly risk military aid. He would have to do anything he had to secure it. The problem with that, the hole in that argument is you have to ask yourself, what did President Zelensky actually do to get the aid? The answer is nothing. He did nothing. He didn't open any investigations. He didn't call Attorney General Bill Barr. He didn't do any of the things that House Democrats say that he was being forced and coerced and threatened to do. He didn't do anything because he didn't have to. I yield back.
Ms. Spear, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you both for your true heroic efforts, both today and also throughout your careers. I'd like to start with you, Mr. Kent. In your testimony, you said that you had, in mid-August, it became clear to me that Giuliani's efforts to gin up politically motivated investigations were now infecting U.S. engagement with Ukraine, leveraging President Zelensky's desire for a White House meeting. Mr. Kent, did you actually write a memo documenting your concerns that there was an effort underway to pressure Ukraine to open an investigation to benefit President Trump?
Yes, ma'am. I wrote a memo to the file on August 16th.
But we don't have access to that memo, do we?
I submitted it to the State Department subject to the September 27th subpoena.
And we have not received one piece of paper from the State Department relative to this investigation. Both of you have made compelling cases of the importance of Ukraine to Europe, to the 70 years of peace, the benefit that it has to the United States national security, and our goal to continue to support sovereignty of nations. Meanwhile, Russia is violently attacking people in Ukraine in the Donbass area. So withholding military aid, does that weaken Ukraine?
Well, I think it sends the wrong signal, and it did for a short period of time. Again, the assistance from the FY19 was released and is in the process of heading towards Ukraine.
Does it embolden Russia when there was no aid being sent to Ukraine?
I think the signal that there's controversy and question about the U.S. support of Ukraine sends the signal to Vladimir Putin that he can leverage that as he seeks to negotiate with not only Ukraine but other countries.
Thank you. Ambassador Taylor, I think you mentioned that a White House meeting for Zelensky would boost his ability to negotiate for a peaceful settlement with Vladimir Putin and Russia in general. Is that true?
Ms. Spear, it's certainly true that, that U.S. support for Mr. Zelensky, President Zelensky, in his negotiations with the Russians is very important and will enable him to get a better agreement with that support from the United States, both from the military assistance, but also just from the political assistance that we can provide.
But he has not yet had that White House meeting, has he?
He has not.
I think it's ironic that Soviet-born Lev Parnas, who has now been indicted, had a meeting with the president in the White House after participating in a number of campaign events for the president and contributing $325,000 to the president's PAC. So maybe it's actually the requirement that you give money to the president's PAC in order to get that meeting at the White House. Ambassador Taylor, is it true that the Prosecutor General now has opened an investigation in Ukraine?
Ms. Spear, the new Prosecutor General that President Zelensky has appointed is indeed investigating crimes in general. Is that your question?
Yes. But
yes,
is
he is in office and is investigating criminal activity.
Has he specified what investigations he's undertaken?
No.
He has not. All right. I yield the rest of my time to chairmanship.
Just a quick question. My colleagues, a couple of my colleagues referenced the conversation, the hot mic conversation between President Obama and President Medvedev. That was in 2012. There's a suggestion that he was saying he was going to go easy on Russia over the invasion of Ukraine, but that invasion took place 2 years after that conversation. You don't have any reason to believe that President Obama was referring to going easy on Russia for an invasion that hadn't happened yet, do you?
Mr. Chairman, I have no knowledge of what was in.
It was more or less a rhetorical question. I will yield now to Mr. Stewart, or I'm sorry, Mr. Stewart.
Yep.
Thank you. To the witnesses, thank you. Time is precious, so I'm going to go very, very quickly. Welcome, I think, to year 4 of the ongoing impeachment of President Trump. I'm sorry that you have been dragged into this. I think the sign behind me says it very well. By the whistleblower's attorney, the coup has started and impeachment will follow. But after listening for what is going on now 4 hours and 21 minutes, after all of the secret hearings, after all of the leaks, after hearing witnesses such as yourselves give your opinions, it really comes down to this. One thing it comes down to. This is the transcript that the president has released of this phone call. There is one sentence, one phone call. That is what this entire impeachment proceeding is based upon. And I got to tell you, if your impeachment case is so weak that you have to lie and exaggerate about it to convince the American people that they need to remove this president, then you've got a problem. And the American people have been lied to again and again on this. We first heard a lot about quid pro quo. And then many people realized that was meaningless. So they said, well, let's go for the fences then. Let's talk about extortion. Let's talk about bribery. Let's talk about cover-up and obstruction, for which there is zero evidence of any of that. We heard a characterization of the president's phone call that was so outrageously inaccurate, it had to be described as a parody. And none of those things matter. None of it matters. It comes down to this. We appreciate your insight. We appreciate your opinion. But all you can do is give your opinion of this one phone call. Let me ask you, gentlemen, both of you have said here today, you have testified, corruption in Ukraine is endemic. Would we agree on that? Simple question. Problem is, isn't it?
It's a problem, and they're taking steps to address it.
Okay, earlier in the hearing, both of you said, use the word endemic or agreed to it. It's in the courts, it's oligarchs, it's prosecutors, it's everywhere. And I think we can also agree that that's not the only place in the world where we experience and see corruption. There's dozens and dozens of nations around the world that are steeped in corruption. Would you agree with that?
I would say that there's corruption in every country, including ours.
Okay, thank you. And some we're clearly more concerned about than others. So in these corrupt nations, of which there are probably hundreds of corrupt individuals, hundreds of corrupt government officials, can you give me an example any time where the Vice President of the United States shows up and demands that a specific prosecutor be fired and gives them a 6-hour time limit to do that? Are you aware of that ever happening any other place? I guess the answer is no. And I just think it's interesting that out of hundreds of corrupt individuals, dozens of corrupt nations, that happened one time. And it happened with the individual whose son was being paid by the organization that was under investigation. One other thing very quickly. If someone was a candidate for a political office, even for President of the United States, should they be immune from investigation?
No one is above the law, sir.
Thank you. I agree with that. I think we all would agree with that. And yet I think some presume that because some of the individuals we're talking about here were candidates, that they are immune from any questions or any investigation. I think it's absurd. For heaven's sakes, if those of us in public office, those of us who find ourselves up for re-election or all the time as a candidate, I think we have a higher standard, not immunity from asking these types of questions. The last thing, then I'm going to yield my time. Availability of funds, I'm quoting from the NDAA in 2019. The language is specific. Availability of funds under assistance to the Ukraine, it has to be certified. And what has to be certified? Quote, for the purposes of decreasing corruption. Are you surprised that there would be questions about corruption in Ukraine and that it would be discussed withholding some of this aid that's actually required by law that it be withheld if they can't certify that corruption has been eliminated or is being addressed?
The certification in that case is done by the Secretary of Defense upon advice of his staff in consultation with the interagency community. We were fully supportive of that conditionality, and the Secretary of Defense had already certified that that conditionality had been met.
And so we agree that we should withhold funds if there's questions about corruption that have not been addressed. I'm going to yield my rest of my time to Mr. Jordan. Sorry. 18 seconds. You're going to let that go? Thank you. In that case, I will yield back. Thank you.
Mr. Quigley.
So that certification, that took place in May, is that correct, Mr. Kent?
do not believe it was certified by May. I would defer to my colleague Laura Cooper, who's testified on closed door. But
it was
no,
an
had not been
earlier
done-
time.
It had not been done by May because when I was visiting in May, I was asked by Laura to raise a specific issue that would meet the conditionality.
But the DOD did say that they met the certification.
Yes, sir. I think it may have been in the July timeframe.
Thank you. So it's interesting and curious that we're talking about hearsay evidence. It is extraordinary to me that the committee's been able to get as much information as they had, direct or hearsay, given the obstruction. You gentlemen were both asked by the State Department not to appear for your depositions. Is that correct?
We both received, I believe, I received initially a letter directing me not to appear. Once the committees issued a subpoena, I was under legal obligation to appear, and I am here today under subpoena.
Ambassador, were you also asked not to be part of the deposition?
Ms. Quigley, I was told by the State Department, don't appear under these circumstances. That was in the letter to me. And when I got the subpoena, exactly as Mr. Kent said, that was different circumstances and obeyed a legal subpoena. So that, yes, sir, I'm here for that reason.
Absolutely. But we were not able to hear testimony by Chief of Staff Mulvaney, John Eisenberg, Michael Ellis, John Bolton, more than a dozen witnesses. So I suspect if you have a problem with hearsay, you'd have a lot more direct testimony and direct evidence if you weren't blocking that ability. You'd have a lot more documents that you referred to with my colleagues' questions that have not yet been turned over by state or any other agency. Is that correct to your knowledge, gentlemen?
We're both here under subpoena. I don't think either of us is going to comment why others have not shown up.
But has any of the documents that you turned over, to your knowledge, been turned over to the committee?
No.
Mr. Kent, following the July 25th call and through the first 2 weeks of August, were you involved in any efforts to arrange for President Zelensky to make a statement announcing the 2 investigations that President Trump had talked about in the July 25th call?
I was not, and I would never participate in an arrangement to have them announce investigations.
Ambassador Taylor, were you involved in any such efforts?
No, sir.
I want to show you a text of the exchange. This one's between Ambassador Volker and Andrei Yermak, the same aide to Zelensky that Volker texted before the July 25th call. You weren't involved with it, so I'll read it. The first text is from August 10th. Ambassador Volker text, I agree with your approach. Let's iron out the statement and use that to get date and Prez can go forward with it. Then at 5:42, Mr. Yermak responds, once we have a date, we'll call for a press briefing announcing upcoming visit and outlining vision for a reboot of U.S.-Ukraine relationship, including, among other things, Burisma and election meddling in investigations. Andrei Yermak says that once we have a date, they will announce the investigations in Burisma and election meddling. Mr. Kent, are these the same 2 investigations President Trump asked the Ukrainian president to initiate in the July 25th meeting, 25th call?
Those appear to be the same issues that were mentioned in the call, as well as the media campaign that started in March led by Rudy Giuliani.
Mr. Kent, as the day-to-day State Department point person in Washington on Ukraine policy, were you aware of this effort to persuade President Zelensky to issue a statement in order to get a White House meeting while they were happening?
When this exchange happened on August 10th, I was not.
When did you learn about them?
As Ambassador Taylor referenced earlier in his testimony and oral answering, he heard on August 16th. He then called me and we had a conversation, and at that point I memorialized my concerns in a note to the file.
Ambassador Taylor, as the point person on the ground in Ukraine, were you aware of this effort to get Ukraine to issue this written statement in early August?
Not the written statement, no, sir.
So the entire discussion about a public statement about the 2 investigations President Trump wanted was done in what you have described as an irregular channel involving Ambassadors Sondland and Volker, and they tasked to take on Ukraine policy by the president. Isn't that correct, Mr. Kent?
That would be my understanding.
Ambassador?
The same.
And if, I guess to close, primer on hearsay, I think the American public needs to be reminded that countless people have been convicted on hearsay because the courts have routinely allowed and created needed exceptions to hearsay. Hearsay can be much better evidence than direct, as we have learned in painful instances, and it's certainly valid in this instance.
Well, gentlemen, yield because none of those exceptions would apply to this testimony.
This is not the time for colloquy. Representative Stefanik, you're recognized.
Thank you. For the millions of Americans viewing today, the two most important facts are the following. Number one, Ukraine received the aid. Number two, there was in fact no investigation into Biden. Mr. Kent and Ambassador Taylor, you both spoke eloquently and passionately about the need to support Ukraine to counter Russian aggression, particularly during this very critical time. I agree with you in that assessment. And isn't it the case that the Trump administration has indeed provided substantial aid to Ukraine in the form of defensive lethal aid, correct?
That is correct.
And that is more so than the Obama administration, correct?
The Trump
Defensive
administration-
lethal aid.
Yes.
And in the transcript of the president's July 25th call with President Zelensky tells Trump they are ready to buy more javelins. This is indeed the most effective weapon for fighting insurgent armor Russian tanks. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And those javelins were not made available to Ukraine under the Obama administration. The javelins were not made available.
They were not.
Correct. Shifting gears to corruption. One of the themes here today is that of rooting out corruption, which is an important tool for the president as we provide taxpayer-funded aid to foreign countries. Mr. Kent, you would characterize Ukraine as having long-standing corruption issues, correct?
I did.
And in fact, you testified, quote, I would say that corruption is part of the reason why Ukrainians came out to the streets in both 2004 when somebody tried to steal the election and again in 2014 because of a corrupt, kleptocratic, pro-Russian government which eventually collapsed. The Ukrainians decided enough was enough. Is that your testimony?
It remains so.
And you testified that you first came to learn about Burisma in 2015 when you were the senior anti-corruption coordinator, correct?
Correct. Detailed to the embassy in Kyiv is the acting deputy chief of mission.
And you testified that the issue of corruption in Burisma was in the U.S. interest because, quote, and this is from your deposition, we had made a commitment to the Ukrainian government in 2014 to try to recover an estimated tens of billions of dollars of stolen assets out of the country. Is that correct?
That is stolen assets that were in the name of the owner of Burisma, Mykola Zlochevsky. He was the one who we believed had stolen the money.
Sure. So the first case, this was the first case that the U.S., the U.K., and Ukraine investigators worked on was against the owner of Burisma.
That's correct.
And this was during the Obama administration.
That's correct.
So for the millions of Americans viewing, the first investigation against the owner of Burisma was under President Obama's administration.
That's correct.
You testified also, quote, we spent roughly $500,000 of State Department money in support of the FBI and this investigation to build capacity and track down stolen assets, end quote. Is that correct?
That's correct. It was launched in May 2014 by the Attorney General of the U.S. and U.K. In conjunction with the World Bank.
And in fact, by 2016, you were so concerned about corruption questions related to Burisma that when there was an effort by Burisma to sponsor an essay contest with USAID, you asked USAID to stop it.
That's correct.
And you testified that it was because, quote, Burisma had a poor reputation in the business and that you didn't think it was appropriate for the U.S. government to be co-sponsoring something with a company that had a bad reputation. Correct? You are also aware, and you testified today, that Hunter Biden served on the board of Burisma.
Correct.
And you also testified that you were indeed concerned about the appearance of conflict of interest.
That's correct.
And broadly, this is very important, you testified in your deposition that when the State Department evaluates foreign assistance, it is appropriate for them to look at levels of corruption in countries.
That's correct.
And lastly, you also testified that, and this is your quote, issues of corruption have been part of high-level dialogue between U.S. leaders and Ukrainian leaders, regardless of who is the U.S. leader and who is the Ukrainian leader, and that is a normal issue of diplomatic discussion at the highest level, end quote. Is that correct?
That's correct.
I will yield 30 seconds. You know what, I will yield back after that. Thank you.
Mr. Swalwell.
Both of you have testified that you are not direct witnesses
who've spoken with President Trump. However, you are witnesses to a shakedown scheme that others participated in who spoke with President Trump. However, Ambassador Bolton and Mick Mulvaney both spoke directly to President Trump, and unlike you, they have refused to honor our request for them to be a part of these proceedings. Nonetheless, we do know how Acting Chief of Staff Mick Mulvaney feels about aid because on October 17, at a press conference, he discussed the hold on security assistance for Ukraine. Ambassador Taylor, I'd like you to listen to what he said. I'll read it for you. It's in response to a question, but to be clear, what you just described is a quid pro quo. It is, funding will not flow unless the investigation into the Democratic server happens as well. In response to that question, Mr. Mulvaney said, Mr. Taylor, we do that all the time with foreign policy. My question, Ambassador Taylor, the president conditioning security assistance on an investigation into his political opponent prior to this administration, is this something we would do all the time?
No, sir.
Why not?
We condition assistance on issues that will improve our foreign policy, serve our foreign policy, ensure that taxpayers' money is well spent. Those are and those conditions are either coming from the Congress or from policy decisions stemming from authority Congress has given us to make sure that the taxpayers' money is well spent, or that the receiving country takes the actions in our national interest.
And you described in your text message exchanges that engaging in a scheme like this is, quote, crazy. Can we also agree that it's just wrong?
Yes.
Why is it wrong?
Again, our holding up of security assistance that would go to a country that is fighting aggression from Russia for no good policy reason, no good substantive reason, no good national security reason is wrong.
Mr. Mulvaney in the same news conference said, quote, if you read the news reports and you believe them, what McKinley said yesterday, well, McKinley said yesterday that he was really upset with the political influence in foreign policy. That was one of the reasons he was so upset about this. And I have news for everybody. Get over it. There's going to be political influence in foreign policy. Ambassador Taylor, should we get over it?
If we're talking about political influence, meaning attempts to get information that is solely useful for political campaigns, if that's what he's talking about, we should not get used to that.
Finally, Mr. Mulvaney said, again, I was involved with the process by which the money was held up temporarily, okay? 3 issues for that. The corruption of the country, whether or not the countries were participating in the support of Ukraine, and whether or not they were cooperating in an ongoing investigation with our Department of Justice. That's completely legitimate. Mr. Kent, were you aware of any formal Department of Justice cooperation requests made to the Ukrainians?
I am not aware that there was any formal Department of Justice request in this matter, no.
Was Mr. Mulvaney's statement false?
I think you'd refer that question again to the Department of Justice, since I don't have full knowledge of whatever they may have been working on.
Just about an hour before the 2 of you sat down to testify today, the President tweeted multiple times about this hearing, and he put in all caps, never Trumpers. Mr. Kent, are you a never Trumper?
I am a career non-professional who serves whatever president is duly elected and carries out the foreign policies of that president in the United States, and I've done that for 27 years for 3 Republican presidents and 2 Democrat presidents.
Ambassador Taylor, are you a never Trumper?
No, sir.
Ambassador Taylor, finally, you said in your statement on page 19, Mr. Chairman, there are 2 Ukrainian stories today. The first is the one we are discussing this morning and that you have been hearing for the past 2 weeks. It's a rancorous story about whistleblowers. Mr. Giuliani, side channels, quid pro quos, corruption, and interference in elections. In this story, Ukraine is merely an object. Is it also true that in this story, it's about the President of the United States?
Mr. Sawa, I'm here to tell you what I know, and I'm here to tell you what I heard and what I said. And in that regard, I can't answer that question.
But what you've testified to also involves the President of the United States, is that correct?
The President of the United States was on the telephone call on the 25th of July. Yes, sir.
Thank you. I yield back.
Mr. Hurt.
Thank you, Chairman. Gentlemen, I appreciate y'all's decade of service. As the fabled Foreign Service officer, Ambassador Ryan Crocker, says, because we have pumps and wingtips on the ground, meaning diplomats, that prevents us from having the need to have boots on the ground, the military. Y'all are an important role in our national security, and thank you and your colleagues. Mr. Taylor, my first questions are to you, and these are questions that are on years prior to your time in the Ukraine, but I'm pretty sure you can answer them. Did the Ukrainians get aid in FY17?
Did they get any aid in
Any
FY17?
Yeah.
Any? Yes, sir, they did get assistance.
And they got security assistance as well?
They did.
And if I said that number was circa, in military assistance, around $270 million, would that probably be accurate? Mr.
Close.
King, about right?
Yeah.
Did they get aid in FY18,
Yes, sir.
including security assistance?
Including security assistance.
We've already talked about the Javelins, the anti-tank missiles that they were not able to purchase in previous administrations. Have they gotten security assistance in FY19?
Yes, sir.
Prior to the $400 million or so that we're discussing, or been discussing a lot here today?
They got some previous year, some probably FY18 assistance, but George, you may know.
It takes a while once money is obligated to actually reach the country. There were 2 island-class ships that just arrived in the port of Odessa, and that was with prior year money. So there's about a lag of a year.
My point is that we have been supporting the Ukrainians under this administration in order to help them kick out the Russians who invaded their country.
Yes, sir.
100%.
Ambassador Taylor, you earlier testified that Ukrainian officials did not become aware of potential U.S. assistance being withheld until August 29th. Is that accurate?
That's my understanding, Mr. Hurd.
Would you find it surprising if a Ukrainian official knew about that sooner and did not contact you?
I can answer that it was only after August 29th, when the political argument, that I got calls from several of the Ukrainian officials.
Good copy. Mr. Kent, had you had any Ukrainian official contacting you concerned about, when was the first time a Ukrainian official contacted you concerned about potential withholding of U.S. aid?
It was after the article in Political came out in that first intense week of September.
Gotcha. So after that August 29th conversation. There's a lot of talk about Rudy Giuliani and who he was and wasn't meeting. Do we know or have an idea of the Ukrainian officials that he was meeting with over the last couple of years?
I don't, sir.
Have you had any Ukrainian officials call you after a meeting with Rudy Giuliani concerned about the nature or the context of that conversation?
Yes. Mr. Yermak has expressed concern about his interactions with Mr. Giuliani.
And I believe that meeting was somewhere in late August, is that correct?
There were meetings and there were, I think, also phone calls.
And y'all have talked many times that y'all are still concerned about corruption in Ukraine, is that correct?
Sir.
Have we seen whatever this anti-corruption statement we wanted the Ukrainians to make?
Are you referring to the statement that was being negotiated between Kurt Volker, Gordon Sondland, and Andrei Yermak?
Yes.
That was not an anti-corruption statement, sir.
What was the statement?
I think if you go back to the back and forth of WhatsApps that were shared by Kurt Volker, they shared a draft with Rudy Giuliani, and Rudy Giuliani said it would not be acceptable if it didn't mention Biden-Burisma in 2016.
But that statement was never agreed to or was never issued by the Ukrainian officials? Is that correct?
No statement of that sort was issued, correct.
And have U.S. businesses ever contacted y'all concerned about corruption within Ukraine?
Yes, sir.
As, you know, as of this year even?
Yes, sir.
Because the concern is not just how Ukrainian businesses run by oligarchs are being operated, it's also concerns about how the Ukrainian government is dealing with American businesses trying to operate in Ukraine. Is that accurate?
American businesses are very concerned about the judicial system in particular. Yes, sir.
I yield back the time I do not have, Mr. Chairman.
Thank the gentleman. Mr. Castro.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, gentlemen, for your testimony today and for your service to our country. Listening to all the evidence, everything I've heard and read in this investigation, it seems to me that the President of the United States either committed extortion and bribery of a foreign official or attempted extortion and bribery of a foreign official. When President Trump got President Zelensky on the phone on July 25th, he was talking to a desperate man, wasn't he? President Zelensky was desperate to protect his country and make sure that he had foreign assistance from the United States. Is that right?
President Zelensky is very interested in U.S. support, both assistance and political support. Yes,
What
sir.
would have happened if the aid had gotten cut off, Ambassador? What would have happened to President Zelensky's career, and what would have happened to the Ukraine?
The assistance, if the assistance had been cut off, he would have been much weaker in his negotiations with the Russians. He would have been much weaker on the battlefield.
The Russians may have taken it as an invitation to actually take military action against Ukraine. Is that right?
The Russians always look for vulnerabilities, and they know that the United States has supported Ukraine. If the Russians determine or suspect that that support is lessened or not there, they will likely take advantage.
They could have pounced.
They could have taken advantage.
So he had a desperate man on the phone, and he asked a desperate man for a favor. And based on your testimony, it sounds like, begrudgingly, President Zelensky may have actually agreed to do that favor and investigate the Bidens and Burisma. Is that right?
President Zelensky does say in the transcript that he will pursue the investigations.
So we know that President Trump asked for a favor to help his political career, and it appears as though the President of the Ukraine agreed to that favor. Do we know why it didn't actually happen? Do we know why there was no announcement in front of CNN or to CNN about an investigation?
Mr. Castro, as we've determined, as we've discussed here, on September 11th, just before any CNN discussion or interview, the hold was released. The hold on the security systems was released.
But we don't, so the hold was released. Is it possible that the White House released that hold because they knew that a whistleblower had basically turned this in?
I don't know, sir.
Do you think that's possible?
I'm not in a position to judge.
So we have a president who the other side has claimed or has defended the president saying that the aid went through, that there was never any investigation. But the president attempted to get those things done. And it looks like there was an initial agreement by the president of the Ukraine to actually do those things. So, ambassadors, is attempted murder a crime? Is attempted murder a crime?
Attempted murder is a crime.
Is attempted robbery a crime?
Neither of us is a lawyer, but
I think anybody in this room could answer that
I
question.
think that's right. I'll go out on a limb and say, yes, it is.
Is attempted extortion and bribery a crime?
I don't know, sir.
In the minute that I have left, I want you to speak to the nation about what's at stake, Ambassador Kent. You said in your opening statement, you warned about selective prosecutions and a president of the United States going after specific Americans abroad. If this Congress clears President Trump, does it mean that he can go ask another foreign country to investigate another presidential candidate, a member of Congress, a governor, a senator, or any private American citizen doing business overseas. If there's no consequence for a president who does that, then it means there's a green light, doesn't it, for any president to ask any country to go prosecute or investigate an American citizen for political and personal gain of that president, doesn't it?
Thank you for the question. First of all, I'm not an ambassador.
I'm sorry, Deputy Secretary.
I will repeat, I think on principle, regardless of the country, whether it's Ukraine, the U.S., or any country, the facts of law, criminal nexus, should drive investigations by law enforcement officials, and it is not the role of politicians to be involved in directing the judicial systems of their own country or other countries.
I yield back, Chairman.
Mr. Ratcliffe.
Thank the chair. Mr. Kent, in your prior deposition, on page 159, you were asked about the president's authority to release an ambassador for any reason, and your response was, quote, "All ambassadors serve at the pleasure of the president, and that is without question. Everybody understands that," end quote. Do you remember saying that?
I do, and it's true.
The president very clearly has that constitutional authority, correct?
He does.
Okay, well, most everybody apparently understands that, but doesn't include House Democrats. In the context of this impeachment inquiry, specifically addressing Ambassador Yovanovitch, who I know is a friend of yours, in alleging an abuse of power in a nationally televised interview, a member of this committee said, quote, "It's an abuse of power to remove an ambassador for political reasons because you don't like what they're doing, period," end quote. That's not true, is it?
Again, I go back to what I said. The president has the right to have ambassadors serve at his pleasure.
Okay, so you agree with me that we shouldn't impeach a president for exercising his constitutional authority?
I'm here as a fact witness to answer your questions. Your constitutional obligation is to consider the evidence before you.
So when did Ambassador Yovanovitch get recalled from Ukraine?
I believe a message was sent on or about April 24th.
Okay. Certainly well before the July 25th call that's in question here, correct?
Without a doubt.
Okay, and she had no remaining responsibilities with respect to Ukraine policy for that 3 or 4 months in between, I take it?
She is now she was transferred to a teaching slot at Georgetown, where her responsibilities, among others, were to teach a class on Ukraine.
Okay, so if President Trump had the constitutional authority to remove her, as he did months before the call, and she wasn't in the Ukraine or have any responsibilities on July 25th, do you have an explanation for why Democrats are calling her as a witness on Friday?
I'm here as a fact witness under subpoena, and that's a question you could perhaps direct towards your Democratic colleagues.
Ambassador Taylor, we've established that on July 25th, both participants in the call, both presidents, expressly have stated there was no pressure, no demand, no conditions, no blackmail, no corruption. And I asked you again specifically about a quid pro quo even being possible. And I think we've agreed that it wasn't possible, a quid pro quo involving military aid on July 25th, given President Zelensky's lack of knowledge, correct?
President Zelensky, to my knowledge, did not have any idea that the security systems was on hold.
Okay. So do you have an explanation for why within days of that phone call, when no quid pro quo was even possible, a person who later became a whistleblower walked into Chairman Schiff's staff to discuss what Chairman Schiff's spokesman, Patrick Boland, said were the, quote, outlines of the whistleblower's accusations?
I'm sorry, what's the question, sir?
Question is, do you know or have an explanation for why that person would walk in a few days later to Chairman Schiff's office?
I do not.
Okay. Earlier, Chairman Schiff made reference to a colloquy, and for the public, a colloquy is a way for legislators to clarify an important issue to the public. And so without jeopardizing the whistleblower in any way, in an effort to find out, Chairman, what you knew and when you knew it about the whistleblower, I'd like you to engage in a colloquy with me.
My colleague will address his questions to the witnesses.
I'll take that as a no, you're not interested in a colloquy?
Mr. Ratcliffe, you could take it any way you like it, but appropriately, your question should be directed to witnesses.
Well, I guess my question to the witnesses then is, when are House Republicans going to find out what House Democrats already know? When are we going to find out the details of the contact between Chairman Schiff and the whistleblower? What they met about, when they met, the number of times they met, the discussions that were had.
Mr. Chairman, point of order.
Gentleman will state his point of order.
Mr. Chairman, the gentleman is questioning the chair, which is not permitted under the resolution applicable to the hearing or the rules of the House or the committee. The efforts to undermine lawful whistleblowing is moreover contrary to the law and practice of this committee. And I would like to also quote, Mr. Chairman,
I'm not trying to find out the identity. I want to
Congress,
find out the date that this happened.
If both gentlemen could suspend. Mr. Ratcliffe has resumed questioning of the witness, so I would just recommend we move on.
Chairman, pretty simple question. Are we ever going to be able to find out the details in terms,
I guess
not
Mr.
anything
Swalwell-
classified
Mr. Chairman, I'll reserve my point of order.
I guess he hasn't resumed his questioning of the witness. Mr. Ratcliffe, your time is dwindling. I suggest you use it.
I'll yield back.
Mr. Heck.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Kent, some people have suggested that the real reason that President Trump's pressure campaign on the Ukraine was to root out corruption in Ukraine. I've gone back and read the memorandum of call 2 or 3 times, actually, and I don't recall a single instance where the president ever used the word corruption nor the word corrupt. I know in answer to the chairman's opening questions, you indicated you had gone back and read it about a month ago. Do you recall the president in that July 25th phone call with President Zelensky ever uttering the word corrupt or corruption?
I don't recall, but it would be a matter of record now that it's been released.
And as a matter of record, he didn't, but he did manage to find time to mention his potential political rival in 2020. You also answered in response to the question from Mr. Himes that you've been working on the issue of corruption literally for decades. I thank you for that on behalf of the American people. And indeed, on October 15th, you testified about longstanding U.S. policy meant to combat corruption in the Ukraine, championed by people such as former Ambassador Maria Yovanovitch. But, Mr. Kent, is it not true that rather than fighting corruption in general in Ukraine, that what President Trump actually did was unceremoniously recall and remove Ambassador Yovanovitch from her post in Ukraine?
I would say, first of all, as I repeated before, the president has the right to recall ambassadors. It remains a matter of policy of the United States towards Ukraine to help them overcome a legacy of corruption and creating new institutions. And much of what we've been discussing today, which involved an irregular channel, was a request that went against U.S. policy that would have undermined the rule of law and our longstanding policy goals in Ukraine as in other countries in the post-Soviet space.
Those policies which were indeed championed by Ambassador Yovanovitch. You also testified on October 15th in the deposition about fundamental reforms necessary for Ukraine to fight corruption and to transform the country. And you cited the importance of reforming certain institutions, notably the Security Service and the Prosecutor General's office. Was investigating President Trump's political opponents a part of those necessary reforms? Was it on that list of yours, or indeed was it on any list?
No, they weren't.
In fact, historically, is it not true that a major problem in the Ukraine has been its misuse of prosecutors precisely to conduct investigation of political opponents? That's a legacy, I dare suggest, from the Soviet era, when, as you stated in your testimony, prosecutors like the KGB were, and I quote you now, instruments of oppression. Is that
I said
correct,
that,
sir?
and I believe it's true.
So finally, Mr. Kent, for as long as I can remember, U.S. foreign policy has been predicated on advancing principled interest in democratic values, notably freedom of speech, press, assembly, religion, free, fair, and open elections, and the rule of law. Mr. Kent, when American leaders ask foreign governments to investigate their potential rivals, doesn't that make it harder for us to advocate on behalf of those democratic values?
I believe it makes it more difficult for our diplomatic representatives overseas to carry out those policy goals, yes.
How is that, sir?
Well, there's an issue of credibility. They hear diplomats on the ground saying one thing, and they hear other U.S. leaders saying something else.
Ambassador Taylor, would you agree with that, sir?
I would.
Is there anything you'd like to add about how it might make it more difficult for you to do your job, sir?
Our credibility is based on a respect for the United States. And if we damage that respect, then it hurts our credibility and makes it more difficult for us to do our jobs.
Anyone looking at the facts can see what happened was an abuse of power. Anyone looking at the facts can see that what happened was unethical. Anyone looking at the facts can see, anyone looking at the facts can see that what went on was just plain wrong. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. 55 days. 55 days between July 18th and September 11th that there was a delay on sending hard-earned tax dollars of the American people to Ukraine. We're not talking any country, we're talking Ukraine. Ernst & Young said one of the 3 most corrupt countries on the planet. Our witness on Friday, she testified in her deposition, corruption is not just prevalent in Ukraine, it's the system. So our president said, time out. Time out. Let's check out this new guy. Let's see if Zelensky's the real deal. This new guy who got elected in April, whose party took power in July, let's see if he's legitimate. Now keep in mind, as has already been discussed, in 2018, President Trump had already done more for Ukraine than Obama did. That's right. President Trump, who doesn't like foreign aid, who wanted European countries to do more, who knew how corrupt Ukraine was, did more than Obama because he gave him javelins, tank-busting javelins to fight the Russians. Our witnesses have said this, others have said this. Obama gave him blankets, Trump gave him missiles. But when it came time to check out this new guy, President Trump said, let's just see if he's legit. So for 55 days, we checked him out. President Zelensky had 5 interactions with senior U.S. officials in that time frame. One was, of course, the phone call, the July 25th phone call between President Trump and President Zelensky. And there were 4 other face-to-face meetings with other senior U.S. officials. And guess what? Not one of those interactions, not one, were security assistance dollars linked to investigating Burisma or Biden. But guess what did happen in those 55 days? U.S. senators, Ambassador Bolton, Vice President Pence, all became convinced that Zelensky was in fact worth the risk. He was in fact legit and the real deal and a real change. And guess what? They told the president, he's a reformer, release the money. And that's exactly what President Trump did. Now, over the next few weeks, we're going to have more witnesses like we've had today that the Democrats will parade in here, and they're all going to say this, so-and-so said such and such to so-and-so, and therefore, we got to impeach the president. Actually, we can get more specific. We covered this a little bit ago. They'll say something like Ambassador Sondland said in his deposition, where he said, Ambassador Taylor recalls that Mr. Morrison told Ambassador Taylor that I told Mr. Morrison that I conveyed this message to Mr. Yarmouk on September 1st, 2019 in connection with Vice President Pence's visit to Warsaw and a meeting with President Zelensky. And if you can follow that, that's the Democrats' plan and why they want to impeach the president. That's what we're going to hear over the next couple weeks. That's what we're going to hear. But no matter what they do, no matter how many witnesses they bring in here, 4 facts will not change, have not changed, will never change. The call shows no linkage between dollars and the investigation into Burisma or the Bidens. President Trump and President Zelensky have both said on the call there was no linkage, there was no pressure, there was no pushing. Ukrainians didn't even know the aid was withheld at the time of the phone call, and most importantly, as has been pointed out, the Ukrainians didn't take any specific action relative to investigations to get the money released. Now, there is one witness that they won't bring in front of us, they won't bring in front of the American people. And that's the guy who started it all, the whistleblower. Nope. 435 members of Congress, only one gets to know who that person is. Only one member of Congress has a staff that gets to talk to that person. The rest of us don't. Only chairmanship knows who the whistleblower is. We don't. We will never get the chance. We will never get the chance to see the whistleblower raise his right hand, swear to tell the truth and nothing but the truth. We'll never get that chance. More importantly, the American people won't get that chance. This anonymous so-called whistleblower with no firsthand knowledge, who's biased against the president, who worked with Joe Biden, who is the reason we're all sitting here today, will never get a chance to question that individual. Democrats are trying to impeach the president based on all that. 11 and a half months before an election. We'll not get to check out his credibility, his motivations, his bias. I said this last week, but this is a sad day. This is a sad day for this country. You think about what the Democrats have put our nation through for the last 3 years. Started July of 2016 when they spied on 2 American citizens associated with the presidential campaign, and all that unfolded with the Mueller investigation after that. And when that didn't work, here we are. Based on this. The American people see through all this. They understand the facts support the president. They understand this process is unfair. And they see through the whole darn sham. With that, I yield back.
Mr. Welch.
Thank you. I say to my colleague, I'd be glad to have the person who started it all come in and testify. President Trump is welcome to take a seat right there. You know, the question here is not a dispute about the enormous power that a president has. The question is whether, in this case, there was an abuse of that power. A president can fire an ambassador for any reason whatsoever. A president can change his policy, as he did when he opened the door for Turkey to go in and invade Kurdistan, despite opposition from many of his senior advisors. A president could change his position and our position on Ukraine. But is there a limit? There is, because our Constitution says no one is above the law. And that limit is that one cannot, even as president, use the public trust of high office for personal gain. The law prohibits any one of us here on the dais from seeking foreign assistance in our campaigns. The question for us is whether the use of power by the president was for the benefit of advancing his political interest in the 2020 campaign. And by the way, to my colleagues, if the president wants to attack Joe Biden and his son, he's free to do it, all fair and square in campaigns. He's just not free to change our foreign policy unless he gets his way to assist him in that campaign. That's the line he can't cross. Now, you all have been very clear about what our continuous foreign policy was. And Ambassador Taylor, just very quickly describe why us withholding aid interfered with achieving our national security goals.
Mr. Welch, one of our national security goals is to resolve conflicts in Europe. There is one major conflict in Europe. It's a fighting war. Our national security goals in support of Ukraine, in support of a broader strategic approach to Europe, is to facilitate that negotiation, is to try to support Ukraine when it negotiates with the Russians.
And I want to go back, because in the historical context, Mr. Kent, that you and Ambassador Taylor provided, we had 70 years of peace after the war in which we lost over 400,000 American lives. And that took care. And that was in jeopardy, as you described it, Ambassador Taylor, and that threatened each and every one of us up here in the constituents we represent. Is that a fair statement?
That's a fair statement.
I want to do 3 dates, too. I only have a little time, but July 24, July 25, and July 26. July 24th, Director Mueller testified about his investigation, and he established beyond doubt that it was the Russians who interfered in our election. And he expressed a fear that that would be the new normal. On July 25th, according to the readout of the president's campaign, he asked the Ukrainians to investigate Ukrainian interference in our election that had been repudiated. And then in July 26, as I understand it, this person who reported to you heard the president saying he wanted investigations again in Ukraine. So this is the question. The new normal that Director Mueller feared, is there a new normal that you fear that a president, any president, can use congressionally approved foreign aid as a lever to get personal advantage in something that is in his interest but not the public interest?
That should not be the case, Mr. Welch.
I yield back.
Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record the transcript from the July 25th call between President Trump and President Zelensky. You yourself, Mr. Chairman, have mischaracterized the call. In fact, in the first open hearing, you had a parody.
The gentlewoman will suspend. By unanimous consent, be happy to enter the call record into the record. Mr. Maloney, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you for being here today. Ambassador Taylor, what year did you graduate from West Point?
1969, sir.
It was the height of the Vietnam War, wasn't it, sir?
The height was about that time.
What was your class rank at West Point, sir?
I was number 5.
How many people were in your class?
800.
800 cadets, you were number 5.
Yes, sir.
So when you're top 1% of your class at West Point, you probably get your pick of assignments, but you picked the infantry,
I
didn't
did,
you,
sir. Yes, sir.
You were a rifle company commander.
Sir.
Where'd you serve?
In Vietnam.
Did you see combat in Vietnam, sir?
I did.
Did you earn any accommodations for that service?
I was awarded the Combat Infantryman's Badge, which is my highest, I'm proudest of. There was a Bronze Star, there was an Air Medal with V.
That's for valor, isn't it, sir?
It is.
Let's talk about July 26th, a lot of years later. You go to the front, you go to Donbass with Ambassador Volker, I believe, and you're on the bridge, and you're looking over on the front line at the Russian soldiers. Is that what you recalled?
Yes, sir.
And you said the commander there, the Ukrainian commander, thanked you for the American military assistance that you knew was being withheld at that moment.
That's correct.
How'd that make you feel, sir?
Badly.
Why?
Because it was clear that that commander counted on us. It was clear that that commander had confidence in us. It was clear that that commander was appreciative of the capabilities that he was given by that assistance, but also the reassurance that we were supporting him.
You don't strike me as a quitter, Ambassador, but you threatened to resign, or you mentioned it in your statement. Before I ask you about that, let's just talk about a couple days later, on 1 month later, on August 28th. You find yourself in Ukraine with the National Security Advisor, Mr. Bolton, right?
Yes, sir.
And you convey to him your concerns. You've testified to this previously about the withholding of military assistance. What does he say to you?
He says that he shares my concern, and he advises me to express that in a very special way to the Secretary of State.
Now, he's the National Security Advisor, works directly with the President, but he tells you that you should bring it up with the Secretary of State.
Yes, sir.
Have you ever sent a cable like that? How many times in your career, 40, 50 years, have you sent a cable directly to the Secretary of State?
Once.
This time?
Yes, sir.
In 50 years?
Rifle company commanders don't send cables, but yes, sir.
So the National Security Advisor, who can tell it to the President himself and who shares your concern, says you, the ambassador serving in Ukraine, should cable the Secretary of State directly, and you do so, don't you?
Yes, sir.
What'd the cable say, sir?
It's classified cable.
Without going into classified information?
Without going into classified, it says security assistance, what we've been talking about today. Security assistance to Ukraine at this particular time, as in previous time, is very important. Ukraine, I also make the point that we've also talked about here today, Ukraine is important for our national security, and we should support it.
So-
Not to provide that would be folly.
Did you get an answer to your cable?
Not directly, no, sir.
Do you know what happened to it?
Secretary Kent
Secretary Kent, do you know what happened to it?
tells me that
Yeah, I was on vacation when his cable came in, but my understanding is it made it to its recipient, intended recipient, Secretary Pompeo.
And we know Secretary Pompeo was on the call a month earlier on July 25th. It's not like he's in the dark about any of this. What do you do with it?
I honestly can't say for sure what happened with the cable once the message was brought in at the highest level.
One other question, gentlemen. On September 1st, you recall a meeting between the Vice President and the President of Ukraine, Mr. Zelensky, in which, right off the bat, the President of Ukraine raises security assistance. And the Vice President, according to your telling, says, I'll talk to the President tonight about that, I'll make a call. Do you know whether the Vice President made that call?
I don't know, sir.
Do you know what, if anything, the Vice President had to do with any of this? What more can you tell us about the Vice President's role in this? Do you know if he ever raised this issue with anyone in the administration, whether he ever pushed for the release of that security assistance?
I can't, sir.
I believe, to the best of my understanding, the Vice President was an advocate for the release of the assistance.
Thank you. Yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Demings, you're
Mr.
recognized.
Chairman, I have a unanimous consent request.
The gentleman will state his request.
I ask unanimous consent to submit for the record the Politico article on Ukraine boosting the Clinton campaign, authored by Ken Vogel,
Without
now at the
objection.
New York Times.
That will be entered into the record.
Thank you.
Representative Demings.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to both of you for being with us today. Mr. Kent, you said that a president has the right to remove an ambassador because the ambassador served at the pleasure of the president. Is that correct?
That is correct, ma'am.
Does that removal usually come with a smear campaign of that ambassador by the president?
I think the right of the president to make a decision about the president's personal representative, as confirmed by the Senate, is separate from whatever happens outside the confines of U.S. government processes.
Do you have any idea why it was important to discredit Ambassador Yovanovitch, what she was not willing to do or to do, why that was important?
Well, I guess it probably depends on the motivation of other people, and I am not one of them.
The committee's investigation has uncovered a web of shadow diplomacy engaged in and executed by several State Department officials and the president's personal attorney, Rudy Giuliani, and ultimately directed by President Trump. We have heard several ways of describing this shady shadow operation, shadow diplomacy, rogue back channel. Ambassador Taylor, you have described what you encountered as the top diplomat on the ground in Ukraine as a, and I quote, highly irregular, informal channel of U.S. policymaking. You testified that the channel included Ambassador Volker, Sondland, Secretary Perry, and as you later learned, the president's personal attorney, Rudy Giuliani. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Both of you have explained that you grew seriously concerned when you realized that the interests of this irregular channel diverged from official U.S. policy and interests. Was Mr. Giuliani promoting U.S. national interests or policy in Ukraine, Ambassador?
I don't think so, ma'am.
Mr. Kent?
No, he was not.
What interests do you believe he was promoting, Mr. Kent?
I believe he was looking to dig up political dirt against a potential rival in the next election cycle.
Ambassador Taylor? What interests do you believe he was promoting?
I agree with Mr. Kent.
The State Department's role is to promote U.S. policies overseas, not to help the current president win re-election. Is that correct, Mr. Kent?
All federal government employees are subject to the Hatch Act, and our actions are supposed to be promoting policy and not involved in partisan politics.
Ambassador Taylor?
I agree.
What is the risk of running a separate channel of diplomacy that is completely outside of normal channels and does not further U.S. policy goals, Ambassador Taylor?
Ms. Demings, it's possible to do one, but not the other. That is, if it's completely against U.S. policy goals, then that's a mistake. Then it's not helpful. You can get advice and even have conversations outside of the normal channels, but then they need to be part of U.S. foreign policy and approaching those goals.
Mr. Kent?
Agree.
Ambassador Taylor, you have described in your previous testimony one instance shortly after you arrived in Ukraine in which Ambassador Sondland asked State Department officials not to listen to a July 28th call he had planned to hold with President Zelensky. Did you find that unusual?
I did.
What was the impact of Ambassador Sondland making that request? And you found it unusual. What do you believe the impact was?
Ms. Demings, I'm not sure there was an immediate impact.
Was there a recording or a transcription?
There was not. That was the impact. It was not recorded.
Do you think that's why the request was made, so there would not be normal State Department of employees from the Operations Center would have been there transcribing and taking notes?
That is the norm, but it is also it is not unusual to not have it recorded.
So you know that the State Department is holding your notes and refuses to provide them to Congress despite a duly authorized subpoena. And we know that in some instances, your notes may be the only documentary record of what happened. You are aware of that,
Yes, ma'am.
correct? And Mr. Kent, you are aware that your notes have not been turned over to Congress?
I have turned all records that I had in my possession to the State Department because whatever we do is considered a federal record, not a personal record.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Mr. Chairman, I have unanimous consent request.
Gentleman will state his request.
I have a New York Times op-ed stating why President Obama should have done more in investing in Ukraine by a trio of ambassadors, which includes William Taylor.
Without objection, that will be admitted into the record. Mr. Krishnamurthy.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. I'd like to walk you through a couple points raised by my colleagues on the other side. One is they claim that the July 25th call summary shows no evidence of pressure on the Ukrainian government. In fact, they argue the Ukrainians did not feel any pressure at any time to comply with any of President Trump's requests for investigations. In fact, Ambassador Taylor, at your deposition in October, you stated that due to the hold that President Trump placed on aid to the Ukrainians became, quote unquote, desperate. Isn't that right?
In August, they did not know, as far as I'm aware, but at the end of August, the article came out. In September, the Minister of Defense, for example, came to me, I would use the word desperate, to figure out why the assistance was being held. He thought that perhaps if he went to Washington to talk to you, to talk to the Secretary of Defense, to talk to the President, he would be able to find out and reassure, provide whatever answer was necessary to have that assistance released.
In fact, my colleagues on the other side suggest that President Zelensky personally did not feel any pressure at any time, and yet later on in September, he finally relented in a conversation with Gordon Sondland, according to your deposition, in which he agreed to make a statement on CNN. Isn't that right?
He had planned to make a statement on CNN, yes, sir.
My colleagues also say that the hold on U.S. security assistance was lifted on September 11th without any investigations happening on the part of the Ukrainians, and therefore everything ended up fine in the end. However, Mr. Kent, as you know, the House Intelligence, Foreign Affairs, and Oversight Committees began this current investigation leading to the proceedings today on September 9th. In fact, it was only 2 days after this particular set of committees began their investigations that the Trump administration eventually released the military aid, correct?
That is a timeline, yes.
Ambassador Taylor, between the time of your October deposition and now, did anyone from the Trump administration contact you about your appearance before the committee today?
No, sir.
How about you, Mr. Kent?
No, sir.
Ambassador Taylor, I would like to turn to a word that by my count you used 13 times in your opening statement, and that word is concern. You were concerned that aid was being conditioned on political investigations, isn't that right?
Yes, sir.
You were concerned that irregular channels of diplomacy were being used in our foreign policy in the Ukraine, right?
Yes, sir.
Ambassador Taylor, can you rule out the possibility that these irregular channels of diplomacy are being used in other countries where we conduct foreign policy?
I can't, I've not heard of any other separate channel that has this kind of influence. That is the Giuliani kind of guidance.
But you can't rule it out, right?
No, sir.
And how about you, Mr. Kent? You can't rule it out either, right?
I have no basis to make a determination.
You don't believe the July 25th call was perfect, did you? Do you?
I think some of the language in the call gave cause for concern.
Ambassador Taylor?
I agree.
And what was the cause for concern for you?
There was part of the discussion of the previous ambassador was a cause for concern.
Ambassador Taylor, I want to draw on your experience finally as a West Point cadet and as an infantry commander in Vietnam. In a battlefield situation, is a commanding officer allowed to hold up action, placing his troops at risk until someone provides him a personal benefit?
No, sir.
Is that because if commanding officers did that, they would be betraying their responsibility to the nation and the men and women under their command?
Yes, sir.
And if that happened and were found out, could that person be subject to discipline?
Yes, sir.
Could that type of conduct trigger a court-martial?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I yield back.
Mr. Chairman.
I thank the gentleman.
Mr. Chairman, let's have unanimous.
What purpose does the gentleman seek
I thank the
recognition?
chairman. I have unanimous consent, ask unanimous consent to enter into the record Mr. Mulvaney's statement where he said there is absolutely no quid pro quo from October 17th, 2019.
Without objection. Mr. Nunes, you're recognized for any closing comments you'd like to make.
Mr. Chairman.
I've recognized Mr. Nunes for his comments. Ms. Conaway, we will get your motion.
Okay.
After Mr. Nunes' brief closing remarks and my brief closing remarks, it's my intention to excuse the witnesses. We'll have a very brief recess. Members should not go far. We will resume and take up Mr. Conaway's motion. Mr. Nunes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll just be brief. I want to reiterate what I said earlier, and that is that we really should stop holding these hearings until we get the answer to three important topics. The first being the full extent of the Democrats' prior coordination with the whistleblower, and who did the whistleblower coordinate with. Second, the full extent of Ukraine's election meddling against the Trump campaign. And third, why did Burisma hire Hunter Biden, and what did he do for them? And did his position affect any government actions, U.S. government actions under the Obama administration? You are not allowing those witnesses to appear before the committee, which I think is a problem. So we'll expect, hopefully, you will allow us to bring in the whistleblower, the folks that he spoke to, and also numerous Democratic operatives who worked with Ukraine to meddle in the election. With that, I'll yield back.
I thank the gentleman. I want to thank the witnesses for their testimony today, for your decades of service to the country. I think you exemplify so many courageous men and women who serve in the diplomatic corps, who served in our military, who represent the United States so well around the world. I appreciate how you endeavored to stay out of the fray, to relate what you heard, what you saw, without additional commentary. That is as it should be. You were both compelled to appear, and we are grateful that you answered the lawful subpoenas that you received. The story that you have shared with us today your experiences, I think, is a very deeply troubling one. It is the story of a dedicated ambassador, someone who served with great distinction, Ambassador Yovanovitch, who was the subject of a vicious smear campaign at the beginning of the year. It is the story of once this ambassador was pushed out of the way, the creation of a irregular channel, which Ambassador Taylor, you described, went all the way from the president through Mick Mulvaney, through Ambassador Sondland, through Ambassador Volker, to Rudy Giuliani. That over time became apparent was not serving the U.S. interest, but running deeply contrary to the U.S. interest, was in fact conditioning a White House meeting that the President of Ukraine desperately sought to establish himself as the new President of Ukraine and to demonstrate to friend and foe alike that he had a relationship with his most powerful patron, the United States of America, and conditioned $400 million of bipartisan taxpayer-funded military support for a nation at war on the front lines of Russian expansionism. A suspension of which was not in the U.S. interest, not in Ukraine's interest, not in our national security interest in no way, shape, or form. You've described a situation in which those in the service of the president made it clear to the Ukrainians they need to publicly announce these investigations or they weren't going to get that meeting, and they sure weren't going to get that military assistance. Now, I would point out, and this may not have come to your attention, but it certainly came to our attention. On September 9th, the Inspector General informed our committee that the Director of National Intelligence was withholding a whistleblower complaint in violation of the statute. By that point, on September 9th, that complaint had made its way to the White House. On September 9th, when the Inspector General informed Congress that that complaint had been withheld, the White House also learned that Congress now inevitably would learn about the complaint. It was less than 48 hours later that the military aid would be released. Over the weeks to come, or over the days to come, rather, we will hear from other dedicated public servants about other aspects of this effort to invite foreign interference in our election, to condition a White House meeting and military aid for the performance of political favors for the president's reelection campaign. We will hear from other witnesses. I appreciate members on both sides of the aisle who I think participated today in a serious way and in a civil way. This is as it should be. There is no shortage of strong feelings about what this means to the country. At the end of the day, we're going to have to decide, based on the evidence that you and others provide, whether we're prepared to accept in the presence of the United States a situation where the president, for their own personal or political benefit, can condition military aid, diplomatic meetings, or any other performance of an official act in order to get help in their reelection. Whether we will need to accept in this president or any future president the idea that the President of the United States can invite a foreign country to intervene in our affairs. These are the decisions we will have to make when we have to decide whether this president should be impeached. But I want to thank you again. I'll just conclude by saying, because I can't let it go unanswered, several of my colleagues made the statement repeatedly that I have met with the whistleblower, that I know who the whistleblower is. It was false the first time they said it. It was false the second through 40th time they said it. It will be false the last time they say it. With that, this concludes this portion of the hearing. I want to thank you, gentlemen. I ask everyone to remain in their seats. The witnesses are excused. Please allow them to leave the committee room. We will, once they leave the committee room, take a brief recess, and then we will resume to take up Mr. Conaway's motion. And once again, I thank you, gentlemen.
And the witnesses have exited the hearing room. Longworth, 1100, the site of this first impeachment hearing of the Trump administration, the first public hearing, that is. Many have happened behind closed doors, but this was the public's first time to get a look at the process, to hear from witnesses themselves. You've been watching it live on the Washington Post stream. I'm Libby Casey, and I'm joined here in our studio by John Hudson, a national security reporter, and Amber Phillips, reporter for The Fix. A reminder to everyone watching, we'll be right back here on Friday as Marie Yovanovitch, the former ambassador to Ukraine, testifies before this same committee. I want to talk to you, John and Amber, about some of the biggest takeaways today. Now, Ambassador Taylor and Mr. Kent kept repeating, we're nonpartisan, we're not here to push an agenda or be on anyone's side. But John, did they ultimately help or hurt an argument here that Republicans or Democrats were trying to make?
Yeah, well, you could see a number of times the Democrats did come away pretty satisfied with just setting up questions that were very tailored towards their testimonies that they had made previously. Can we go line by line? When did you learn about the military assistance being held up? What were your concerns? And they really stayed true to their testimonies. They helped verify and corroborate the concept of a quid pro quo, what they saw. They saw clearly in their view the United States leveraging this military assistance in exchange for going after the president's political rivals. And on the other side, for Republicans, there was some frustration that some of the individuals, such as George Kent, weren't willing to substantiate some of their views. One of the things that they were trying to prop up was this conspiracy theory that Ukraine was intervening in the 2016 election, and that Trump really had every reason to be skeptical of the Ukrainian government because of that intervention. George Kent, the Deputy Assistant Secretary of State, one of the foremost Ukraine experts in the U.S. government, said that he didn't believe that was true. And there was some frustration by some of the questioners, in particular the top Republican lawyer, who said, I'm just going to skip you on this question and move on to Ambassador Taylor. And so, there was something for everything. The Republicans didn't lose everything. They went to Kent and they asked him about his concerns about Hunter Biden taking a board seat for the Ukrainian energy company Burisma. And he stated very clearly that it was his view that the appearance of a conflict of interest was a problem, and to have Joe Biden's son on this board while Joe Biden was running Ukraine policy for the Obama administration was a problem, and he called about it. The vice president's office at the time didn't get anything back. So in that way, the Republicans got something from this, but in general, you saw the Democrats getting further confirmation for this main theme and narrative that they've been trying to build up, and Republicans largely being frustrated, trying to chip away at their credibility in general.
I want to point out that you can see there inside our larger box, the White House, where we're awaiting President Trump. He may come out shortly and make comments with President Erdogan, the leader of Turkey. They've been meeting today, and so we do see those, the two lecterns, the flags, and so we expect them to come out shortly. If it happens in the next little while, we'll bring that to you live as well. Amber, while we keep our eye on the White House, I want to hear your top takeaways.
Yeah, I just wrote them down for you and read them off. I think that these two diplomats testified there was a concerted effort by people in Trump's orbit to force Ukraine to investigate Democrats, and they felt it undermined U.S. interests and national security. Taylor, and to some degree Kent, also framed themselves as like a whistleblower in a way. Like, as I said earlier, Taylor was kind of reporting out all these aspects, and when it clicked for him, he was like, oh my goodness, this is bad news. And he's more than willing to go in front of Congress and share every single detail, day by day, of how he learned what he felt was like a clear effort to give Ukraine a quid pro quo.
Coming into this, Ambassador Taylor had testified about a regular channel and an irregular channel of U.S. policymaking. Now, the Republicans' lawyer, Steve Castor, tried to downplay that description of this irregular channel. Let's watch.
And the second member of the irregular channel is Ambassador Sondland, who is Senate confirmed, ambassador to the EU. So his involvement here, while not necessarily part of his official duties as the ambassador to the EU, certainly is not outlandish for him to be interested and engaged pursuant to the President or Secretary Pompeo's direction. Correct?
It's a little unusual for the U.S. ambassador to the EU to play a role in Ukraine policy.
Okay. And, you know, it might be irregular, but it's certainly not outlandish. And then Secretary Perry is the third member of the irregular channel.
Ambassador Taylor's responses there and things written on his face said a lot. Amber, you look like you have something to say about this.
I just feel like you're playing this conversation for a reason, because it is the headline of Republicans' rebuttal to all this. And what he said was, well, it's not that outlandish. I mean, that I feel like to some degree that epitomizes where Republicans are in trying to draw the line on what's impeachable. It's not that outlandish.
Yeah, I thought it was a strange, maybe misread of where Taylor is on this situation, because I think where Castor was coming from on this is there is a history in American politics of U.S. presidents tapping outsiders to help them on foreign policy, getting counsel from outsiders on foreign policy. But in this situation, you have the president's personal attorney who doesn't really have an expertise in this area, according to some people, Rudy Giuliani. And you also have Kent's testimony, which is basically a laundry list of frustrations with the way that Giuliani was conducting that shadow campaign. And so to find Kent as some sort of sympathetic voice towards this irregular channel is a very interesting line of questioning. He kind of put himself out, he stuck his neck out a little bit to try to get an answer there. And Taylor obviously was not going to help him in that situation, and it was pretty clear, was not willing to even downplay what he viewed as an irregular channel that was working against the interest that he was playing for. Right? Let's remember, it was his view that he was going to come out of retirement and take this position in Ukraine and try to help what he viewed as a fledgling government that was fighting off Russian-backed separatists. And for him, it was critically important for President Zelensky to get a presidential meeting for the military aid to flow, and those things were being stopped. In his view, as we all saw in the text message, it was crazy that that wasn't happening. And so that was Taylor fighting this irregular channel the whole way through. And so it might not be outlandish, but it wasn't going to be something that he was going to defend, and it sort of blew up in Castor's face right there.
You're trying to get a sense of what Steve Castor, the Council for Republicans, was getting at. I had a hard time grabbing it by the tail a couple of times, John. Did you feel like he was able to follow through? He had this uninterrupted, largely uninterrupted, although chairmanship did pop in it at one point, a largely uninterrupted floor, an opportunity to try to build a case like you would in a trial, and then land home his argument. Did you get a sense of if he was able to do that, or he took a couple of different approaches and it didn't necessarily amount to perhaps as much as some Republicans hoped it would?
Yeah, I think it was really challenging for him to do that, largely because these were two career diplomats who were pretty upset at the way that foreign policy was conducted. And so the only real way to really make them less effective in this sort of public spectacle that is an open impeachment hearing is to attack their credibility. And that's also a difficult thing to do, of course, but he didn't go down that route. And you did see some other Republicans try to take away their credibility. To the extent where he even was challenging their account, his strategy was you didn't have firsthand experience with him. You didn't talk to the president. And some of his other Republican colleagues underscored that even more than he did. But that was his tactic, and you did see him struggling a little bit, none more than in the clip that you just featured, though. That really blew up in his face.
Our colleague Rhonda Colvin has been on Capitol Hill and inside that hearing room in Longworth, monitoring things throughout the day. Rhonda, I'd love to hear your top takeaways.
Well, in general, Libby, overall, you could tell that there was a lot of interest in these two men's testimonies today from the beginning of the hearing. At first, I noticed there was a line of congressmen and women who aren't on this committee who were seated in the audience, and that's very rare. Mostly committee members attend their own committees, but there were members of Congress watching what was happening today from the audience, and I could hear them, make sounds and speak to themselves about what they heard and reacting in real time. Many of them said they wanted to hear what was going on. Some of them belong to the other two committees that are part of this investigation. That's the Foreign Affairs Committee and also the Judiciary Committee, as well as Oversight. They wanted to be a part of this today and hear and have their own takeaways. So that was interesting to see members there and listening and being engaged in today's proceedings. Another thing that I noticed too, and I think someone on set also talked about the Republicans' tactic today, the Republicans utilized some of their hardline members a lot today. Representative Radcliffe of Texas, Representative Jim Jordan of Ohio. In fact, Jim Jordan was added to this committee late last week. He was not a member of the Intelligence Committee until Kevin McCarthy, the minority leader, put him on last week because they wanted someone who would be very vocal and who would challenge these witnesses. So that was very interesting to see. Many members gave up their time, yielded a few minutes and seconds to those members who were more of the hardline view on this. So I think this may have set the stage for what we might see on Friday with former Ambassador Yovanovitch. When she comes, there was a lot of mention of her. The two witnesses did discuss how they look up to her and think she was treated unfairly. So again, we will be here on Friday and report back on what happens then.
All right, great. Thanks so much. Rhonda Colvin, live on Capitol Hill. The Republicans took a couple of different tactics to try to minimize or dismiss the concerns that Democrats are raising. One of them was interesting because it was Elise Stefanik and Will Hurd. Will Hurd is a much more moderate Republican from Texas, someone who has been willing to criticize President Trump. But they didn't really leave any crack open in the sort of the door frame of even a guess of might they support impeachment, Amber. They made the case of, hey, Ukraine got military assistance under the Trump administration. In fact, they got some things that they didn't get under the Obama administration. And corruption was something that was a concern for a lot of people, according to Congresswoman Stefanik, and she had the witnesses testify to the fact that corruption has been a concern about Ukraine generally. So what does that tell us if they were not willing to be critical of President Trump in this moment?
Yeah, I don't see any evidence of Republican defections in the House at this point. I see almost everyone to a T, including retiring members like Will Hurd, who ostensibly doesn't have a lot to lose politically, supporting President Trump. And that's good for President Trump. To the extent that when the House votes in a month or two ostensibly about whether to impeach Trump, all Democrats yes, all Republicans no, the president can say, look, this was a partisan exercise, and that I think bolsters Senate Republicans to help back him up as well.
Another argument that Jim Jordan made, and Rhonda pointed out that he was someone brought into this committee to be that sort of attack character. He, at one point, just tried to make it all seem really confusing, John. He was reading something to Ambassador Taylor about what Sondland had said. And it was a lot of names, it was a lot of information, but ultimately Ambassador Taylor was like, it actually makes sense to me, even though Jordan was sort of dismissing it and trying to make it sound like a word salad.
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, he is very, Jordan's obviously aware that the average American viewer tuning in is not going to be intensely aware of who the ex-Ukrainian prosecutor was, who was helping Rudy Giuliani smear Marie Yovanovitch, another career State Department official who is not a household name. And so, these people are becoming household names. We're doing more reporting on it to make people understand the various cast of characters on all sides. But the Republicans do have an advantage that an investigation into sort of the murky underworld of Ukrainian politics is an inherently esoteric exercise. And so it's true that not everyone, these names don't resonate. in a really big way. And so that's really the challenge that Democrats have of really establishing a clear narrative and something that's understandable. And something that was very difficult, a number of Democrats would acknowledge in the Mueller investigation, because there were a lot of shadowy characters and it was a little bit difficult to wrap your head around. I think what Democrats say is that they have a clearer narrative this time, which is a little bit more easy for some people to understand. This country needed military aid very much. The president wanted them to investigate his political rival, quid pro quo. To the extent that Republicans can point out how difficult this narrative is to understand, they're definitely doing that, and that was perfectly articulated by Representative Jordan.
Of course, the two people they're talking to are two of the most experienced on Ukraine issues in perhaps the country, certainly in American government. And so Mr. Taylor, Ambassador Taylor, says what I'm reading, what I'm hearing you say from Ambassador Sondland, he remembers it the same way that I do. and when Jordan sort of kept going with it about how it didn't really make a lot of sense, Taylor said, well, it's very clear to me. So he sort of tried to button that up, because these guys, to them, it's not a bunch of confusing names. This is their expertise.
Absolutely.
They're extremely
and
knowledgeable
we're talking
about
about George Kent, who is literally the foremost Ukraine expert in the State Department. Mm-hmm. And this is somebody, his wife is of Crimean Tatar descent. He's a Harvard-educated guy. He wears a bow tie. He's very professorial. He lives and breathes this stuff. And so and Taylor is no slouch either, because he's been working in Eastern Europe and in international affairs, inside, outside of government, for decades upon decades. And so, yeah, these guys were not at all.
They're not going to get confused.
Yeah, they weren't going to get confused
by a lot of Ukrainian names.
Yeah.
Okay, I may start wearing a bow tie if it helps me understand everything a lot better. But I do want to talk about the Democrats' tactics and sort of what they were trying to point out and bring to the fore, because it was Chairman Schiff who was doing a lot of the arguing, but Democrats down the roster also had a few moments. So here's what Congressman Joaquin Castro of Texas used his time to do. He wanted to show that the intent to create a crime is the important thing, whether or not you were actually successful in committing the crime. Let's watch.
So, ambassadors, is attempted murder a crime? Is attempted murder a crime?
Attempted murder is a crime.
Is attempted robbery a crime?
Neither of us is a lawyer, but
I think anybody in this room could answer that question.
I think that's right. I'll go out on a limb and say, yes, it is.
Is attempted extortion and bribery a crime?
I don't know, sir.
Why is this important, Amber?
Because what Congressman Castro was trying to do was counter the Republican argument, I think was one of the most salient of the day, which is they got their military aid. So there was no quid pro quo. And what Castro's trying to say is what jives with the legal experts I've talked to, which is the fact that Trump tried to hold it back, even though Congress wanted to go to Ukraine to get something that benefits him, was wrong enough and impeachable enough. And I see down the stretch as I watch Senate Republicans talk about this, that I think is where Trump is going to rise or fall. Maybe it was wrong, like they're starting to acknowledge that based on the evidence and witness testimony, but it wasn't impeachable. And I think you fold in part of the argument that Republicans made today, it wasn't impeachable because Ukraine got their aid.
That's exactly right, and you're also right that it rises and falls on this, because the question is whether or not it's a big problem that but he got caught, and is that the reason why there's so much concern about it, and that's why the Democrats were responding. Well, this became a congressional issue. They were under a lot of pressure because the aid had stopped. And
let me just pause you there. Congressional pressure in the sense that people in Congress were pushing to get the aid moving forward because they'd already voted on it and it was a lock, right, John?
Yeah, and it maybe didn't get as much issue as, of course, the impeachment phase what we're in right now. But yeah, there was a small chapter in Washington whereby Democrats and Republicans were aware that this aid had been put on hold, and they pressured Republican and Democratic leadership, the president, to turn the faucet back on, and it did happen. And that's where this debate is right now. And they're trying to litigate this out. Well, did it only happen because you got caught? And isn't that a bad thing? And as you know, as Castro was trying to tease this out, that attempted murder is a problem, and even that Taylor was willing to go out of his own expertise as a diplomat and say, yeah, it's true that you would be violating the law.
I think Taylor testified he was really worried this was going to happen. They had him read out loud his text where he said, like, and I quit. This is my nightmare scenario. If President Zelensky has to go on CNN and say I'm investigating Democrats, because it undermines Ukraine's bipartisan support here in America, and they need that to counter Russia, and Russia needs Ukraine to counter. It was all connected to him. So he was really concerned about this, and he testified about he talked to officials in President Zelensky's office and said, "You're not going to go on CNN, right? Please don't do this." And he talked to people in Trump's orbit and said, "Please tell the president not to go on CNN or not to tell him to do that." And so I think that bolsters Democrats' argument that the president was inching forward to committing a crime or an impeachable offense.
Let's talk about what's to come. Okay, so we'll be back here Friday for Marie Yovanovitch to testify. John, why will you be watching that so closely?
Well, Marie Yovanovitch has definitely offered one of the most compelling sort of personal stories in a sort of TikTok in her closed-door deposition, with the experience of having this unsubstantiated smear campaign against her and how much that hurt her and how disappointed and incredulous, in her words, she was that she didn't get top-level support. That obviously implicates Secretary of State Mike Pompeo, who did not step in and publicly defend her when his own subordinate was under attack by the president's personal attorney. And so, she's going to talk about the smear campaign. She's expected that she'll talk about the experience of being told by her superiors at the State Department, get on the next plane back to Washington, and then being unceremoniously dismissed. And so I think a lot of people will be watching that, and that brings a lot more sort of human drama to this rather than what we saw today, which was a very sort of detailed, precise recounting of phone calls, text messages, and emails. There's a lot more human psyche and pathos in this next one if you're going to describe it in sort of cinematic terms.
I want to look at the headline right now from WashingtonPost.com. New testimony ties Trump more directly to Ukraine pressure. So that's one of the big takeaways that happened right off the bat this morning, Amber.
Right off the bat, Taylor finished his opening statement and he said, and I want to add something. And that became what we're all talking about right now, which is, John, you might have the details a little better than I do, but essentially an aide to Taylor heard President Trump over the phone. He wasn't talking to President Trump, but he heard him over the phone say investigations while they were in Ukraine. So it just connects things a little bit closer to Trump, because that's one unanswered question we still have is, was Trump, we know he wanted the investigations, we know that his administration held up military aid. Was Trump the one that connected the two, or was it someone else?
Amber, yeah, totally critical moment, because the big question has always been, how much evidence do we have of the president's behavior and how much is secondhand? And so what Taylor did is introduce a brand new character into the story, someone who says that they have firsthand account of hearing the president talk about investigations, inquiring about investigations that we believe, or at least these officials believed, have to do with the Bidens and with Ukrainian interference in 2016. And so what we saw very promptly is the House Intelligence Committee announced they were going to have a new witness. And so this person is this guy, and he's going to be brought in. And that was really more than we were expecting to get out of this. We all knew the testimony, we all knew the familiar lines, and it was a surprise that Taylor would bring forth more information that was previously known, even to the lawmakers and the Democratic House impeachment investigators. And so that's another thing that we'll be watching out for in the coming days.
In the middle of that hearing, the news came out. David Holmes, the counselor for political affairs at the U.S. Embassy in Ukraine, will testify in closed session on Friday. Also adding to the witness lists, Mark Sandy, Associate Director for National Security Programs at OMB, is testifying, we believe, on Saturday. Invited to, he was supposed to testify on November 8th, but did not show up.
Yeah, those OMB guys have been very difficult to bring in, and they have been, in the past, towing the same line as the president's closest advisors, and not coming in and testifying. And so we'll see, how that transpires. And we obviously know that members in the committee, the Democrats, want to bring in as many people as they can, especially if they can counter the Republican narrative that we've talked to people who don't have enough access to high-level, senior-level decision-making.
Yeah, I think as we're spending a second on these OMB officials, Office of Management and Budget, in part because, yes, they've sounded more like pro-Trumpian when they talk to Congress and say, I'm not going to testify over subpoena. But also Taylor and I believe Kent testified, they first learned the aid was being held up in an OMB conference call. And a staffer just said, oh yeah, we're not giving Ukraine the aid right now. I've been told by the White House. But again, they can't point it to Trump directly, but Taylor testifies he was just gobsmacked, and he said in an instant, literally that's what he says, he put it all together, that he thinks there's a quid pro quo. And so I think Democrats feel like there's a missing link to Trump himself somewhere in the OMB.
Absolutely, and that's where the rubber hits the road, because they hold the purse strings.
Right.
That's where the appropriations is happening, Office of Management and Budget, and so that has been a missing cast of characters. And if they come in and are able to clarify, because when you withdraw this aid that so many diplomats were trying to secure and make happen, that has to come with an explanation, usually in the system. And so those are the people who would be most familiar with the rationale that was or was not provided at the time. So absolutely right. That's going to be a very interesting thing to watch out for.
So we're watching the White House right now. You can see there the yellow curtains, and we'll zoom back over in just a moment to the lecterns, where we expect President Trump and President Erdogan of Turkey to come out in just a few moments. I want to take this moment to thank so much Amber Phillips and John Hudson. You're going to stay with us until we see those two leaders come out. But a reminder that we will be back here on Friday. You can find us at WashingtonPost.com, also on YouTube. It's youtube.com/WashingtonPost, and we'll be bringing you these hearings live, not just this week, but next week as well, and marching on into the coming weeks as we see more testimonies before these House committees. A quick timeline here. More hearings in the House Intelligence Committee next week. John, anything standing out to you in particular about what to watch for next week?
Yeah, well, it's all about who shows up and who doesn't show up, and there are, they're starting to lay out the facts in an increasingly sort of cogent sort of way, and I'll also be interested in seeing how satisfied Trump is with the performance that Republicans put on today, and if he views them as defending him enough. It was interesting when Chairman Schiff ended this all. He did praise both sides for being relatively nonpartisan and relatively, really not nonpartisan, but probably the best way to say it is polite.
I think he was probably happy nobody outed the whistleblower.
Yeah, right, which is something that obviously was an issue that they were brawling about behind the scenes in closed-door deposition. So I think what we'll see is if this tenure of, relative sort of manners and politeness, if that environment can continue. There was back and forth, but as the chairman pointed out, we're talking about impeachment. We're talking about a really extraordinary process in our system. And the fact that they could still do it without, breaking out into a fist fight, maybe that is some degree of a silver lining. I don't know. We'll see.
Important to point out that among those testifying next week is Gordon Sondland, who's been at the heart of a lot of conversation today. We'll be bringing that, of course, to you all live next week. And then after the Intelligence Committee wraps up its work, it creates a report. That could be done the week of Thanksgiving, and then that would go over to the Judiciary Committee, and that's where the action will pick up. We'll see a lot of the process there. That's sort of what people have classically thought of in terms of impeachment because of the impeachment proceedings in the past. And at that point, we do expect the House to eventually take a vote on articles of impeachment, assuming that some are advanced to the full House floor. Then it goes over to the Senate, and then we see essentially a trial in the Senate. And that could be in January at this point, although timelines are hard to pin down because this is a moving target.
It's absolutely looking like, and this is a remarkable thing, Congress will be debating impeaching a president in the year he's up for election. That's crazy. That doesn't happen in modern history.
Pretty incredible, and it's been more than 20 years since, of course, the impeachment proceedings for President Bill Clinton. So this is all very historic, and we'll continue to bring it to you live. I'm watching the White House feed there. You can see the First Lady come in. We can swap boxes here in just a moment so you can see that in full. Again, thank you so much to Amber and John and to all our Washington Post contributors who've been with us today. We'll be watching to see when the leaders come in, and a lot of questions about just what President Trump will say about today's proceedings. The White House downplayed it. A lot of staffers, including Stephanie Grisham, calling the whole thing boring, which was clearly a strategic line. One of the president's sons tweeting about how it was a snooze fest. So that's one of the tactics Republicans are taking, Amber, to try to downplay public interest in this. The White House had said the president wasn't watching earlier today, but he was tweeting about it.
Right. Yeah, I think I didn't see his tweets, so I can't comment on those, but I think their argument is, hey, this is all bureaucracy mumbo jumbo. To John's point, it's hard to grasp, so don't pay attention.
So we'll see what the President of the United States has to say about this. He'll be joined by the leader of Turkey, Mr. Erdogan. Let's go live to the White House now.
Thank you very much, everybody. Please. I want to begin by welcoming the First Lady with us today and the First Lady of Turkey. Thank you very much for being here. This is a great honor to have you. And we had a wonderful and very productive meeting. Before we start, I would like to thank President Erdogan for releasing detainee Serkan Golge, who was in detention in different forms of detention, and I appreciate that very much. That was a very nice tribute, and he'll be coming back at some point in the not-too-distant future. So that's very good news for the United States and also very good news for Turkey. Turkey, as everyone knows, is a great NATO ally and a strategic partner of the United States around the world. Our economic relationship has tremendous potential and continues to expand and to grow. Direct engagement and diplomacy between our nations are essential to ensuring a future of peace and prosperity and promise for our citizens. Over the course of the day, President Erdogan and I had a frank and productive conversation on a range of very important topics. Among those topics we discussed was the situation in Syria. Last month, I sent Vice President Pence, Secretary of State Pompeo is with us, National Security Advisor O'Brien, thank you, to meet with President Erdogan in the hopes of ending all of the hostilities. The negotiations were very successful, and the United States and Turkey achieved a tremendous amount on that day, and I think we're working toward getting it better and better. It's a complicated situation. It's been going on for hundreds of years. Today, the ceasefire continues to hold, and I want to thank the President for his partnership and cooperation as we work to build a more stable and peaceful and prosperous Middle East. We've assured each other that Turkey will continue to uphold what it's supposed to uphold. I'm a big fan of the President, I have to tell you that. And I know that the ceasefire, while complicated, is moving forward and moving forward at a very rapid clip. There's a lot of people that want to see that work after so many decades and so many centuries, you might say. The United States and Turkey are working extensively on many other security issues. Turkey has the second largest armed forces in NATO after the United States, and they're a very strong second, I might add. And I'm pleased that Turkey has been steadily increasing its defense spending and is very close to the 2% of GDP range, unlike many of the other countries. At this moment, there are 8 out of the 28 countries that are current in terms of their obligation financially. Turkey has made a vital contribution to NATO's resolute support mission in Afghanistan, and its partnership was important to our destruction of the ISIS caliphate. In fact, just recently when we took out al-Baghdadi and take him out, we did. Turkey knew that we were going over certain areas. They were very, very helpful. We appreciate that very much. Good for both countries. We really appreciate it. We're grateful to President Erdogan and to the citizens of Turkey for their cooperation in the constant struggle against terrorism. He fights it like we do. Key to our security collaboration is our trade defense and military equipment program. American foreign military sales to Turkey total many billions of dollars, and Turkey supplies component parts to many American defense programs. They make parts of the frame, as an example, for the F-35. Turkey's acquisition of sophisticated Russian military equipment, such as the S-400, creates some very serious challenges for us, and we are talking about it constantly. We talked about it today. We're talking about it in the future. Hopefully, we'll be able to resolve that situation. We've asked our Secretary of State and Minister of Foreign Affairs and our respective national security advisors to immediately work on resolving the S-400 issue. We've also recently agreed to work toward a $100 billion two-way trade agreement. Secretary Ross is here, and I think we've made tremendous progress in that. We have a lot of trade with Turkey, but it could be many times larger, and Turkey would like to see that, and it would also be good for the United States. So we intend to bring it up to about $100 billion. That would be 4 times what it is right now. Our goal is to expand commerce between the United States and Turkey, reduce our trade deficit, and ensure a truly fair and reciprocal relationship. We are, just for those of you that have any interest, we discussed it today also. Our trade agreement with China is moving along very rapidly. We'll see what happens, but it's moving along rapidly. China wants to make a deal, that I can tell you. One of my chief priorities as president has been removing the barriers to American trade and investment and ending the illicit practices that harm our workers. We encourage Turkey to further open its markets, and they are doing that. They are doing that very much. Toward American goods and American services, our markets are open. Turkey is opening up their markets, and they're opening up rapidly. Mr. President, as we have seen in recent weeks, the U.S.-Turkish alliance can be a powerful force for security and stability, not only in the Middle East, but beyond. I look forward to working with you and to your representatives. I want to thank you very much all for being here. I've gotten to become very familiar with all of you, and I really appreciate you doing a fantastic job for the people of Turkey. And I look forward to continuing to find a common ground, harness common purpose, and to advance the vital interests of our people and the abiding friendship between our nations. We have a great relationship, both personally and with the great country of Turkey, and we look forward to moving that forward and making it an even bigger and better relationship. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Sayın Başkan, Mr. President, my dear friend, distinguished ministers, secretaries, distinguished members of the press, I would like to, at the onset, salute you with my most heartfelt emotions on behalf of myself and my nation. First and foremost, I would like to thank my dear friend, President Trump, and the First Lady of the United States for being such gracious hosts today. We've managed to comprehensively discuss all the issues in our agendas with Mr. President all throughout the day, and the discussions were very sincere. We all agree that we need to further profound our cooperation and that Turkish-American relations should be erected upon a strong and a very healthy foundation. I think we should remain resolved in order to open a new chapter in our relations which are in full compliance with our deeply rooted alliance.
Konusunda karşılıklı
We have reciprocally stated our will to fight terrorist organizations, imposing a clear and a present danger upon our national security. We have especially underlined the significance of fighting against Daesh in a sustained fashion, especially in the aftermath of the demise of Baghdadi, the death of Baghdadi. We have detained several prisoners trying to flee the prisons in Syria and come to Turkey, and we currently have more than 200 Daesh terrorists who have been incarcerated. And with the Operation Peace Spring initiated on October the 9th, Turkey took another step forward in fighting terrorism in a very resolute fashion. Our country, with this operation, blew a very significant impact upon the separatist agenda of terrorist organizations such as PKK and YPG in Syria.
yakaladığımızı düşünüyoruz.
In order to further strengthen our cooperation in Syria, we believe we have gained a significant momentum with our October 17th agreement or memorandum. But in order to harm this memorandum, PKK and YPG are attacking our soldiers and the civilians in a very provocative fashion. And in the last 24 hours, more than 19 attacks and harassing shots took place. And at the beginning of this month, in Tel Abyad, a bomb was placed, an explosive device was placed in an outdoor market, and as a result of the explosion, 13 civilian lives were lost. Despite all of these developments, in order to settle the conflict in Syria in a sustained fashion, we are reiterating our commitment to our memorandum, our agreement with the United States. But some circles who are empathetic towards these terrorist organizations are feeling deeply upset, they are deeply disturbed, and they are using this information in order to cloud the understanding of the public opinion and that perception with the eventual gain or goal of harming our relations. And some historical developments and allegations are being used in order to dynamite our reciprocal and bilateral relations. Especially in the House of Representatives, some of the resolutions that were passed on October 29th served this very purpose, hurt deeply the Turkish nation, and they have a potential of casting a deep shadow over our bilateral relations. And I shared this information with Mr. President. The decision makers in an incident that took place about 104 years ago should not be politicians, but historians. We have nothing to hide, and we have a full self-esteem in that regard. But I need to state very clearly that we are, as Turkey, on the side of dialogue and open discussion and debate. And we have voiced our proposals to the Armenian party to open the archives reciprocally and establish a history commission. I believe the Senate will take the United States out of this vicious cycle, which happened as a result of the resolution of the House of Representatives. Turkey and the United States stand side by side in order to fully eradicate Daesh and in order to bring peace and stability to Syria once and for all. And for this purpose, we should keep on working together. Turkey remains, or it should be, the most reliable partner of the United States in this region to achieve these targets. We are the only NATO ally, as Turkey, who has fought Daesh in a very resolved fashion. And until so far, we have detained 7,680 foreign fighters, and we have sent them back to their countries of origin. And we have an entry to 77,000 individuals who are considered to be affiliated with Daesh terrorist organization. And right now in our prisons, a total of 1,216 Daesh members are incarcerated, coming from 40 different countries. We have quite recently detained 287 individuals, including women and children, who have fled the prisons that PKK and YPG used to
Avrupa'dakiler başta olmak üzere kaynak ülkelerini
Our country is
geri
being
kabule ikna etme
showcased as a
konusunda
target,
Sayın
and
Başkan'la
this terrorist
ortak
organization
anlayışa sahibiz.
caused
Değerli
304
basın
Turkish
mensupları,
citizens to die, and
Türkiye'nin
against which
Suriye
we are
ile
going to keep on
911
fighting.
kilometre
And it's
uzunluğunda
very important to
sınırı
understand that the
bulunuyor.
foreign fighters should
Bu
be
ülkede
accepted
yaklaşık 9
by the
sene
countries
önce
of origin.
çatışmalar
And
başladığında
we have the same understanding
hadiselerden
with
en
President Trump in
fazla
order to
etkilenen biz olduk.
convince the countries of origin
Halihazırda
to do this.
3 milyon
Distinguished ladies and
650
gentlemen, we
bini
have a
Suriyeli,
borderline
daha
of
çok
911
Arap,
kilometers
Ezidi,
with Syria.
Keldani
And when
olmak
the
üzere
war broke out 9
bunun
years ago,
yanında
we were the ones at the
350 bini
forefront
de
impacted heavily,
Kürtlerden
and
oluşan
maybe the most.
4
Currently,
milyonu
we have
aşkın sığınmacıya ev sahipliği
3,650,000
yapıyoruz.
Syrian refugees
Bu
and a
insanlar
total
için
of more than
bütçemizden
4
şu ana
million
kadar
refugees.
40 milyar
And we have
doları
spent about
aşkın
$40
harcama
billion,
yaptık.
even beyond that, for
Avrupa
these
ise
refugees in our
bize şu
country.
ana kadar
And until so far, Europe
söz verdiği
only
halde ne yazık ki
sent
3
3
milyar
billion
avro
euros
gibi
despite
bir
a higher
desteği
pledge.
STK'larımıza sağladı. Aynı şekilde Suriye
Through
toprakları
our
içinde yaşayan 3 milyon
NGOs.
insana da
And
düzenli
similarly, we are
insani yardım
providing sustained
gönderiyoruz.
humanitarian aid to more than 3 million
2015
people
G20
living
Antalya
on the
zirvesinde
Syrian
yaptığım
territory.
güvenli
Back in the
bölge
year
oluşturma
2015,
çağrısı
at the
zamanında
G20
hayata
Antalya
geçmediği
Summit,
için
I launched an
on
appeal in
binlerce
order to
masum
establish a safe zone in
hayatını
Syria.
kaybetti.
But because of the delay,
Bu sorunun
hundreds of, tens of
İlhaniya'ya böyle
thousands
devam
of
etmesi
civilian
mümkün
lives
değildir.
were lost. This
Daha önce
problem
Fırat
cannot
Kalkanı
continue
ve
forever
Zeytin
and
Dalı
ever.
harekatıyla
Previously, with our
4000
Operation
kilometre
Euphrates
karelik
Shield
alanı
and Operation
terörden
Olive
arındırmıştır.
Branch, we have managed to
Sayın
clear an
Başkan'ın
area
da
of 4,000
güvenli bölge
square kilometers
ilanı talebine
of terrorist
aynen
presence.
katılıyorum.
And I
Bunu
agree with the
gerçekleştirmemizin
proposals of the,
çok önemli
of the
olduğuna da
President. It's very
inanıyorum.
important to realize our
Daha önce
goals.
Fırat Kalkanı dedim, Zeytin Dalı dedim ama 365 bin
I said
Suriyelinin
Operation
kendi
Euphrates Shield and
topraklarına
Operation
geri
Olive
dönüşünü
Branch,
sağladık
and
Cerrah
through
Bursa'da.
these operations we've managed
Barış
to
Pınarı
repatriate
Harekatı'yla güvenli
365,000
hale
Syrians
getirdiğimiz şehir ve
back
köylere
to
de
their
geri dönüşler
motherlands,
başladı.
especially in Cerrah
Hazırladığımız
Burs. And
ve
thanks to
Sayın
the
Trump'la
Operation Peace Spring,
paylaştığımız
we have
özellikle
secured
plan,
many towns and
projeyi
many villages,
Birleşmiş
and the
Milletler
rightful
ve
settlers are
uluslararası
going back.
toplumun da desteğiyle
We have
hayata
shared our projects
geçirebilirsek
with
önümüzdeki dönemde
President Trump
geri
and
dönenlerin
our
sayısı daha
several
da
plans for
artacaktır.
the safe zone.
Hedefimiz
And with the
ilk
support of the
güvenli
United
bölge,
Nations and
Irak
international
sınırından
community,
Cerablus'a
we can
kadar olan
repatriate many
bölgede
more
20 mil
Syrian refugees in
derinliğinde
the
olan
northern part of
bölgeye
Syria. We're
1
talking about
milyon
an area
insan
of 444
yerleştirilebilir.
kilometers in length
Rakka,
and 32
Deir Zor
kilometers
bu
in depth.
bölgede 1
1
milyon
million people can be
yerleştirilmesi halinde
repatriated, and in
bu
Raqqa
rakam
and
2
Deir
milyona
Zor, 1
ulaşmış
million more
olur.
individuals can be repatriated.
Bilindiği
So a
üzere
total of 2
FETÖ,
million
Türkiye'nin
refugees can
anayasal
be
düzenini başarısız
repatriated.
bir darbe girişimiyle
Ladies and gentlemen, as
ortadan
you know, the
kaldırmaya
Fethullahist terrorist
kalkışmış
organization
bir
known as
terör
FETÖ
örgütüdür.
attempted to
250 bin
destroy the
insanımızı
constitutional
katleden,
order of Turkey with a failed
2193
coup attempt,
insanımızı yaralayan
and
bu
it
teröristler
is a terrorist
parlamentomuzu
organization
havadan
behind
bombalama
this
cüretini dahi
failed coup. They have
gösterebilmişlerdir.
killed 251
Görüşmelerimizde tabii
individuals,
FETÖ'nün
harming
Amerika Birleşik
2,193
Devletleri'ndeki mevcudiyetinin
and they
sona
have even
erdirilmesi
dared
yönündeki
to
talebimizi ve
bomb our
beklentilerimizi
parliament
bir kez daha
airborne.
vurguluyoruz. Sayın Trump'la
We have
birlikte
once again
ortaya
accentuated
koyduğumuz
our expectations
100
vis-à-vis
milyar
our
dolarlık
friends at the
ticaret
US
hacmi hedefine en
administration
kısa sürede nasıl
once and for all eradicate
erişebileceğimizi
FETÖ
de
presence
ele aldık.
here.
Siyasi meseleler
And we
ile
have also discussed
ticari
with President
konuların
Trump how to
birbirine
achieve the
karıştırılmaması
$100 billion
gerektiğine de
trade volume
inanıyoruz.
threshold as soon as possible.
100
We
milyar
believe
dolar
that we should
hedefimiz
not
bağlamında
confuse political incidents
ticaret
with
bakanlarımızın çalışmaları
commerce-related
devam ediyor.
aspirations.
Temennimiz
And
ve
our
arzumuz
secretaries
bu
of
hedefe
commerce are
ulaşmayı
currently heavily invested
zorlaştıracak
in
adımlardan
achieving the $100
imtina
billion
edilmesidir.
threshold. We hope and pray
Savunma
that we
sanayi
will
alanındaki
shy away
köklü
from
ilişkilerimiz konusu da
certain measures which
tabiatıyla
will make it much more challenging
gündemimizde
for us
yer aldı.
to reach these targets.
S-400 sistemi
And
ve
we have
F-35
also
programı
quite
başta olmak
naturally
üzere
discussed our diplomatic
bu alanda
relations in the
karşılaştığımız
field of
sınamaların
defense
üstesinden
industry.
ancak
Primarily the
diyalogla
S-400 system and
gelebiliriz.
and the
edebiliriz.
F-35 program, we
Değerli
can
dostum,
only surmount the
Türkiye'nin
hurdles that we
patriotlar
experience
konusunda
through
maruz
dialogue.
kaldığı
My
haksızlıkları
dear friend
Osaka'da
previously stated
bizzat
back in Osaka
kendileri
at the
gayet
G20
güzel,
summit that
açık bir
the
şekilde ifade
injustice
etmiştir.
orchestrated
Sayın
against
Başkan'a
Turkey in terms
şayet
of the acquisition of
istenilen
Patriot
şartlarda teklif
missiles.
verilmesi halinde
And we have
Patriot
clearly
satın
stated to President
alabileceğimizi
Trump that under
tekrar
suitable
söyledim ve söylüyorum.
circumstances we could
Türkiye olarak
acquire
Amerika
Patriot
Birleşik
missiles
Devletleri
as well.
Kongresi ile de
As Turkey,
yapıcı bir
we
diyalogla
are
angajmanımızı
ready and
sürdürmeye
committed
hazır
to sustain
olduğumuzu
a very
Sayın
constructive
Başkan'la
dialogue with
paylaştım.
the the United
Bu
States Congress,
düşüncelerle
and this is
Sayın
an idea that
Başkan'la
I've shared with President
gerçekleştirmiş
Trump as well.
olduğumuz
So with
görüşmelerin
these thoughts in
hayırlı
mind, I hope and
sonuçlar
pray that our
doğurmasını
discussions and deliberations all
özellikle
throughout the day with
temenni
President
ediyorum.
Trump will yield the
Sayın
most
Başkan'a
auspicious
nazik
results. I would
daveti
like to take this
ve
opportunity
sıcak
to thank President Trump for
misafirperverlikleri
their
için
kind
tekrar
invitation and for
şahsım,
being such gracious hosts
heyetim
all
adına
throughout the day.
özellikle
On behalf of my
teşekkür
personal self,
ediyorum.
on behalf of my delegation, I would like to thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And I called up the Senate. I asked a couple of our senators, and we really ended up with 5, and others wanting to come, and we'll keep them apprised. But some of them joined us. They happen to be here. Senator Jim Risch, thank you, Jim, very much. Ted Cruz, thank you very much. Lindsey Graham, Lindsey, thank you. And Rick Scott, thank you, Rick, very much. Joni is here, Joni Ernst, someplace. These are people that want to see peace in the Middle East, and I thought it would be appropriate to have them come over. And they met with the president, and we had a lot of very frank discussion. And we're dealing with a very big subject, a complex subject. It's been going on for centuries in many cases, but we're making a lot of progress, tremendous progress in the Middle East. Okay, a couple of questions. Go ahead. OAN, go ahead. Thank you.
First, I'd like to just start out getting your general reaction today to the impeachment hearings on the Hill. Do you feel that Democrats made their case, and how did you feel about the Republican performance?
You're talking about the witch hunt? Is that what you mean? Is that what you're talking about? I hear it's a joke. I haven't watched for 1 minute because I've been with the president, which is much more important as far as I'm concerned. This is a sham and shouldn't be allowed. It was a situation that was caused by people that shouldn't have allowed it to happen. I want to find out who is the whistleblower, and because the whistleblower gave a lot of very incorrect information, including my call with the president of Ukraine, which was a perfect call and highly appropriate. And he wrote something that was much different than the fact. I want to find out why the IG, why would he have presented that, when in fact all he had to do is check the call itself and he would have seen it. I'm going to be releasing, I think on Thursday, a second call, which actually was the first of the 2, and you'll make a determination as to what you think there. But I've heard just a report. They said it's all third-hand information, nothing direct at all. It can't be direct because I never said it. And all they have to do is look very, very simply at the transcript. If you read the transcript, this was analyzed by great lawyers. This was analyzed by Greg Jarrett. It was analyzed by Mark Levin. It was analyzed by everybody. They said this statement that I made, the whole call that I made with the president of Ukraine, was a perfect one. So that this country gets put through that we have to waste this gentleman's time by even thinking about it, talking about it. I'd much rather focus on peace in the Middle East. And I hear that it's a hoax, and it's being played as a hoax. That's what I hear, but you'll have to tell me. Go ahead.
Then, if I may, on Syria and peace in the Middle East, President Erdogan talked about repatriating Syrian refugees back to their homeland. Have you had those discussions with European leaders, since there are so many Syrian refugees?
No, I think that, frankly, Europe should be paying for this to a large extent. As of this moment, Turkey's been paying for most of it. I think the president was saying today they've spent over $40 billion on the cost of that. 40 billion. How much?
30 million.
40. That's what I said. Whatever. He spent a lot. Okay. They're throwing out all these different numbers. I heard it was $40 billion. How was that? 40 billion, correct? So $40 billion, and I've heard that number from others, and that's a lot. Europe has contributed about 3, and a lot of these people would go all throughout Europe. I mean, it would be a devastating situation for Europe because he's got 4 million people. He has a lot of Kurds, too, that they're helping and taking care of. So I have spoken to Europe about it. I think they should help us with ISIS because many of them left France, and they left Germany, and they left UK. They left different countries. And these countries should help us because if they ever did get released, which we won't be doing, but if they ever did get released, that's where they want to go. They want to go back to France and Germany and UK and all of those other countries that are not helping us. I gave them the option, would you like to have them back? And intelligently, they said, no, thank you. But that's not right and it's not fair. I can tell you also that Turkey captured when some escaped during the conflict, when they had the heavy shooting. And I mean, I think I know how they happened to escape, but it's one of those things. Doesn't matter because Turkey captured everybody that escaped plus an additional group. When we took over, when I became president, ISIS was rampant all over the Middle East. And as of about a month ago, I think, Lindsay, we can say that we have now 100% of the caliphate. And they'll always try and grow, but they haven't been able to do that. And what we did last week with al-Baghdadi, who is the absolute founder, leader, set them back. We also got his number 2, and we have our sights on his number 3. So they're not going to be growing too fast. But I will say Turkey's been helping us a lot.
So with that, I also have a question for President Erdogan. With what you're calling a realignment along the northern Syria border, a lot of Christians in that region are feeling very vulnerable. Groups on the ground are saying that attacks on Christians have increased under this new policy and that they're not feeling safe any longer. Can you guarantee that the Turkish government will also protect Christians in that region? In fact, there was an attack on an Armenian priest who died, he and his father, this week. ISIS is claiming responsibility.
Çok teşekkür ediyorum.
Thank
Tam
you.
aksine
Thank you.
Keldani,
On the contrary,
Ezidi ve
Kaldani,
Hristiyanlar
Yazidi,
noktasında
and
da
Christian minorities
bizim özel bir gayretimiz,
is
çalışmamız
an area
var.
where we're especially
Gerek
sensitive about, and we have certain different plans.
Suriye tarafında kalan ve
Whether it be the ones remaining
ibadethaneleri
on the
bile
side of Syria,
yıkılmış
whose
durumda olanların
sanctuaries have been
biz
destroyed,
ibadethanelerini de yeniden
whose
restore etmek
churches have been
suretiyle
destroyed,
o
we'll see
insanların
their
kendi
sanctuaries getting
ibadethanelerinde
revived,
ibadetlerini
and their
yapma
churches will be
fırsatını da onlara
reconstructed so that they
biz
can go
hazırlamış
back and start
vaziyetteyiz.
praying there again.
Ve şu
And these
anda
are the plans that we're making
gerek
for them.
Keldani,
As I said
Ezidi,
before, the
Arami,
Christian minorities,
Hristiyan, bütün
Aramic,
bunlardan
Christian,
bizim
Catholic,
tarafımıza geçmiş olanlar
Kaldani,
zaten
and
onlar
Yazidi, the ones
herhangi bir
who are
sıkıntı
living
yaşamıyor.
on our side of
Ama
the border
Suriye
have no
tarafında
problems
kalanlarla
whatsoever.
ilgili
But
de
the ones remaining on
onların
the side
oradaki
of the
imkanlarını
Syrian
mümkün
territory
olduğunca
will see
daha
their
yani özel bir
worshiping
şartta hallediyoruz.
practices
Onlara da
restored and revived
yiyecek,
in a
yiyecek,
special
ilaç
manner.
vesaire
They're receiving
bunları da
health care, they're
götürüyoruz.
receiving humanitarian aid in every aspect possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Would you like to pick somebody?
Evet. Hilal Hanım buyur.
A friendly person from Turkey, please. Friendly. Only friendly reporters. We like to see. There aren't too many of them around.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
You inherited the burden of Obama's flawed foreign policy, and one of those flaws was allying the U.S. with the U.S.-designated terrorist organization, the PKK, and its Syrian offshoot YPG. You are trying to mend the damage that it did to U.S.-Turkey relations. However, you also invited the ringleader of YPG to the White House. His codename Mazlum Kobani, and he is responsible for at least 18 terrorist attacks in Turkey, which caused the death of 164 soldiers and 48 civilians. So after today's meeting, do you still think of inviting him to the White House, which will be very offensive and hurtful for the Turkish public? Thank you.
Well, I had a very good talk with him. We had a very good recently. And we're working very closely together, and we're also working very closely together with your great president. And a lot of things are happening. A lot of very positive developments are happening. A lot of that is definition. What's your definition of the various groups within the Kurds? You call the Kurds, and then you have various groups, and some like them and some don't. But I think we've made a tremendous we've gained a tremendous amount of momentum and strength and knowledge over the last short period of time. So we'll see what happens. But I will say that the relationship with President Erdogan and Turkey has been outstanding. And, you know, it's a major country with a tremendous military. They're one of our very big purchases of military equipment. They have the finest equipment in the world. which the United States makes. We make by far the best equipment in the world. Turkey understood that a long time ago. So I think a tremendous amount of progress is being made. Okay? Thank you very much. You could ask the President a question now. Same report. You sure you're a reporter? You don't work for Turkey with that question?
Me, okay. I'll be glad to. Sayın Cumhurbaşkanım, özellikle FETÖ mevzusunda...
Mr. President, about FETÖ, we are not getting the best of news out of the United States. And the FETÖ office targeting Turkey is extensively invested in their daily works, but I can see certain traces that the US government is ready to understand more about FETÖ. So my question is, how do you perceive the situation developing vis-a-vis the Fethullahist terrorist organization and the American approach to FETÖ in that regard? Can we expect anything further? Yes, thank you. During this current visit, we are going to submit, as we already have actually, a great deal of documents and evidence. And FETÖ is a terrorist organization, and he is the leader, the ringleader of this terrorist organization. They have killed 251 people in Turkey. They tried to undertake a coup against the government, the state, and more than 2,000 people have been injured. And the ringleader is living on an area of 400 acres in the United States, running his network all around the globe. And this is something unacceptable.
Bu seyahatimizde
And
belgeler
during
falan
this
ayrıca
visit,
getirdik
as
ve
I've
bu
said before,
belgeleri
we
de
have
kendilerine
introduced an
takdim
additional array
edeceğiz.
of
Temenni
documents.
ederim
We will
bu
submit them to
belgeler
the relevant
ışığında
authorities, including
herhalde
Mr.
bizden
President.
nasıl
And in the light of these
teröristler
documents,
istendiği zaman biz veriyorsak
I think they will
onlar da
appreciate
bu
the
teröristi
situation.
bize
We
verir.
send the terrorists back if they ask for them, and I'm sure they will do the same for us.
John Fox, please.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
I know that you didn't spend a lot of time glued to the TV today, but there was one moment where Ambassador Bill Taylor recounted a conversation that an aide of his overheard. It was the day after the phone call with Zelensky on July the 26th, in which the aide says that he overheard you say to Sondland, how are things going with proceeding with the investigations? Sondland repeated back to you, according to this aide, that Ukraine was prepared to do everything that you wanted it to do. Is that correct? And can you fill in some more?
I know nothing about that. First time I've heard it. The one thing I've seen that Sondland said was that he did speak to me for a brief moment, and I said no quid pro quo under any circumstances, and that's true. The other, I've never heard this. In any event, it's more second-hand information, but I've never heard it.
Do you recall having a conversation with Sondland?
I don't recall. No, not at all. Not even a little bit. The only thing, and I guess Sondland has stayed with his testimony, that there was no quid pro quo. Pure and simple. Yes, please.
And to President Erdogan. President Trump sent you a letter on October the 9th urging you not to launch a military action into northern Syria. He said, quote, don't be a tough guy, don't be a fool. You ignored that letter and you went ahead and you launched a military action into northern Syria. Can you explain why you ignored the president's warning?
Tabii bu mektupları bugün Sayın Başkan'a ben tekrar takdim
Letter
ettim.
was represented
Ve
to
özellikle
Mr.
de Ferit
President
Abdüşahin
this
denilen
afternoon.
bu teröristin Amerika gibi
I've also
bir
underlined the fact
ülkenin
that a terrorist such as
başkanı tarafından
Ferit
muhatap alınmasını
Abdüşahin should not be
üzüntüyle tabii ki
considered as an
karşıladım.
interlocutor by a country
Ve
such as the United
Ferit
States.
Abdüşahin denilen
And this
yüzlerce insanımızın öldürülmesine
Ferit Abdüşahin
vesile olan bir
has been
teröristtir.
instrumental in the
Ve
killings
şu anda
of
cezaevinde
hundreds
olan
of Turkish
Apo'nun
civilians.
da manevi
And he
oğlum
is
dediği
a
bir
person
teröristtir.
labeled
Böyle
as
birisinin
like a son
bizim
for
stratejik
the
ortağımız
terrorist leader who is currently
tabii
incarcerated in
Amerika
Turkey,
tarafından
Abdullah
bu
Öcalan.
şekilde
So a person like
karşılanması
this should not be
doğrusu bizi
welcomed by a country
üzmüştür.
such as
Aynı
the United
şekilde tabii
States.
bu şahıs
And
Rusya
similarly,
tarafından da yine
this person
şekilde
was
karşılanmıştır.
welcomed by a
Tabii
country
bunları anlamakta
such as Russia.
dünyadaki
So
terörizmle
it's very
mücadelede
difficult for me to
zora giriyoruz.
understand these
Eğer
when
biz
we're trying to
terörizmle
fight
sağlıklı bir
terrorism on a
mücadele
global
vereceksek
scale. If we're
bu
going to
konuda
sustain our
çok daha
fight against
hassasiyet
terrorism
içerisinde
in a healthy
olmamız
fashion, we
lazım.
need to be much more
Bugün bize,
sensitive than we
yarın bir
currently are.
başkasına.
It happens to us
O
today,
bakımdan
and it will happen
bu
to
konudaki
somebody else
hassasiyetimiz
tomorrow.
devam
Is a
ediyor.
saying
Bunlarla
that goes
ilgili de
in our language.
belgeleri verdim.
We have also
Hatta
provided information and the
CIA
document
teşkilatının
thereof
bu adamın terörist
to our
olduğuna dair
interlocutors
vermiş
in
olduğu belgeyi de
the White
ben
House,
yine kendilerine
including
bugün
Mr. President.
takdim ettim.
And I've also submitted
Çünkü
a
CIA de
document
bunun
produced
bir
by
terörist
CIA
olduğunu
pointing out to the fact that this individual
belgelemiş
is a
ve bu
terrorist.
belgeleri bize
To
de
Mr.
aktardılar
President.
ve biz de bunu ayrıca bugün
And
Sayın
as I've said before,
Başkan'a
I've shared them with
aynen
His
takdim
Excellency
ettik.
Mr. President.
Gelen mektubu da yine aynı
And
şekilde kendilerine verdik.
we gave back the letter that we have received.
President, please.
For me.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kurd from Kurdistan. Thank you very much, Mr. President, for all you have done for Kurdistan and for Peshmerga in fight against ISIS.
Yep. Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
My question is, all senators I meet, all of them, I interviewed them, they believe Kurdistan is very unique in the Middle East and protect all minorities.
Right.
What is your clear policy on the Kurds right now? And as a question for President Erdogan, why you are not able for negotiation with the Kurds in Syria as Iraqi Kurdistan? Do you think they will be your friends in future? Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr.
Well, thank you very much. And I will say that we've had a great relationship with the Kurds, and we fought with them very successfully against ISIS. We fought together. We have great generals and we have great equipment, and it certainly helped a lot. But we were very, very successful, and we captured, as I said before, 100%. I was going to, when we were at 97%, I was going to say, well, that sounds pretty high to me. And I was thinking about stopping it then, and a lot of people said, please go to 100. And very quickly, very rapidly, the military got to 100. I wanted to have that. But we have a great relationship with the Kurds. We have had. We're with them now. We get along with them. And by the way, I think the president, he may have some factions within the Kurds, but I think the president has a great relationship with the Kurds. Many Kurds live currently in Turkey, and they're happy and they're taken care of, including health care. We were talking about it before, including health care and education and other things. So that's really a misnomer. But our relationship with the Kurds has been a very good one. Okay? Thank you.
Öncelikle bir şeyi birbirinden ayırt etmemiz lazım.
First, we have to make a distinction
Kürtlerle bir
between two
sorunumuz yok.
things. We have no problems with the
Bizim
Kurds.
sorunumuz
We have
terör
problems
örgütleriyle.
with terrorist
Kürtlerin içinden çıkan
organizations.
bir kısım
Some
teröristler. Kim
terrorists
bunlar?
coming out of
YPG,
the Kurds.
PYD.
Which
bunlar
are they? What are they?
PKK'nın
PYD and YPG, which
Nasıl
are
ki
offshoots
Kuzey
of the terrorist
Irak'taki
organization
Kürt
PKK.
kardeşlerimizle
Just
bizim
as we have no
münasebetlerimiz
problems
gayet
with our
iyiyse,
brothers and sisters in the
Kuzey
northern part of Iraq,
Suriye'deki
where we
Kürt
enjoy great relations,
kardeşlerimizle de bizim bir
and we have no
sorunumuz yok.
problems with
Esed'in
similarly our
Kuzey
brothers and sisters in the
Suriye'deki
northern
Kürtleri
part of
kabul etmediği
Syria.
dönemde
During the times
ben o
when
zaman
Assad
Esed'e
was not
yanlış
recognizing Kurdish
yapıyorsun,
presence in the northern part,
pasaportlarını
I
ver
told him
demişimdir.
that he
Benim
needs to
böyle bir
give
konum
these
var.
individuals
İki,
passports and
çok daha
that he
önemlisi,
was
şu
making a
anda
mistake.
bilmeni isterim.
And secondly, there's something really
Parlamentoda
important. I
benim
want you to
partimin
know this.
50'yi
My political
aşkın
party has
Kürt
more than 50
milletvekili vardır.
MPs of Kurdish
Bizim Kürtlerle
ethnicity
sorunumuz yok.
in the Turkish parliament.
Bizim
We don't have
sorunumuz
problems with the Kurds,
teröristlerle.
but we have problems
Herhalde
with the
teröristlere
terrorists.
sizler de sahip
And of
çıkmazsınız.
course, you're not going to
Kim
own up
olursa
to the
olsun.
terrorists, are you?
Burada
Whoever
ayrım
they are,
yapmayacağız.
whoever they
Bizim
might be.
mücadelemiz
But
dediğim
we have to
gibi
make a
tamamen
distinction
teröristlerledir.
here. We're just
Çünkü
fighting
teröristin
terrorists. Period.
ırkı,
Because the
milleti,
terrorists don't have
dini,
an
vatanı
ethnicity,
olmaz.
they don't have a
Terörist,
nationality, they
teröristtir.
don't have a flag.
Eğer
If they're
mücadeleyi
terrorists, that is
vermezseniz
a terrorist.
bedelini yarın
If you
çok ağır
don't fight
ödersiniz.
back, then tomorrow you will have to pay a very hefty price. Thank you.
Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you. Thank you.
If Rudy
can't answer the other. We can answer the last one. Just
Almost 2 hours and 45 minutes of the whole platform. It's that camera.